Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Lettuce Head Fanfics. Back with amazing fanfiction. This is the series of What If Deku Becomes Electro Archon. Please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Izuku Midoriya. A plain kid in all honesty. Quirk, limited summon, named by him, since it wasn't registered. He has the ability to summon 2 preset items at will. The first is a spear. The second, well, he doesn't know. Midoriya swears up and down that it exists, but no matter how much he tries, he can't summon it. He says it feels like a chess piece. Whenever he reaches for it, it feels like it's being held back. Sometimes, on days when he's particularly bored and he pulls with all his might on it, Midoriya will feel an electric shock pulse throughout his body. The catch was he manifested it very late. Or rather, it took him too long to figure out what it was. He was about 7.5 when he finally got it. No one really tries that much to pull things out of a secret dimension, and besides that, Izuku had to have a certain level of maturity before he could really unlock it. His quirk doctor was also very unprofessional. Despite the correlation between the toe joint and a lack of quirk being 70%, once the X-ray was done, he didn't go any further in the testing. Once Midoriya realized he could pull a spear out of thin air, he was ecstatic. He was playing alone at the park when it happened. It was one of those times when Kaken would roughhouse with Izuku and then leave him where no one could find him. Most of the time Izuku was too tired or in too much pain to leave the park until he got some more energy. He began to practice his quirk when he felt something else inside his storage space. Midoriya tried and tried to pull it out, and eventually the feeling of being electrocuted stopped his attempts. Tears welling up in his eyes, he vowed that he wouldn't show anyone his quirk until he got whatever was hidden inside him out. It would simply be too embarrassing to show up with an underdeveloped quirk. Plus, weapons were too dangerous for little kids to be handling, so he was hesitant at first to even pull out his spear. And thus, Izuku Midoriya was still legally quirkless. Even as he trained his battle techniques with a spear, and endlessly tugged on the chess piece inside of him, he refused to show his quirk to anyone. A weak quirk. No quirk. Kids around Izuku didn't like him. He was scrawny, he couldn't even fully control his quirk after 10 years of having it, and he was creepy. He muttered to himself in class, and half the time he didn't even realize he was doing it. No one really listened to his rambles, but those who did quickly stopped after they heard the obsessive repetition of the word eternity or eternal. Midoriya said that he practiced weapons training, but no one believed him. No dojo in their right mind would accept a scrawny, stupid, weak, quirkless, creepy kid. They forget about the not-so-official ways to learn things. Plus, the quirkless were naturally inferior. If he even touched a weapon, he would probably be horribly maimed, right? When they told him to shut up, or just otherwise harassed him, he would flinch for a thought that maybe I could try. Not try, not really. He would do it. Do you think you can be a hero by just trying? What a joke. Just drop dead already, Deku. Cold, silent rage poured into his clenched fists. Midoriya longed to hold his spear, to gouge it into Kaken's skin and teach him a lesson of who is truly superior. As soon as it had built up, it poured out with his following deep breaths. He didn't even validate the comment from Kaken with a reply, just lowered his head and begged for the school day to just end. Bullet. We're not done here, Deku, Kaken sneered, slamming his smoking hand onto Izuku's desk. Izuku stayed silent. Too good to talk to us now, huh nerd? Kaken taunted. Maybe I should just take this notebook dash. Hey. Midoriya cried in protest as Kaken snatched his notebook up from his desk. Give it back. Oh, now I can get a reaction out of you? Is it his diary or something? One of Bakugu's followers laughed. Oh, it says something on the front. Read it. Please, Kaken no dash, Izuku pleaded, but to no avail. Hero Analysis for the Future, Volume 13. Kaken took a second to take this in, before bursting out laughing and burning it to a crisp. For the future? Really, Deku? Honestly, I'm almost impressed you still think you have a future right now. Keep up the path you're on, and you'll be lucky to find some scraps in the dumpster next to that old seafood restaurant. Get a FING life, Deku. After his whole degrading spiel, Kakin threw the notebook out the window. Izuku flung himself after it, only to watch in horror as it fell right into the koi pond. How did the school even afford that thing? As Midoriya mourned the loss of his hard work, Kakin and his lackeys began to make their way out of the empty classroom. "Hey, Deku," Kakin called out, looking back over his shoulder. "If you really want a better future, why don't you do us all a favor and take a swan dive off the roof? Maybe you'll get a quirk in your next life too." Little did he know this was already a new reincarnation, one with so much power in a single hair on his head, more than Kakin could ever hope to have. Izuku whipped around, fury filling him up and giving him an adrenaline rush. He ached for his spear more and more. He began to tense his muscles and reach for it, but the expression on Kakin's face made him freeze. "Don't let them see your power, not until you can defeat them." "Got something to say, creep?" Kakin taunted once more. "That's what I thought." Izuku waited a bit while he listened to the footsteps of his bullies slowly get further away. Once he was satisfied with their distance from him, he finished gathering his things. He rushed a bit, hoping to get there at just the right time. Not too early, so he wouldn't risk round 2, but also not too late, so his notebook wouldn't be completely destroyed by the water damage. Midoriya finally made his way outside, just in time too, and watched blankly as a koi fish nibbled on his notebook. He grabbed it, scolding the fish for eating something that wasn't fish food, and shook it off. His movements were slow and with no real drive behind them. He didn't care enough at this point. How could he when he was just so tired? Izuku's walk home was slow as he dragged his feet along the pavement. He idly played with his quirk, trying and failing to pull the chess piece out. Over the years, it had just become a mindless fidget he had taken up. At this point, Midoriya wasn't exactly trying to summon it. He just was bored, and on the off chance it worked, then hey, it was a good day for him. It was because of his mindless fidget that he didn't notice the goop oozing out of the manhole as he walked under the pass. Almost too late, Izuku finally heard the slimy sounds coming from whatever was behind him. Immediately, he reached for his spear, and then a crack of purple lightning struck inside the tunnel. It successfully fried the villain before he could cause any damage to Midoriya, but it also fried Midoriya. At least, that's what it felt like. The last thing Midoriya saw before he fell unconscious was the muscular figure of All Might coming to his rescue. Bullet. Waves of memories crashed over his mind. Isn't it beautiful, Ei? A sword, who takes the lives of those who threaten eternity, and protects the people of Inazuma. Makoto. Don't leave us. Don't leave me. Erosion. Eternity. Yea, protect my gnosis, will you? You shall be the shogunate and archon of Inazuma. May your eternity and power shine bright. With you by my side, though our mouths stay silent, my heart is at peace. Thunder claps along the distant sea. Only two things exist in this world, those that must be done and those that must not. Only through eternity are you closest to the heavenly principles. Open the plain of Euthymia, as your heart, to our thriving world of Teva. Yea. The Mako. Erojo. No. Eternity. 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 Bullet. Midoriya, Raiden, awoke with a gasp and a pound in his head. The new information was too much for him to handle. What had happened? He looked down in his hand and saw what looked like a chess piece. His brain, not his, hers, identified it as his gnosis. This was what he could have never pulled out. How had he done it? Izuku Ei thought back to what had occurred. He was pulling on the cheese, gnosis, and like always it didn't work. Then he pulled out his spear and, oh my god, archons. He was stupid. How, in 10 years of having this quirk and analyzing probably thousands of quirks as a hobby, had he never thought to pull out the gnosis and the spear at the same time? What made Izuku even more sure that he was an idiot was that he only noticed All Might in front of him after the man cleared his throat. Young man, are you all right? You seem dazed. Did that lightning affect you earlier? All Might asked. F. Stupid stutter. He never really had a huge problem with it because It never really acted up. But now, it was causing him embarrassment on top of embarrassment. I'm fine. Fine. Not that All Might would realize it, but something strange happened. Izuku Ai didn't finally spit it out. Something, or someone else inside of him did it for him. Nice to meet your acquaintance. My name is Raiden Ei, the goddess of eternity and the overruling Archon of Inazuma. Though, I have a feeling those titles aren't very important nowadays. Midoriya, not Raiden. He did it, choked on his spit. Where had that voice come from? Inside his head? Oh great, another thing for Kaken to make fun of him for. He was going crazy. You're not crazy, just a reincarnation, I believe. Also, why do you? We call him Kaken? Isn't that a bit too kind for a bully? Izuku was too stunned to speak. All Might began to sweat a bit at the kid's strange actions. Look kid, you seem to be alright. I've got places to be, as the #1 hero. Next time you encounter a villain, no matter how powerful your quirk is, try to let the heroes take care of it, okay? I won't tell anyone this time. Bye now and stay safe. All Might announced before tensing his muscles and jumping away. Midoriya didn't acknowledge him even a tiny bit. He just continued sitting, exhausted and surprised, in the middle of the street. I know this must be very confusing for you. How about you take some deep breaths to calm yourself down, maybe sort through our memories. Who are you? Why are you in my head? Is this your quirk? Izuku demanded, the shock of it all breaking him out of his stupor. I did introduce myself earlier, didn't I? Either way, I believe you should know, Izuku. Why don't you try to figure it out yourself? Midoriya began to protest, but his head pulsed with pain and suddenly an answer came to mind. But not. Past me? Raiden Ei. Good job. Let's get home now, shall we? No need to make our mother worry. Our mother? Izuku resisted the urge to say that she wasn't Ei's mom, but wasn't she? If Ei was Izuku and Izuku was Ei, doesn't that mean their lives and possessions are shared? This was all growing too confusing for him. His head pounded once more, and again with it flowed knowledge. She's a goddess, one of the strongest archons actually, and connected to Celestia. Did that mean Midoriya was a goddess? A god, maybe? I don't know yet. I assume you've inherited my powers, what with you having my gnosis. Never thought I'd see it again, after I handed it to Yae and she gave it to the Fatui. I suppose it's needed once more. She could hear him? In his thoughts. That was kinda creepy. But it also meant that he wouldn't have to talk to himself and risk people hearing and create an even creepier reputation. Midoriya finally continued to walk home, as a conversation with him and Raiden started up. You sure do worry a lot. Why should the thoughts of others block your will and path? Our march towards eternity shall carry. Rather you not. Worst case scenario, she thinks you're crazy and sends you away. Best case, we could be putting her in danger with this knowledge. If I am here and awake, there must be a reason, and who's to say some of my past enemies haven't reincarnated as well? I made some good points. Izuku started to correct himself, his stuttering making an appearance with his fear of Inko figuring it out. I am me. I mean that's what I feel like it should be. Should be called. Just feels right, you know? Honey, it's your quirk. I won't judge you based on what you call it, or things associated with it, because that's your decision, Inko comforted, but it sounded more firm than usual. Izuku let out a sigh of relief. His muscles relaxed, finally letting go of all the stress they had been carrying. So, what does your gnosis do? Inko asked curiously, and began studying it slightly. It gives me extra powers. I don't know all of them for sure yet, but I do know for sure that part of it is electricity and storms, Izuku explained. It wasn't even a lie, just withholding the truth. Oh my. Well, you be careful and go practice your quirk. I'm gonna make some katsudon in celebration. Inko decided, leaving no room for argument. Maybe I should invite Mitsuki and her family over? It's been a while since I've seen Katsuki around here. Izuku paled. He didn't want to say no to his mom, because then it'd involve explaining why. But he also didn't want Bakugu over at his house. No, Raiden had taken over his body again and fixed the problem for him. Although, he wasn't sure if he liked how she did it. What? Did something happen between you two? Midoriya gripped onto the steering wheel of his body tightly, shoving Ei out of the driver's seat. I mean, I just want it to be a surprise. Wait until I get into UA or whatever hero school. Oh, okay. It'll just be me and you then. I'm so happy I could just die. Izuku chuckled and walked off to his room. Once he was alone, he sighed again and plopped onto his bed. His purple polearm has already been stored away, but his gnosis was still in his grasp. He stared at it, inspecting it carefully. What can this thing even do? Even though he knew he didn't have to speak, it just felt more natural to do so. It connects one to Celestia and grants them the power of an Archon. And what are those powers, exactly? In my case, I had full control over the storms that raged in Inazuma, as well as basic electro powers. However, I could do that on my own quite sufficiently. This just made it easier. I had created my plane of euthymia and the puppet Raiden Shogun in order for me to avoid change. After that, I really had no use for it. It does, however, grant the user a longer lifespan. Izuku could feel excitement cracking like electricity inside of him. So, will I really be able to do all that? With time and training, perhaps. Your body is inherently different from mine. But I see no reason as to why you couldn't build up enough skill to unlock the full power of our gnosis. Wait. Let's back up to what you said earlier. Does Celestia still exist? I do not know. Izuku lunged up from his bed and across the room. He quickly slammed open his laptop and frantically searched Juggle for any signs of his past life. None of the results had to do with it. Celestia brought up a retired yet alive hero who can fly like a shooting star. Gnosis, an old company that researched artifacts that have been lost in time yet recorded. Abyss, endless edgy articles and blogs made by teens. Fatui, absolutely nothing. Fatui harbingers, still nothing. Archon brought multiple, fascinating, sites on old Greek religions. Still, not the religion that used to praise him, and boy was that weird to think about. Old names of his old friends didn't carry any familiar faces with them. Defeated, Izuku slumped back in his chair. He supposed he had gotten too ahead of himself. If memory served right, his past life had to have been millions of years ago. Or even from another dimension. The anomaly traveler that taught Ei a few things traveled dimensions quite frequently. Who's to say that Ei's soul didn't do the same? That actually is quite probable. Inconvenient for us, yes, but there is no place in your history where mine can fit in. That really did SCK. For information gathering, that is. It also made it less likely that he would ever encounter any of his past friends or associates. On a brighter note, that idea also included enemies. Izuku rubbed his face and groaned. He just wanted to sleep at this point. Take a hot shower, eat dinner, and then sleep. Bullet. The next day, after getting all his previous wishes fulfilled, Izuku was trying to figure out the new aspects of his quirk. Wait, was it a quirk? If we knew if our quirk factor was active, then we would know. Let's not think about it too hard. Midoriya happily agreed to that notion. It was 9 a.m. on a Saturday, so he had the whole weekend to start training his newfound powers. He began to brainstorm ideas for what he could do. How about that old trashed beach? It's rather secluded, so you won't get in trouble for practicing your quirk, and also won't hurt anyone. You could clean it up as well to train your body. Community service is what a real hero would do, right? Ei really was much smarter than he was giving her credit for. Izuku wasn't necessarily a noodle, thanks to his weapons training, but he definitely could get stronger. Determined, he quickly got dressed in workout gear and began to head out. Where are you going, sweetie? Inko asked. Her eyes were lit up with a happiness that wasn't there before he revealed his quirk. Ouch. Oh, I was gonna go to Dagoba Beach and clean it up. He cursed himself internally for phrasing it like a question and making him seem more suspicious. You're so sweet. I've missed when that beach was clean. Good luck, sweetie. Wait, why don't I make you some? breakfast real quick." Midoriya happily agreed, and after scarfing down his mother's delicious cooking, she made eggs, he set his dishes in the sink. He grabbed his water bottle, a towel, and a few granola bars. Inko kissed him goodbye and he was off. Izuku walked to the beach, jogging occasionally. He decided that the trip from home to his beach could be his warm-up. Because of that, however, he took it easy. He stopped to do some dynamic stretching every once in a while, too. Once he had reached the beach and was looking over it from the sidewalk, he started to regret his decision. Only slightly, but still. The pure amount of trash that he would have to clear was ungodly, and he would know, hee. Clear out a decent-sized space, and I'll teach you how to open the plane of euthymia. Midoriya spurred to life, taking the stairs to the sand 2 at a time. Bracing himself into a squat, he began to lift a fridge that blocked his path. And thus started his hours of community service. An area about 7 meters wide and 8 meters long was cleaned after about 4 hours of hard work. Izuku realized that he didn't have anywhere to put the trash, so for the meantime he just pushed it off to the side. Later, he would try to find a trash company willing to let him rent a truck. "All right, I think I'm ready," Izuku announced. "Good work. Now, I want you to meditate. Sit cross-legged, with a straight back posture. Close your eyes. Focus on your breathing. Yes, that's it. Let your thoughts come in and go right out. They are simply trivial. Take in your surroundings, but gently. First feel the soft sand underneath you, smell the trash and salt of the sea, taste the leftover granola in your mouth. Listen to the waves as they come in. Imagine yourself floating away, no longer connected to the material world." Midoriya followed her words exactly, and it was almost freaky how much he genuinely felt like he was floating in empty space. It was a comfortable, familiar feeling. "Perfect. You're doing amazing. Now, remember that eternity we settled on earlier? Imagine that feeling. You are the #1 hero. Everyone feels an incredible sense of safety when you're around. Japan is happy and prospering. You have plenty of power and are almost a world leader at this point. Your influence knows no bounds. You have made your ideals reality. Now open your eyes." Izuku was startled at Ei's voice coming not from inside him, but from in front. He complied easily, and blinked away the resistance in his eyes. The resistance that came from a sudden change in the amount of light intake. Looking down, he saw he was sitting on gray sand, which had been carefully tended to with a pattern from that of a Zen garden. The sky was a storm, clouds rumbling with thunder and threatening to spill their rain. The clouds were a deep gray, but something behind them gave a deep red glow. Torii surrounded the Zen garden pattern, some buried in the sand and others standing proud and tall. Behind him was a black orb that somewhat resembled a sun, which was in a constant state of setting or rising depending on how you looked at it. Despite resembling a sun, it wasn't bright, rather more an absence of light. Red solar waves dispersed from the not-sun. The whole ambience felt intense and ominous. "Apologies for the gloomy atmosphere," Raiden Ei spoke, and Izuku finally took in her appearance. Her short kimono was a cross between being more traditional and feminine and being more militaristic and harsh. She had a long purple braid that matched her purple eyes, which were accentuated with a beauty mark. "It's what I've been used to. Would you like me to change it?" Izuku shook his head and began to stand up. "It doesn't bother me. Kind of feels like home, you know?" Ei smiled softly. "I would imagine that's because I, or rather you, spent most of my life residing here." He let out a soft chuckle at that. When you think about it, both of them were really quite loners. He hadn't had any friends since Kak, Bakugo and Ei spent the majority of her time alone in a separate plane of existence. Midoriya was shocked out of his thoughts when Ei suddenly summoned her spear. It was identical to his, which wasn't that huge of a surprise. It was mostly purple, with some shades so dark they were almost black and others on the other end of the spectrum that were so light they were almost white. A few parts were gold to accentuate the weapon. The blade was slightly curved and got wider as it went on, with a gold electro symbol at the base of it. The end of the whole spear was a gold point that could actually be a good weapon on its own. "Show me what you've learned on your own. Let's see how you stand against the power of the Shogun." Midoriya then proceeded to get his butt thoroughly beaten. Turns out the power of a woman who's multiple centuries old and had fought in multiple wars and against multiple giant beasts was much greater than a self-taught 14-year-old boy. What a shocker. Get up, I ordered after his fifth beatdown, her voice unwaveringly cold. This is no way to fight for your goals. This is the way to fail, however, if that was what you were looking for. I would be better at fighting if you actually taught me, Izuku grumbled. That made her pause, holding her weapon at rest by her waist, the blade pointed downwards. She pursed her lips slightly as Midoriya laid spread eagle on the ground. He examined how the circular Zen pattern was never bothered by the movement of the people around it. It was kinda cool. My apologies, Izuku, I finally said. I've been used to opponents that have had formal training. Let me attempt to teach you properly if you'd allow it. And that was how Midoriya ended up finally learning the basics of fighting with a polearm. He already knew some standard moves, like blocking, jabs, and slashes. However, he learned he needed to learn to be quick, faster than a lightning strike. This was first to avoid being disarmed, and also to keep space between him and his opponent. To achieve the latter point, Midoriya needed to master quick backsteps and avoidance movements. I guided him with delicate hands on getting used to moving the spears swiftly in his grasp. He even learned a cool party trick that involved spinning the pole around his hand and even forearm. Ei even toned down her aggression and held back a bit so that she and Izuku could spar. He never really landed a hit on her, nor did he summon any more electricity like yesterday underneath the bridge. She gave him a few pointers on his attacks, and demonstrated a few of her own. In the end, he was lucky that because she was technically a mental image, Ei couldn't really hurt him, because she landed a few too many possibly lethal hits for him to be comfortable. Izuku suddenly shot up ramrod straight. Wait, how long has it been? Mom's gonna be worried sick. 6 hours, but don't worry, time passes a bit slower here. But you're right, we should most likely wrap this up. You learn fast, Izuku. Be proud of your advancement. Midoriya smiled warmly at her, sweat and grime pasting his hair to his skin. His muscles ached, and his hands were red from gripping the polearm so tightly. He knew he was going to get some calluses there eventually. How do I get out of here? Izuku questioned, wiping some of the sweat off of his hands and onto his pants. Thankfully, the first time entering it was the trickiest and you did it quite easily. All you have to do from now on to enter or exit is surround yourself in the feeling of eternity and then use our polearm and tear open a gate. Midoriya did just that. He breathed slowly with his eyes shut and envisioned his eternity. The roar of crowds as he approached, the feeling of someone he saved gripping onto him as he carried them to safety. The overall security that followed his presence. The serenity Japan got to enjoy thanks to his hard work. Rapidly, he drew his spear and tore through the air in front of him. He was met with some struggle and the weird feeling of ripping open a portal between planes. Izuku opened his eyes and quickly stepped through, not wanting to have to repeat the process. Once he had returned to his normal world, he checked his phone. No calls from his mom. Only 3 hours had passed, thankfully. He would have to be a bit more mindful with time, even if it was only half the normal speed in the plane of euthymia. Midoriya grabbed a bite of granola bar and swigged his water before stretching and starting to clean the trash out some more. From the stairs he took down that morning, there was less garbage to the left, so he decided to work on clearing that first. For the rest of the time while he worked, he had a smile on his face and a content feeling settled within him. The next few weeks of Izuku's life would be on a repeated schedule. Wake up, quick run, get ready, school, clean and or train, and then go home and eat. On weekends it changed slightly from school to clean and clean to train in the plane of euthymia. The second weekend after he started working on the beach, Midoriya found a trash company, Yamada Brothers Garbage Collection, willing to help him. He was able to rent a truck, not that he could drive it. He got the personal number of one of the drivers and that man would come and pick it up when needed. Izuku tried to do the trash slowly so as to not bother the man so much. It actually worked out rather nice, because the truck they gave him was very oversized. The company actually gave him a discount, 1 because they felt bad for how young he was, and 2 because they respected his goals to become a hero and they had wanted to see that beach cleaned for a long time. Izuku sold some of his hero merch and gave them an honorable discharge, even if he wasn't really into them anymore, to keep up with the prices. He got a pretty hefty amount, and let's just say a few zeros and commas were added to his bank account. He still kept most of his All Might gear, as he did base his eternity off of that man. His mom noticed him starting to bulk up, and without prompting she cooked more meals for him. The meals got bigger too, with an obviously researched and perfect amount of each nutrient needed to be healthy. Midoriya appreciated it greatly. His mom's cooking was always the best, and so when she did it for him regularly, immaculate. Well, as regularly as she could while working as a single mom to support herself and her son. While Hisashi did send the occasional child support check, it wasn't exactly something for them to rely on. When Inko wasn't able to cook, Izuku did, and sometimes even cooked dinner and left it in the fridge for her to eat whenever she worked late as a thank you for her hard labor. He still would always prefer his mom's meals, but he wasn't a bad chef himself. About 3 or 4 weeks into his battle training with Ei, he finally unlocked the main aspect of his gnosis. It happened during a spar. He had recently been getting a good handle on the basic moves Ei did in battle, and was currently using them against her. Now that he had a good, solid base to work from, it was a lot easier to learn new techniques from HeroTube, which, by the way, was very contrary to its name and didn't contain solely information about heroes. Apparently, it used to be called YouTube before quirks and heroes came around and the app decided they needed a rebranding. Izuku dashed to the side, away from one of Raiden's ranged electro slashes. In the blink of an eye, however, the woman was nearly on top of him and ready to strike once more. In a panicked state, he literally, he had closed his eyes in the middle of battle like an idiot, swung his polearm through the air and prayed to himself that it worked. It did work, just not in the way he thought it would. When Midoriya cracked open his eyes, he managed to catch a glimpse of a strange, green glow fading from around his face. Ei stood still. In front of him, and actually looked like she had been pushed back a bit. Green, not purple, sparks lingered around her form. What happened? Izuku finally asked, although he had most likely pieced it together already. Raiden smiles, and he catches a bit of hunger in it. You used Electro. Although, it was a bit strange, green instead of purple like usual. I guess the new world and new Archon had that effect. Midoriya matches her grin with his own. Guess that means my training's getting kicked up a notch? Raiden only laughed and answered him with a flurry of electrocharged slashes. Bullet. Despite those positive advancements in his life, not everything was going so smoothly. Izuku had created a hairpin almost exactly the same as Makoto's, with Raiden's guidance. Turns out, the pin was a handmade gift by Ei for Makoto. Midoriya changed the colors a bit to suit his style more, but overall it was pretty much the same pin. He wore it with pride, well, at home that is. Wearing it in public risked Kaken, not Kaken, Izuku, Bakugu, breaking it, and even if the pin didn't hold the same sentimental value anymore, he couldn't bear to see that happen. He did, however, use other flowery hair clips in place of it, just to feel a bit closer to his late sister. Ei approved greatly of it. It did garner him some odd looks, but it's not like that was something he wasn't used to. One day, Izuku was eating his lunch peacefully in the classroom when suddenly a certain group of boys barged in. Oh look! Bakugu called out. The quirkless runt is here. As if he didn't know that already. We both know he's only here to mess with us. Don't let him. Midoriya, following the advice of Ei, said nothing and continued eating his tuna-filled onigiri. He had made it himself, and Raiden always enjoyed the new sensation of eating food prepared by your own hand. She was, after all, a terrible cook in her past life. He's got a gay little flower in his hair. Izuku couldn't help but flinch. He currently had in a fake, blue and almost glowing flower that was oddly similar to one that could be found in the old nation of Mondstadt. Grubby, grabby hands reached for his head, and he easily and instinctively dodged. Apparently, that was the wrong thing to do. Bakugu sneered and lunged for Midoriya. He wanted to sit there and take the beating, like he usually did, but Raiden had other ideas. Taking control of his body, she easily grabbed Bakugu's right arm, spun the boy around and pinned him to the table. all while standing up from the desk, mind you. Bakugo looked over his shoulder with fire in his eyes, trying to get Izuku Ai with an explosion. The fight inside of him quickly died when he saw the glare Midoriya, Raiden, was matching him with. The ends of his hair and his eyes were glowing a toxic green. Sit away from me. Just as quickly as he stood up, Izuku suddenly stumbled away and switched back to his normal, timid, creepy personality. Once he let up, Bakugo immediately swung around and pushed Midoriya to the floor. Izuku curled up into a ball with his hands on his head to try and make the following beating hurt a bit less. That didn't stop the kicks from finding their way to his stomach, though. It never did with Bakugo. It never did with Bakugo. And if he would spit up a bit of that tuna-filled onigiri later, well, that was between him, the trash can, and the janitor. Midoriya wasn't mad at Ei. He understood why she did it. He just wished it could have been done on his terms. That's what she and him were talking about as he limped home. Unsurprisingly, no one during the rest of the school day referred him to the nurse, or even allowed him to go when he asked. Despite him obviously being in pain and the huge bruises littering his body, of course. I messed up, Izuku. I did what I did with Inazuma. I blinded myself with my own wants and I couldn't see what was best for both of us. "It's fine," Izuku mumbled. "You were right. To do it, that is." Silence on both ends created an equally awkward and yet peaceful situation. "Let's make a plan." I'll stand up to Bakugo," Midoriya offered. "I don't want to be walked on any more than you do." Acting out the plan did involve telling his mom a few things. Not that he could hide it anymore, what with her being home early that day and him literally limping into the apartment. He hated making his mom cry, but he couldn't keep it a secret anymore. In all honesty, Izuku probably cried the most out of the two Midoriyas. The reveal ended with Inko and Izuku holding each other on the couch while one of her soap operas played. Neither of them paid attention to it, but Ei definitely wanted to know more about these types of shows. Later, of course. So, Inko said, sniffling. What does this mean?" "I have a plan." While his plot got organized, Midoriya took out his pent-up frustrations on Raiden. Not that she minded. He'd endured 10 years of bullying and harassment. He deserved to have an out for it all. Besides, she enjoyed seeing him improve in battle and grow a spine. Especially now that he's started to match some of her strikes with counters of his own. He's also started to get used to the sheer range of the weapon and his electro abilities. Midoriya began to practice some of his moves outside of the plane. Multiple refrigerators or other large pieces of garbage had been sliced in half whenever he simply felt too tired to lift them. The man driving the truck for him did look a little concerned though at how easily Izuku could carry some of those giant objects. Inko was more busy with work so she could help with Izuku's scheme. So, she didn't notice him training more often or bulking up. The day that it would finally happen, now that everything was prepared, was a tense yet exciting morning for Inko and Izuku. She cooked him a breakfast complete with eggs, rice, and sausage links. He gladly ate it all, knowing he'd need some protein for what was about to go down. On his way out, Inko kissed him on the forehead before sending him off. It didn't take much to aggravate Bakugo and set the ball rolling. He'd been much more aggressive towards Midoriya ever since Raiden took over 2 weeks ago. All Izuku had to do was not cower and flinch whenever Bakugo jokingly lunged at him, and the game started. "Huh? Did ya grow a pair finally? Think you're better than me now?" Izuku kept walking. "Get back here. Freak Dekus, like you don't get to look down on people like me." Line. Fuff Bakugo. And sinker. It took a lot of hard will to not give in to the weeks of muscle memory that screamed at him to dodge. Or to at least block. I mean really, how much more obvious could Bakugo be about his attack? It was so incredibly telegraphed a child could probably figure it out. Not to mention he always lead with that stupid right hook. Despite all this, Izuku let it land on his cheek. If you want to get away with fighting, never throw the first punch. Again, something a child could figure out. Once it did land, however, it was game on. Midoriya easily sidestepped the next explosion-packed punch, the speed of fighting with a spear being shown in his movements. When Bakugo stumbled from his swing not landing like he expected, Izuku was already behind him in a flash. He almost summoned his polearm, but he knew that this whole plot would be ruined if he used his quirk. Instead, he used his leg to sweep Bakugo's feet out from under him. Izuku was on top of him instantly, keeping him pinned in a certain position with enough weight on his pressure points so that Bakugo couldn't effectively fight back. Izuku twisted Bakugo's arm to a painful angle and leaned in close to the boy's ear. "Say uncle. And never, you shitty BT. Get the hell off me." Izuku pulled and turned harder, so much so that he could feel the creak in Bakugo's muscles and bones. "Say, uncle." His eyes glowed that sickly green again, and later Bakugo would swear he saw sparks flying from them. "Go to hell." Bakugo grunted out through clenched teeth. He had to give it to the boy, he was stubbornly strong. "If you insist." Before Bakugo could react and get himself properly out of the hold, Midoriya struck his jaw at the perfect spot to properly rattle his brain. The result? Bakugo Katsuki was knocked out. By the creepy, quirkless, freak. Bullet. Inko Midoriya was a patient, loving woman. She would easily drop anything for her son. Even before he got his quirk, she loved him more than she loved herself. In all honesty, she wasn't sure if she would be this happy with her life if her baby boy wasn't in it. She existed because of him, just as much as he existed because of her. So, that's why she acted surprised when Aldra Middle School called and said her baby boy attacked another student, unprovoked. That's why she gave her son a false, disappointed look whenever she saw him in the principal's office. That's why she hid her pride when she spotted the forming bruise on Katsuki's face while he waited outside the office. Inko may have been a patient, loving woman, but when it comes to bullies, she had no kindness to spare. And as far as she was concerned, this whole school was filled to the brim with bullies. Big, fat bullies who had no mercy for her son. Why should she have mercy for them? "So you're saying my son, Izuku, brutally attacked Bakugo here until the boy cried for mercy?" Inko leaned back in her chair. She was almost surprised at how well Izuku had planned this out. She barely had to change her lines at all. "Yes, ma'am. I know it's hard to believe, these types of kids are usually sweethearts at home, but I assure you Midoriya is a true troublemaker at school. He is constantly interrupting class, instigating fights, etc. etc. May I see some videos?" "And what? Your school has security cameras, correct? I want to see the videos of my son instigating these fights. Unedited, of course." The principal began to sweat, but tried, and failed, to keep cool. "Well, it happens mostly in classrooms. We only keep them in the hallways so we can't show you any." "Apologies, ma'am." "Then, could you show me the video of this most recent fight? The one I was called here for. It happened in the hallway, correct?" Out of the corner of her eye, Inko saw a small grin on Izuku's face. He should be proud of himself. "And no. No? And why not? Do you not want me to see all the dirty malpractice that has been occurring at this school? All the quirk discrimination, negligence, lying, etc. etc." Inko met the man's eyes coldly. Using his words back at him was oh so satisfying. Honestly, this may be grounds for a lawsuit, if I'm not mistaken. It has been a while since I've touched up on my law. It wasn't grounds for a lawsuit at all, actually. Not that the school knew that. Intimidation tactics at their finest. "Why you can't sue us? We'll expel your kid. No other school in the area will take him." "And why is that?" "Because he's quirkless. That's why. He's a useless, underdeveloped brat who, quite frankly, doesn't deserve the nice treatment we've been giving him. Honestly, we'd be better off if we did kick him out." "You were recording all that, right, honey?" "Sure did." Izuku grinned as he pulled out his phone and set it on the table. Still not stopping the recording just in case. "You can't record this. That's illegal. I do believe this is public property. Therefore it is within our rights to record others here. What isn't legal is the quirk discrimination you just admitted to, as well as the other instances of discrimination and child neglect caught on your very own security cameras." Inko stated all of this very calmly, yet the aura around her grew almost murderous. "If you don't want me to report this to the police, you will leave me and my son alone. Oh, and I'm pulling him out of this. Surely you don't think there's not a single school we can go to other than you who would accept him. In the end, the Midoriyas left that building with a victory underneath their belts. The rest of their day consisted of updating his quirk file, reporting Aldra Middle School to the police, and getting ice cream. The following day consisted of Izuku searching for suitable online schools while Inko looked for in-person ones. Neither of them preferred one over the other, but it was good to consider both options. Now that he wasn't legally quirkless anymore, the selection was also much wider than it could have been. It was sickening how many schools would outright refuse Izuku if he hadn't developed his quirk. Midoriya used his newfound freedom from lack of school to, you guessed it, train. He had recently decided to work on endurance, which meant going on long runs, holding trash for long PRDS of time, and fighting Raiden without breaks for what felt like hours on end. He also found and signed up for a nearby dojo that could help him with battle practice. Only fighting one person repeatedly brings bad habits. So, with a change of gym clothes in the bag slung over his shoulder, Izuku approached Striking Snake Dojo. When he entered the building, he was met with a very tired receptionist. The smell of sweat and, unfortunately, BO infiltrated his nose. Geez, he knows that since he used to be a girl he was a bit more sensitive to this stuff, but do boys really have to be that smelly? He would rather deal with overwhelming cologne than this. Name? The receptionist, whose name card read Matsuri, asked lazily. Midoriya Izuku. I signed up for this place a bit ago. Matsuri's fingers moved sluggishly to look him up in the system. Yeah, you're good to go. First week here is free, the next one is half off, the rest full price. We'll email you about competitions as we receive information. What else? Oh yeah, we're not responsible for any injuries you may sustain while under our care, blah blah blah. Go into the first door past me on the left, Kokoro-sensei will meet you and the rest of her students shortly. Izuku had a feeling she'd had to repeat that speech an endless amount of times, based on her attitude. Even using her minimal directions, he found the training room with ease. It was in a traditional Japanese-style tatami, with tatami mats and a shoji door. Familiar, like home. Interesting how similar the two countries are. Behind the shoji door sat about 6 other kids. A few had obvious mutations, like one blonde boy with a thick tail sprouting from his lower back. He looked to be about the same age as Izuku. There was also a girl. Wait, was he a boy? Either way, they had a pair of insect-like wings on their shoulders. The wings didn't look like they could let them fly at all, much too weak to support the weight of a human body. They looked like they were about 10, which surprised Midoriya. The other 4 were varying in age as well, but definitely putting the insect person at the youngest. The one who seemed the oldest, at about 17, was a girl with pink hair and a shy smile. Hey. No, it wasn't her. Not everyone who had pink hair was his beloved fox envoy who doubled as a shrine maiden. Besides, this girl looked very meek. Ye was much more confident and even a bit flirtatious. This girl looked like she would malfunction if you called her pretty. You're right. Apologies for getting ahead of myself. Midoriya brushed it off quickly. He had actually the same reaction. He wasn't sure if it was because of his love for Ye, or his desperation to find something or someone from his past life, though. Whatever it was, he did miss his lover as much as Ei did. Well, he supposed since they were the same person that it would always be like that. Izuku sat down on the tatami, next to the blonde boy with a tail. He was still vividly aware of the presence of Naye behind him. That all was pushed aside when a woman with a snake head suddenly slammed open the shoji. He was instantly transfixed by her obvious mutation quirk, and itched to ask her questions. Later, Izuku. First impressions matter, and yours can't always be the quirk fanatic. My name is Kokoro-sensei. I am the leader and founder of Striking Snake Dojo. Kokoro-sensei spoke with authority. In this dojo, we teach jujitsu and bojutsu. Now, have any of you learned an alternative martial art? Izuku and 2 others raised their hands, again including the blonde tail boy. You, the one in the back with black hair. Name and martial art. My name is Hinode Riko and I did Muay Thai. Kokoro-sensei quickly scribbled that down on the clipboard she was holding. Green one. You next. Name and martial art. Midoriya Izuku. I do modified sojutsu. Midoriya almost missed the impressed look that flashed across Kokoro-sensei's face as she wrote that down too. Don't see that often. Blonde one, go. Ojiro Mashireo, sensei. I've done karate, Muay Thai, and Taekwondo. Alright, the rest of you, give me your name. Izuku tuned out the next two introductions, listening again once the insect person and not ye were up. I'm Ase Doi. Use they them pronouns or I'll F you up. Language, but noted. So Midoriya was right. He was shocked though, that the youngest person here was the feistiest. And my name is Amajiki Sakura. Please take care of me. With that, Kokoro-sensei let her clipboard clatter to the ground. Alright, here are the basic rules of this dojo, newbies. Rule 1, respect. Me, any other teachers you may have in here, each other, and most of all, yourselves. Rule 2, don't be stupid. Don't hurt yourself or anyone else too badly, and don't use what you learn here for petty fights. Rule 3, don't be weak but beaches. We strike like snakes here. Not like some demon weasels. Midoriya didn't think she should be scolding Ase on their language with that last rule. He didn't care at all, growing up with. Bakugo definitely had some effects. That train of thought was cut off swiftly as Kokoro-sensei immediately jumped into the lesson. Bullet. Izuku went home sore, covered in bruises, and satisfied. He learned some things in Bojutsu that he could apply to his spear tactics. It was surprisingly similar, the only huge difference is the lack of blade and results of that. The Jujitsu was a different story, but it was helpful to know what to do if he ever got disarmed. Wait, could he ever get disarmed? His quirk created that spear, after all. He could make it appear and disappear at will, so he could make it come back to him whenever he needed. Plus, once he learned how to summon the Muzu Ishin, he would always have another weapon. Well, fighting with fists rather than blades was always a bit safer for his opponent. And for Izuku himself, if he was a rookie. He supposed that as a hero he would need to find less brutal ways of takedown than a polearm. Midoriya perked up at the telltale sound of his mom entering the apartment. The jingle of her keys and keychains, her voice calling out that she was home, and a large sigh. He smiled at the homely feeling that washed over him. He was truly so grateful for all she did for him. That's why he dragged himself out of his bed and to the entryway to greet his mom. Hi, Mom. Izuku greeted, pulling her into a hug. Inko returned the embrace as well as she could with the groceries in her arms. Help me with these, please? He gladly agreed and took some of the bags out of her hands. Izuku was surprised at how light they were. He remembered it always being a struggle. Or maybe he was getting stronger? While the Midoriyas put away groceries, Izuku started the conversation on schooling. I found a pretty nice online school. It lets you pretty much do everything at your own pace, and you don't have to attend any classes. I could focus on cleaning Dagoba more and sneak in some hours at the dojo. Izuku hadn't told her about the training happening in the plane of euthymia yet. He didn't like having a new secret to keep from her after bearing most of them, but that was just part of life. He just couldn't think of a way to set it up to look like his quirk, or at least the Raiden part. The plane could be explained as where the spear and gnosis are held, and that's exactly what he told her. But why should he bring up exercise if that was just going to make her question why he was doing it there instead of the dojo? Oh yeah, how was it today? And that sounds good to me, baby. Just remember to not overwork yourself and do what's best for you. Of course, and it was fun. Kokoro-sensei is really intense, but she's a good teacher. Plus there's kids there I think are about my age. How nice. Invite them over sometime, I can make us dinner. Mom, I'm not even friends with any of them, Izuku laughed. Yet. Laughter rang throughout his head. Looks like she wants to make these people food. Why not let her? Friends other. Then yourself could be good for you. Geez, now he has two moms. One living in his head that doubled as him and one living in his house. I guess I can try to make friends. Inko promptly squealed and squeezed her son. And if any of them are mean to you, tell me, okay? I'll do more than just knock them out. Her aura became scarily homicidal, a feeling that can only be generated by a protective mom. Izuku just laughed and pushed her to finish putting away the groceries. Bullet. Later that week, Izuku got officially accepted into the online school he had looked into. The entrance exam was more like a placement test, and if you placed too low then you were denied. After the exam, it would recommend you courses based on what you needed to learn and the interests you filled in at the beginning of the test. Izuku signed up for the 4 core classes: math, Japanese language arts, history, and science, at the level he tested into, as well as English, robotics, and debate. He chose English because he knew many heroes needed to know it as a proper skill. Robotics because it taught a lot about circuits and electricity, which was good to know for quirk applications. Plus it just seemed genuinely fun and interesting. Finally, he decided debate so that he could get used to speaking with conviction and public speaking in general. Speaking of learning, haha speech puns, Midoriya's time at the dojo was going pretty solidly. It still smelled like BO, but he was going nose-blind, as those commercials call it. He already attended 2 other sessions there, aiming for 3 sessions a week, and according to EI he had improved greatly. He even almost beat her. Unfortunately, that meant she held back less and he was 1 step forward, 2 steps back. Izuku was currently partnered up with Kokoro-sensei during one of the dojo's frequent sparring sessions, showing her his skill with the spear. She complimented said spear, saying it was of the highest quality she had seen in a while. He couldn't use his electro abilities in the dojo. That was quite disappointing, because he had finally mastered making it look like he was ripping open a portal in space like EI does. Kokoro-sensei had pulled out 2 of her old spears, one that was eerily similar to those that the Tenryu commissioners would wield. They were very blunted, the tips of them not even blades. More like markers on where the tip would be. While everyone else practiced bojutsu, she and Izuku did sojutsu. She didn't allow his modified version, instead opting to teach him the normal rules, which all essentially boiled down to no dirty tricks or cheap shots. EI's style, or should he say his original style, was pretty similar to the official version. Midoriya just knew that in heroics not everything was clean-cut, so he did whatever he could to win. Not that you ever do. Izuku promptly ignored that. He and Kokoro-sensei stood apart from each other, then bowed to signify the start of the match. Midoriya immediately raised his weapon. He positioned his arm holding it in front of him, with his palm facing downwards. The rest of his arm was twisted around it in a way that allowed his forearm to support the staff from the side. Like he predicted, Kokoro-sensei moved to disarm him while he was in such a precarious position. He swiftly moved his other arm to the along with his first, while stepping back and to the side. This move effectively put him in reach of one of Kokoro-sensei's openings, which he greedily took advantage of. Izuku slashed at her open sides, obviously not breaking the skin. However, he did so with enough force to definitely leave a bruise later. Cut! Kokoro-sensei called. That was one of the rules established. If an injury given would be lethal or at least detrimental normally, then she would call it. After that, the current match ends and they restart. Ever the gentleman, Izuku reached down a hand to help Kokoro-sensei up. She accepted it gratefully, chuckling all the way. Thought you'd go easy on an old, out-of-practice woman like me. And I thought you didn't want us to be punk but beaches? Isn't holding back part of that? Kokoro-sensei only barked out a laugh and resumed the starting stance. Midoriya joined her, and their bouts began once more. After about 3 or 4 more, of which Kokoro-sensei won 2, Midoriya decided to call it quits. He wanted to practice his hand-to-hand combat some more, and all the eyes that had lingered on him from his constant wins against Kokoro-sensei made him uncomfortable. As the future leader of this nation, and the past leader of another, you should get used to impressed gazes. Wow, Raiden was getting sassy lately. Well, not really. Just less formal. All the modernness must have finally rubbed off on her. I am willing to show you real sass if you so wish. Feisty. She was a shut in her whole life too, and yet here was the beast of someone with confidence. Maybe finally, growing a pair, in Bakugo language, had an effect on her too? Izuku grabbed his water and took a long swig, before wiping the thin sheen of sweat off of his face and neck. Midoriya-kun. Over here. A soft voice called. said Midoriya-kun looked over his shoulder to see Amajiki was the source of the voice. Next to her stood Ase and Ojiro. He smiled a blinding, toothy smile to them and walked over. What's up? My partner got stolen by Kokoro-sensei for one-on-one, Ojiro confessed, rubbing the back of his neck. You didn't have a partner either, so we figured. For makes it even? Izuku caught on quickly and nodded. I'll join. What are you guys doing over here, anyways? Beating each other up with no rules, other than no quirks, and hoping for the beat, Ase cut in, not letting Ojiro explain. Izuku instantly perked up, with the topic of quirks on the table. Oh yeah, what are your quirks? Mine's called tail, pretty self-explanatory. I can control this tail like a limb, Ojiro said. That's so cool. Bet it's useful in hand-to-hand. Yeah, it is. Getting hit with a tail after dodging 4 other limbs really throws people off. Amajiki fiddled with her hair, and in doing so revealed her very pointy ears. How interesting. And my quirk is called food dye. I can change the color of my hair to the color of what I ate last. Wow, that'd be perfect for infiltration and disguises. You must eat a lot of pink food. At Amajiki's surprised look, Midoriya quickly backtracked and explained himself. Sorry, I'm kind of a hero and quirk nerd. I really like to think of creative ways to use queer dash. Thank you. Amajiki bowed and interrupted Izuku. I'm always compared to my twin brother, cause he has a more powerful quirk. No one's ever said that to me, so. Thank you. Before Midoriya could splutter and embarrass himself more, Ase began to explain their quirk. It's called insect. Gives me these sick butt wings, and also makes me super lightweight so I can actually fly. Oh, I was wondering if those actually worked, they looked so flimsy. Anyways, I guess it's my turn. My quirk is called limited summon. I can summon and unsummon a spear and gnosis at will. The gnosis gives me electricity powers. Silence. Midoriya stared at the group of his friends. Were they friends now, just as confused as they were? Oh no, what had he said wrong? Did they hate his quirk? Alright, I'll bite. Ase finally broke the awkward silence. What the hell is a gnosis, and why the hell is your quirk so badass? Unfair men. Oh, sorry, it's a chess piece kinda thing. Izuku summoned it while he spoke, holding it delicately between his pointer and his thumb. Forgot other people don't know about this. I just kinda knew that it was called a gnosis? Is that weird? Kinda, Ojiro admitted. But like Ase said, really badass. Amajiki didn't add any input, too transfixed by the purple and slightly green glow of his gnosis. Wait, slightly green dash? Sure enough, upon further inspection, there was a small swirl of green floating around in the mass of purple. I thought you had noticed. You are the new Archon, you influence your gnosis. Engulfing lightning has started to change too. Streaks of green have appeared. The first time you used Electro it was purple, after all. Why do you think it's green now? That's all you, Izuku. While it could also be the influence of the new world, new worlds call for new leaders and overall change. Midoriya was stunned. He had done this? He was really becoming an Archon? Being an Archon was more than just a gnosis, it was about standing strong enough for your beliefs that it connects you to Celestia. Stronger than vision holders. Well, if his beliefs were strong, didn't that mean he was going to be strong too? The strongest hero and Archon ever. Izuku chuckled to himself at the thought, before he got dragged off to fight Ase. Apparently, they insisted that if they beat someone with a badass quirk and who was totally a badass themselves, that made them the top dog badass. He liked having friends. So do I. Months passed, and the 4 friends grew closer and stronger. Inko even got to cook them dinner, like she always dreamed of. Although, because of that, everyone insisted on coming over to Izuku's house to eat his mom's cooking one more time. Currently, they were all gathered at Dagoba Beach. Ojiro and Midoriya, being hero hopefuls, were actually cleaning the trash. Ase would fly themselves up whenever Midoriya picked a particularly sturdy and big piece of trash. They would land on it, and then jeer at Izuku whenever he struggled. They didn't ever actually add a troubling amount of weight onto Midoriya's garbage, but he let them think they did. From the side, sitting on a towel in the cleared sections of the beach and sunbathing, Amajiki cheered Ojiro and Midoriya on. For more months, boys. Ase called down from their spot on the truck Izuku was dragging. You scrap dogs couldn't make it even if you still had a year. Thank you, Ase. Ojiro said in response. Izuku joined in. We love you too, Ase. Gah. You're supposed to think I hate you, so when I finally open up it's all the more heartbreaking. Trust me, Ase, that will never work. I know from experience. Midoriya just laughed at the ridiculousness of the people he decided to surround himself with. He checked over on Amajiki, making sure she wasn't panicking. For being a second year in high school, and even looking and acting like she was older, she was very meek. Right now, her hair was a pinkish red, with streaks of black here and there. Needless to say, she was snacking on watermelon at the moment. Speaking of people who weren't actually as old as they looked, Ase was a second year in middle school. Izuku was embarrassed for thinking they were 10, but apparently they got it a lot. Though, they did beat the shit out of Midoriya whenever that confusion was brought to light. Izuku was brought out of his thoughts by Ase jumping onto his back and screaming in his ear. He quickly got back to work on pulling the truck, and Ase got a little shock from his electricity for their troubles. Bullet. On the days in which his friends didn't accompany him to the beach, which were quite often, Izuku would spar with Ei. The green and purple stars that appeared as they fought were always a sight to see. Recently, Ei had figured out about interval training. Well, that's what she called it. It wasn't actual interval training. At least, that's what Midoriya thought. Essentially, Ei would fight him at her lowest speed she can comfortably do. Once he got a hit in on her, she would speed up a bit. This went on and on until she either got to her top speed or Midoriya went 30 minutes without getting a hit in. Or he yielded. After that point, the cycle would repeat, but backwards. She would slow down every time he beat her. After she reached her lowest speed once again, he could stop. It was awful for him, slightly fun for the ever-sadistic Ei, and good for his skills. The problem with that was, Ei's top speed felt faster than light. He didn't always get that high, but when he did it was horrible. The sessions ended up taking usually around 2 hours or so. Euthymia, that is. Midoriya, however, couldn't deny that it was amazingly effective at improving his, well, everything. Mainly speed, of course, but also his reflexes, strength, and just overall proficiency in the way of the spear. Before, Kokoro-sensei stood a chance against him. Now, he had to take 3 teachers at once to even get a fight that would last. Granted, none of them were exactly as in practice as he was. Most of them just picked it up a while ago because it seemed fun, then ditched it once they found the style that worked for them. Not many were used to the quick footwork he used, or the pure range of their weapon. Izuku was. He knew his way around a polearm like the back of his hand at this point. Inko pointed out that his hands were calloused. It happened while she and him were cooking together, and upon handing him a knife she noticed the rough texture of his previous smooth hands. Not only did he lose his baby hands, he also lost his baby face and body. He had become decently chiseled, for only 6 months of work. Well, when you counted the months it did sound like a lot. It still felt like just yesterday he was a noodle-armed boy who couldn't lift a toaster over his head. His new online school was going well too. He was passing everything, and like he planned, debate class was giving him the ability to speak with conviction. It was interesting how they debated while online. Everyone involved essentially video called each other, and each person, when it was their turn to debate, would unmute and go wild. Midoriya had even won a few, too. His journey to not stutter, nor be a beach anymore, was also aided by Ase. Their constant vulgar and mean yet not bully mean language rubbed off on him. Sometimes, he and them would get into impromptu insult competitions that always brought up the attractiveness of Izuku's mom and the height of Ase. With the rate he was going in his classes, he was set to graduate middle school early. Only by 1 month, but that 1 month of free time was going to be very influential in his workout. Inko did make sure he didn't overwork himself though. He had mandatory rest days, and Ei supported the idea even if she wasn't used to them as an almost immortal being. Bullet. 2 months later, Midoriya had officially finished school. It took some hassling with his debate teacher because technically he still had a few more sessions to attend, but he argued with his teacher enough to get it situated. He ended up performing a debate between him and his teacher, and the whole class got to vote on whether or not he could take the final exam early. Luckily, his classmates were impressed and he won the debate. His win even garnered him an extra 5 free points on the exam. His teacher was all about taking action and not caring about what others think or say, so he was impressed with Izuku as well. The final exams were stressful, but satisfying. He passed most with flying colors, only having struggled in English. He got a B- in there, which technically was a good grade, but compared to the As and A+S in the other classes, it wasn't the best. Midoriya was currently going shopping. He had some money saved up from birthday cash, allowance, and selling of his hero merch. He always felt guilty spending it, so today was the day he did it with no care. Plus, his grandparents and father still thought he was quirkless and pitied him. Together, they usually gave him about 50,000 yen, about $370, each birthday and Christmas. Plus other money randomly about the year when they felt especially sorry for him. Izuku knew it was wrong to take advantage of it, but they were being kinda quirkist for pitying a quirkless kid like he couldn't do anything. If anything, it was compensation money for their bigoted ways. Anyways, Izuku was shopping at the mall. He was getting more hero merch. Yeah, he knows, of heroes he didn't usually get merch of. He was also clothes shopping, and wasn't even denying himself the girlish clothes that he usually avoided like the devil. Now that he didn't have Bakugo to worry about, he could dress and act however he wanted. He loved having a masculine, powerful body underneath a blouse and flowy skirt. Whether it had to do with the question of his gender that he also avoided, or the fact that Raiden was a huge influence on me, was a mystery. Midoriya was currently checking out a top that an employee had recommended to him. That was until he heard a familiar gruff voice and small popping explosions. He froze up and then scolded himself internally. Months of learning to be a badass, and even standing up to Bakugo before, and he still froze up. Tai helped him calm down, but he was still visibly scared as he hid behind a clothes rack. It didn't help that he was wearing Makoto's hairpin, and he couldn't bear to see it broken. He almost jumped out of his skin when a hand was placed onto his shoulder. Izuku quickly spun around and held the offending arm in a restraining hold, before seeing who it belonged to. It was a girl with pink skin and hair, as well as yellow horns and cool eyes. The scara was a deep black, and her irises were a bright yellow. "I'm so sorry. You just surprised me, and I take self-defense classes and dash." "You're good. I'm actually sorry too, I shouldn't have snuck up on you. You just seemed a bit scared, and I wanted to make sure you were okay, girly." Izuku started fiddling with his thumbs and laughing nervously. "Hee, I'm actually a boy." The strange, pink girl looked him up and down before yelping and turning a lilac color. "Oh my god, I'm sorry. I'm never one to misgender, I promise. I thought you looked a little masculine, but I just figured you were trans or something." "Wait, you're cis, right?" "Not that it matters, but, whatever. I'm Ishido Mina." Ishido held out a hand, and Izuku shook it. "Midoriya Izuku, and yes, I'm cisgender. I just like girly clothes and dash." Izuku cut himself off because something about the girl stunned him. He actually genuinely looked in her eyes, and they looked familiar. They looked like his lover, the flirtatious, mysterious, and outgoing lover. "Hold her, never let go, I missed you, yay, please, please." "Doriya? Hey Midoriya, you good there? You're spacing out." "I know, repeat after me. 3, 2, 1, 1, 2, 3, breathe in and breathe out." "Ishido, please give me your phone number." Izuku moved his phone into her hands as she jumped in surprise. "I mean, you just seem cool and I want to be friends." "Wow, pretty forward, and Midoriya? Alright, I'll do it." The next few weeks, Midoriya felt like a giddy little schoolgirl. All he would do is work out and then text or call Ishido. Sometimes Ase, Amajiki, and Ojiro would be involved in his schedule, but most of the time his thoughts were filled with Ishido, yay. During their calls, he always subtly tried to make her remember her past life. It worked, but just not in the way he wanted. In small increments that Ishido mostly convinced herself were sorts of déjà vu. Well, when you thought about it, they kinda were. She always did feel a bit weird whenever Izuku brought up his gnosis. When she saw engulfing lightning and his gnosis for the first time, she froze for a bit before laughing and noting how she felt like she had seen those before. UA entrance exam is in a week. I can't believe it, Ishido said as she and Izuku video called. I hope we both get in. I'm sure you will, Mido. I've seen those videos of you fighting. You could take me down in seconds flat. Midoriya chuckled nervously and rubbed the back of his neck. I wouldn't say that. Accept the compliment, demand it. You're too humble for your own good. And you're too flirty. That poor McDonald's worker. Ishido cackled at the memory. The other day, she and her girlfriends, girls that were friends, thankfully, went to McDonald's for lunch. The register worker, when handing them the ranch they asked for, accidentally squeezed it all over Ishido's top. The boy furiously apologized and grabbed a bunch of napkins, but Ishido simply wiped up a bit in a slow, teasing manner with her fingers and liked them. She then said that it was okay, and she was used to white cream on her. The worker promptly died, not literally, and had to be dragged to the back while the group of teenage girls howled with laughter. A masculine voice called out in the background of Ishido's phone. Sorry, Dad says to get off my phone. Talk to you later, Mido? Talk to you later. Bullet. Izuku stood starry-eyed in front of the gates of UA. His dream since he was a kid was coming true, today. Well, partly. He still had to pass the exam. We will pass. Whatever this school has can best a goddess. A murderous aura coming from his left made Midoriya turn his head. And once again, once more than he should, he saw Bakugo. He didn't think leaving Aldra meant he wasn't ever gonna see Bakugo again, but he couldn't deny that he wanted that. He just hoped he wouldn't be in the same class as Bakugo if they both got into UA. When Bakugo spotted Midoriya, the two locked into a glare competition. Izuku took on the hard stare Ei taught him, the one she used for threats of eternity. Since he wanted to make Japan safe and happy, he thought a bully and borderline villain was a good enough excuse for a threat of eternity. The battle, which Izuku very much won, was interrupted by Ishido stepping in Izuku's line of sight. His hard stare easily softened and he smiled at his friend, lover. Mido! That was a really scary face. Who was that dude? Midoriya's smile shrunk but didn't disappear as he watched Bakugo saunter off. Just some mean guy from my old school. Ishido did her own version of a glare, which was surprisingly intimidating. Meanies shouldn't be at a hero school. I want to live in a world where I can do what I want without having to worry about what people tell me. You and me both, Ishido. You and me both. Bullet. Midoriya sat in the auditorium after the written exam, waiting to hear the instructions for the practical. The written test was challenging, but he always loved a good challenge. Anything that tried to shake his will was welcome to try, and he liked to watch whatever it was that attempted fail. He was just glad he studied over the break, and that he took English. He definitely didn't completely ace that section, but he also definitely did better than he would have without the help of that class. To his right was a girl with a brown bob and round, pink cheeks. To his left was some boring-looking boy who seemed to be able to make his fingernails grow if the fact that his fingernails were currently about 4 inches long was to be believed. The girl with brown hair looked like she was ready to spew her breakfast due to nerves. Izuku rubbed her arm softly. Breathe deeply. You'll do fine. The girl looked up and over at him, surprised. Ah, thank you. I'm Uraraka Ochako, nice to meet you. Midoriya Izuku, likewise. What a cute girl. And he wasn't even stuttering. He could genuinely talk to girls. Well, that shouldn't be much of a surprise because of Ishido and Amajiki. But they didn't count. He knew Ishido beforehand, and Amajiki was just as nervous as he was. Yo yo yo! Shouted Present Mike from the stage in the center of the auditorium. If you're ready to take this test, give me a YH. Silence. Ouch. Tough crowd. I'm Present Mike, and I'll be telling you the rules of this sitch, ya dig? Oh my EI, it was Present Mike, he was so cool. Izuku wondered if that speaker around his neck was purely directional or if it also boosted his voice and if he could aim his voice without it. And what about any weapons hidden on his body? Did he have any? Did he know hand-to-hand, what with being so ranged? How good would he be at handling Izuku's spear? You're muttering, Izuku. Calm yourself, stay composed. Midoriya slapped a hand over his mouth as Present Mike continued with instructions. There's 3 types of robots you'll have to take down, each worth a set amount of points. 1, 2, and 3 points, with the toughness being increased along with the rewards. Sir, the pamphlet provided mentions 4 robots, yet you only talked about 3. If this is a mistake or oversight on UA's behalf, then I am very disappointed. Such a prestigious school surely should be better at this. A robot-looking boy from across the auditorium shouted, completely cutting off Present Mike. And you over there, with the green hair. Quit muttering, it's distracting and disrespectful. Poor Present Mike looked like he wanted to cry as Izuku replied with snark. If my muttering from all the way over here distracts you, then you're not gonna last a second on the battlefield. I'm very disappointed. Okay, thank you for the input, Examiner 7613, but I was getting there. The 4th robot isn't worth any points. It's more of a roadblock than anything, so I recommend just avoiding it. There's 1 in each Mach City. Now, are there any questions? When no one raised their hand, he continued. All right, good luck everyone, and remember to go beyond. Everyone joined in to finish the school motto, plus ultra. Bullet. Izuku stood in front of the gates to the Mach City, meditating. The same style of meditation that he used to first gain access to the plane of euthymia. His eternity was closer. He couldn't see the finish line quite yet, but he knew he was further from the start than he was the end. Apparently, he had started to glow in his total concentration. Which, by the way, was rudely interrupted by the robot boy from before. Excuse me. Your glowing is distracting the others. If you're trying to throw everyone else off, then you should be ashamed of yourself. Midoriya simply cracked his eye open and gave a hard stare to his opponent for the 2nd time that day. With no words, he managed to get the robot boy to back off. Go! Shouted Present Mike from his spot on the tower. Izuku immediately rushed into the city, using his lightning to push him further like, well, a lightning strike. Go, go, go! There's no countdowns in real life. Examinee 5561's got the idea. While everyone else started to scramble into the city, Izuku had already landed on a bot and was scrambling its circuits with a quick charge of Electro. He launched himself off of it and summoned engulfing lightning. It radiated a sickly purple and green, and a quick check of his reflection showed that his eyes and tips of his hair were doing the same. He could only imagine how intimidating he looked while he walked calmly as robots swarmed him. Rapid cuts from his spear beheaded some, completely obliterated others, and overall just caused destruction in his wake. He stayed composed throughout all of it, looking like a stern leader. Midoriya even managed to save a few people around him. When he spotted someone struggling to defeat a robot, he sent a ranged shot of Electro over to them and beat the machine for them. Izuku racked up more points than he could count. He was having fun with it, his footwork and spear movements beginning to resemble a dance. Left foot steady, spin on it, shoot out his right arm to wreck the robot trying to threaten him. To show off, he even did a few flips in the air as he moved from enemy to enemy. The show of green sparks and stars helped to create a picture of perfect, calculated destruction. Then came the zero-pointer. Looking up from his crouched spot on the ground, he had just landed from avoiding an attack. He met eyes with the skyscraper-like robot. A challenge. And Izuku always loved a challenge. As everyone else rushed past him and away from the robot, he calmly started his walk towards it. Flickers of electricity bounced around his skin and weapon. Help. I'm stuck. Help. Midoriya spotted Uraraka from before, trapped underneath a piece of rubble. And she was right in the warpath of the giant machine. His slow walk sped up into a jog, then a sprint. A small grin formed on his face, and hunger appeared in his eyes. Izuku continued until he was an appropriate distance from the robot, and with a loud crack of lightning he jumped high into the sky. The robot looked up to him as he soared over its head. As he fell back to Earth, he used engulfing lightning and maybe too much electro to destroy the zero-pointer. Izuku slowed his descent by jumping from piece of debris to debris. He was a green blur, and yet still tranquil throughout all this. When he finally landed, he simply returned his spear to storage and brushed off his clothes. Midoriya approached Uraraka, who was gazing up at him with admiration. He smiled at her and lifted up the rubble with one hand and helped her out with the other. "You okay?" Izuku asked, looking her over for injuries. "Oh yeah. My ankle hurts." He knelt down to inspect it, and winced when he noticed the obvious sprain. "Don't worry, it's an easy dash. Thank you for participating. Please exit the testing area calmly and safely. Expect your results to be sent in the mail to you within a week." Several groans sounded out through the air as people filed out of the mock city. Izuku wrapped Uraraka's arm around his shoulder and his around hers, helping her walk towards the exit. He lit up when he saw Recovery Girl making rounds and checking students for injuries. "Recovery Girl! Over here!" Izuku called out. She began to walk towards the two teenagers, inspecting them. "What seems to be the problem, dearie?" "She sprained her ankle. The skin is red and bruised but not broken." Recovery Girl took Uraraka from his hold and eased her to the ground. Quick kiss, and her ankle was already healing. Once it was finished, Uraraka looked significantly happier, but also significantly more tired. "You okay, dearie? Any wounds?" Recovery Girl had turned to Izuku. "No ma'am, I am all set." "Okay, well, take it easy, young man. I hope I won't see you too often if you get in." Izuku laughed and continued out of the mock city. There was no if. When you get in. You were a perfect example of what a hero should be, and if they can't see that, then we have no business here anyways. He simply smiled and went home to relax with his mom. And maybe a few friends. Izuku, Ishido, and Ojiro were all on video call together, waiting with bated breath to open up their letters. A week had passed. UA, as promised, sent their results in the mail. On 3. Ishido suggested, ever wise and perfect and beautiful, and on 3, Ojiro confirmed. 1, 2, 3. They all shouted and ripped open their letters. Izuku sat in awe as a disc landed on his desk. Hologram of All Might flickered to life. "Young Midoriya, you're probably wondering why I am delivering you this news, and that is because I am going to join the UA staff in this upcoming year. You did well on the written exam and scored a 91%, placing you 7th overall. In the practical, you scored a total of 48 villain points, which by itself is barely enough to score you a spot in the hero course. Congratulations. That's not all, though, because we wouldn't be a respectable hero school if we didn't recognize your heroic actions. You earned 50 rescue points, putting you in first place among all examinees with a total of 98 points. Read the letter enclosed in the envelope to see details about your class assignment, hero costume design, uniform, school events, and more. Most importantly, welcome to your hero academia." Almost all at once, the three friends all shouted their excitement over getting accepted into the school. They congratulated each other, and Ishido even started tearing up. "What class did you get?" asked Midoriya, while looking over his own letter. "Let's see. I got class 1A. A beat of silence before Ishido yelped. "Me too. This is gonna be totally awesome." "Me 3, and yeah, it's gonna be really awesome." Midoriya giggled at the attempt of being cool done by Ojiro. He loved him, platonically, but boy could he be awkward sometimes. All of that melted away when he stepped into the fighting ring, of course. Then he was a cold-blooded, killing machine. It was almost scary how fast the switch was. Ishido sparked up a conversation about UA, which usually entailed that she would do most of the talking and everyone else would just sit and nod. Izuku's mind wandered to how happy he was to have someone from his past life, let alone his partner. He just hoped that someday soon he would get the courage to ask her out or even reveal the fact that she and him were lovers in a past life. That was oddly cliché and yet romantic. Wondered if he could ever get her to remember her time in Teyvat. Your memories were triggered by the gnosis. Ei had a vision. If there was any way for us to get it, she would most likely remember us. And the rest of Teyvat. I wouldn't be surprised if there was another way though. There was always another way, even if it was hard to access. Maybe if he brought her into the plane of euthymia, wait, was that even possible yet? Her memories would get kick-started. Or she would just think he had a sick place to go whenever he wanted. Izuku would get her to remember, eventually. Where there's a will, there's a way, and he had a very strong will. Bullet. The dojo squad, creatively named by Ase, which consisted of Izuku, Ase, Amajiki, and Ojiro, all sat at Dagoba Beach. They had finally cleaned it all. Midoriya's plan was to finish halfway through first year of, hopefully, now definitely, UA, but with Ojiro helping out it sped up. His free time was exponentially larger now, what with his main source of training gone. Though, once school started back up, some of that would disappear. Midoriya did 3 1.5-hour sessions a week, usually on Mondays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. Ojiro did the same, matching with Izuku once he figured out how similar their goals were. Amajiki only showed on Wednesdays, because she wasn't there to train, rather to learn self-defense as a blossoming girl in this modern world. Ase went Wednesdays and Fridays, but could only stay for an hour because their parents were both sexist and transphobic and decided that their little girl shouldn't be growing muscles and should stay small and pretty. Needless to say, Ase then did everything they could to build as much muscle as they could. Not that they could, what with their quirk making their body eternally tiny. All of that unnecessary information aside, the dojo squad enjoyed the sight of the clean beach. A slight stench of trash still lingered, but the smell of salty sea mist mostly overpowered it. Each of them had a towel laid on the ground. Amajiki and Midoriya brought umbrellas, both forced by their moms. Izuku didn't really burn, rather he tanned, but he didn't know if the same was true for his friends, so Inko made him provide. Amajiki spoke up as everyone was relaxing. When I, told my parents I was coming here, my BR brother and his friend overheard, and his friend insisted they come with. They'll be on there. Their way soon. I hope you don't mind, PL please don't get mad. We're not mad, dumbass. Ase said, while rubbing sunscreen on their pale, skinny arms. Thanks for letting us know, I guess. Won't it get confusing with 2 Amajikis, though? Midoriya noted, simply thinking aloud. We known each other long enough, I guess. You can call 'em Sakurai Fiawanto. No, Sakura hid her face in her hands as she blushed and spit that out. If it's first name time, call me Mashriao. I won't mind. Doi then. Izuku. With that awkward conversation out of the way, Doi dragged Mashireo out into the water while Izuku and Sakura watched like proud parents. Doi was tackling Mashireo, trying to bring him down and failing each time. At one point, he got a bit annoyed, and when they flew up and dropped, he flipped them over his shoulder and laughed as they cursed at him. Sorry if that was too forward earlier, Sakura meekly whispered. Sakura, you're fine. You were right, we've been friends for a while. The change was bound to happen sooner or later. I guess so. Hey, shouted an unfamiliar voice. Izuku looked over his shoulder to see a blond boy in only swim trunks making his way down the beach. Sakura, love the green. Last night's dinner is showing up. Sakura blushed and gestured towards the blonde. Izuku, this is my brother's friend, Togata. Sakura-ni, Togata dragged out like a cute, annoyed kid. How many times do I have to tell you to call me Mirio? I can't just do that. It's too familiar, you're my brother's friend. Sakura shouted at Togata, waving her arms around. By this point, Doi and Mashireo were making their way back, Doi still cursing him out. Togata, this is Midoriya. He's my, friend. Friend from the dojo. Nice to meet you. I'm Togata Mirio, and over there hiding is Sakurane's brother, Amajiki Tamaki. Wait, won't 2 Amajikis be confusing? That's actually what we were just talking about, Mashireo said, shaking his tail to get the water out of the fur on the end. I'm Ojiro. This is Ase, and they use they-them pronouns. I can speak for myself, you demon dog-faced loser. Doi jumped up and smacked Mashireo on the back of the head. How does my face look like a dog? Sakura got up to go retrieve her brother, who was hiding in the car that Togata drove over to the beach. Hey, believe it or not, Sakura is the more outgoing one of the twins. Not that she's necessarily an extrovert, but when she found out she was the older one, she decided she had to protect Tamaki. Togata stared fondly at the Amajiki twins. Sakura coaxed Amajiki, wait, would it be rude to call him Tamaki? Out of the car, rubbing his back and saying something to him that Midoriya couldn't quite make out. You don't say. We've barely been able to get her to talk more. I wonder what it's like with Amajiki. The brother, that is. Midoriya clarified. This boy is familiar. Not from Teyvat, but we've seen him before. Wait, do you happen to go to UA? Mashareo finally connected the dots, and Izuku's repressed memories opened up. Izuku and his mom sat on the couch, watching the UA Sports Festival together. It was the second year's event, and during the one-on-one battles. A blonde, unassuming boy was facing a boy with drills for hair. The second Midnight called the match. The blonde boy disappeared into the ground. When he emerged, he was but naked, uppercutting the drill boy and screaming, "Power!" He and his mom both screamed and covered their eyes as the stupid drone zoomed in on the boys, Finji. It was god-awful. You're the boy who lost his pants. Doi yelped, lacking a filter like always. Yep. I'm a third-year student now, Class B of the prestigious UA. Mashareo and I got in. So did my friend Ishido. We're first-year students of the prestigious UA, I guess. Izuku idly fidgeted with some sand, not being able to look Togata in the eyes now knowing he'd seen the boys' special rocket, so to say. Oh cool. What class? We all made it in 1A. Oh, isn't that Aizawa's class? Man, now you really need some luck. That man isn't exactly known for his kindness. That's great, Midoriya said sarcastically. Everyone. Sakura called out. Next to her stood Amajiki Tamaki, who had spiky, navy blue hair. His ears were just as sharp as his sister's, and he looked ready to puke. This is my brother, Tamaki. You can call him that, he doesn't mind. It's less confusing than calling him Amajiki and both of us answering. PL, please treat him kindly. Yes, ma'am. Izuku responded in a fake salute. Tamaki, if you want you can call us by our first names too. If that makes you feel better. I'm Izuku, that's Mashareo, and that's Doi. Wait, I totally forgot to ask them if it was okay, is it? Yeah, whatever, nerd, Doi scoffed, but everyone who knew them knew they were being soft so as to not scare Tamaki. Sure, I don't care. First name party. Togata kicked off his sandals and began relaxing in the sand as he spoke. If it's a first-name party, then all of you need to call me Mirio. Including you, Sakura. All right. From that point onwards, everyone went on to do their own thing. The dojo squad, as well as Mirio and Tamaki, who was roped in by the former, played chicken fight. Said game was played in the water, where one person would stack on the other's shoulders and wrestle the opposing team. The opposing team was also stacked. The goal was to push each other over, so it wasn't the safest game in the world. Sakura held Doi on her shoulders, Mashareo on Midoriya, and Tamaki on Mirio. The game got interesting once quirks were involved, which started by Doi flying to dodge an attack. Mashareo immediately brought in his tail, and on instinct Tamaki formed an octopus tentacle when he felt too threatened. The game ended pretty quickly when Midoriya lost common sense and shocked all of them with his electro powers. All in all, they had good fun. Acting like a teenager when he was kinda a centuries-old goddess was refreshing. Bullet. The first day of school came way too fast. Or maybe just fast enough. Either way, Izuku was panicking in the mirror because neither him nor Ei knew how to tie a tie. Every time he tried, it always ended up too short and thick. Mom. Midoriya finally called, giving up on doing it alone. I can't tie this thing. Oh sweetie, let me see. Inko rushed into the bathroom, grabbing the fabric of the tie from his hands as she quickly got to work. You know, your father also had never been able to tie his tie. I always did it for him before any event. Guess it ran in the family. Midoriya paid close attention to the movements of his mother's hands. How she looped and tucked and pulled, in hope that soon he could do it himself. Mentally, he made sure that Raiden was paying attention too. Do not fret. A simple tie shall not conquer us on our journey towards eternity. Izuku rolled his eyes at her dramatism. She was so serious sometimes, but he enjoyed constantly having company. Even if he did feel a little crazy talking to the voice inside his head. I can still hear you, Izuku. Mind your mouth before Jay make you say something you'll regret. And done. See, that wasn't so bad. Inko grabbed Izuku's cheeks and kissed his forehead repeatedly. I'm such a proud mama. You're all grown and handsome, I could cry. Please don't, 'cause if you do, then I will, and then our apartment will flood. Inko laughed and gave her son one final kiss before sending him off to school. He tuned out her, checking that he had everything, mindlessly saying yes to it all. Mom, I gotta go. I'm gonna miss the train. Oh, alright. Have a good day at school, baby. I'm so proud. I love you so much. Love you too. Izuku finally left his apartment and began the traverse to UA. Except, he ran into Bakugo on the train. In a UA uniform, same as him. When Bakugo walked through the doors at the last minute, the two's eyes clicked towards each other like they could sense the other's presence. Bakugo opened his mouth to say something, but with a little charge of Electro, Izuku made himself glow and he shut his mouth with a click. Bakugo stood across from Midoriya on the packed train, and even if they didn't look at each other, the angry energy between them made the passengers around them uncomfortable. Izuku summoned his gnosis with his hand in his pocket and fidgeted with it, enjoying the sparks that emerged from it and danced onto his skin. He had a high tolerance for electricity at this point, and soon Ei said he would gain immunity. Bakugo was doing something similar, forming small pops of explosions in his hands. Thankfully, his hands were far enough away from everyone else to not hurt anyone. Midoriya could still smell the sweet stench of nitroglycerin, however. When the train reached their stop, Izuku and Bakugo wordlessly shoved each other to get out of the train first. The whole walk from the station to school, they would speed up slightly to be in front of the other, yet never quite breaking into a run. Eventually, Izuku just let Bakugo in front of him and think he was superior to a god. To both of their horror, their walks through the halls never shook the other. They both were headed to the hero class hallway. Except, when they reached the large door of 1A, Bakugo kept walking and entered class 1B. Thank God. You're welcome. Izuku checked the seating chart for his spot, actually quite early to class. The only other people in the room were the robot guy from the entrance exam, great, a girl with black hair and a high ponytail, a boy with 8 arms, appendages, and a mask, and Mashireo. Izuku. The two high-fived and smiled at each other. Robot boy turned around from his conversation with high ponytail girl in response to all the commotion. Midoriya sighed inwardly as the boy marched towards him, pretended to not see him, and continued greeting Mashireo. Robot boy placed a firm hand on his shoulder and began to speak. I am Ida Tenya, from Sumei Private Academy. He was cut off by Izuku grabbing his arm and glowing in a successful attempt of intimidation. Shocks of electricity traveled from Midoriya's hand to Ida's arm. If you can't tell, I'm having a conversation with my friend. Interrupting it would be terribly rude. Wait your turn, go sit down, and maybe I'll consider listening to what you have to say. Ida was scared, wordless, mouth gaping. Izuku smiled in a very obvious fake way and made a gesture with his hand to signify shoo. Ida promptly turned around, obviously shaken to his core. Wow, Izuku, never knew you could be so scary, Mashireo exclaimed, after a beat of awkward silence. Izuku finally redirected his glare to Mashireo and softened his face. Doi would be proud. That got him to laugh, and they began chatting as if they hadn't talked to each other in weeks, even though they texted last night. Classmates trailed in, one by one, and even though he appeared to be only paying attention to Mashireo, Midoriya was scoping the competition with a close eye. Oh, Midori-kun, called Ashido in a sing-song voice as she waltzed through the door. It's been forever since we've seen each other. Way too long, don't you think so? Well, I guess we've called and texted a bunch, but that doesn't count. Izuku beamed at the pink girl and welcomed her in with a hug. I agree, way too long. They made a mistake putting us together. That got a bark of laughter out of Ishido, and she nodded in agreement. It's nice to finally meet you in person, Ojiro. Midori talked about you a lot, and you seemed cool on that call for the exam results. Thanks, you seemed pretty cool too. I'm sure you'll be a great hero, you too, Izuku. Oh, first name terms are we? Ishido wiggled her eyebrows, even though she knew very well Izuku was straight. The topic had come up before in their conversations, when Ishido came out as bisexual. Neither he nor Ei could see what some people see in men. They were just so gross. The boy with blonde hair and a black streak walking through the door was picking his nose. Izuku grimaced and fiddled with his hairpin. It was the Makoto one, which gave him as many stares as any flowery hairpin would, but he was more sensitive about this one. Midoriya easily faded into the background of the ongoing conversation between Mashirao and Ishido. Instead, he paid special attention to Ida. He was introducing himself to everyone who walked in, inadvertently scaring them all away with his intense vibes. Midoriya gracefully walked over to Ida, steps and breathing almost completely silent. I'm ready, Izuku said from his position right behind Ida, causing the boy to jump. Ah, it's you. My apologies for earlier, interrupting and my behavior at the entrance exam. You saved so many people, you must have seen through to the true meaning of it. I feel ashamed of my previous judgments and hope we can start on a new foot. How many times did he practice that in the mirror? Izuku stifled his laugh by covering his mouth delicately with his hand. No harm, no foul. I hope you forgive me as well. I'm not usually quite so brash, it's just that your first impression wasn't one that I thought deserved my kindness. I do see now that you mean no trouble. Midoriya spoke a bit more formally than usual, trying to show Ida that he was still the better person. Manipulating people with simple choices of words was oh so easy to do when you've lived for thousands of years. Speaking formally came naturally to him as well, thanks to Raiden requiring to leave a good impression on her former higher-ups and then her followers. Ah, it's you. Midoriya, right? Mentioned Midoriya turned around and saw Uraraka walking through the door. I was hoping you would make it in. Well, I saw you got first place so I knew you would, but I was hoping we would be in the same class, mostly. Oh, hi Uraraka. Good to see you too. Izuku peeked past her to see the man in the yellow sleeping bag that had been there for a while now. Excuse me, sir, I've noticed you've been laying there for a long time. Do you need help getting up? A dark face with stubble peeked out, with a mildly impressed look on his face. I'm good, kid. Just testing your situational awareness. You pass, your classmates on the other hand. Let's see how long it takes them. Izuku returned to his desk, where Mashirao and Ishido were still standing and chatting. When he listened in for a bit, he picked up on Ishido rambling about needing to learn how to fight, and where did you learn, and all that fun stuff. He considered gesturing towards the door to give them a hint, but figured that would ruin the test. That was until the sleeping bag man slammed open the door. Himself and the class gradually quieted down. Only Midoriya noticed me without me drawing attention to myself, and it took you all 8 seconds to notice me. This awful situational awareness isn't acceptable in hero work. Sleeping bag man said, looking tired physically and mentally. I'm Aizawa Shoyuda, your homeroom teacher. Put these on and meet me in the field in 10 minutes. Or else. While everyone else either took a bit to process what was happening, or started scrambling to the gym uniforms in Aizawa-sensei's hand, Izuku walked just as calmly and gracefully as he had before to Ida. His face was stern and posture tight. This man meant business, so Izuku would give it to him. He didn't know exactly where the changing rooms were, but he was pretty sure he passed them on the way in. Sure enough, following his old path brought him to a pair of doors, each labeled boys and girls. Gripping his gym uniform tight, he entered the boys' locker room and was welcomed in by pristine white floors and walls, wooden benches, and blue lockers. He sighed, knowing that the clean scent wouldn't stay for long unless UA did regular maintenance. Shuffling over, Midoriya spotted a locker with his name on it. He opened it with one hand, and removed his hair clip with the other. He didn't know what Aizawa had planned, and he didn't want to risk it. He put it on the small shelf at the top of his locker, then began taking his clothes off. A few boys managed to follow his brisk pace, including Mashireo, and were in the changing room with him, all in various states of undressing. Izuku averted his eyes, the past girl in him embarrassed to be seeing so many half and pretty much fully naked boys. Ei never looked when he changed or did his private business either, too shy despite her serious demeanor. Midoriya appreciated it too, the thought of a girl, even if it technically was him, seeing him naked embarrassed him to wit's end. Unfortunately, he was not spared that same politeness with these boys. They stared at his muscles, the ones he worked hard to build. He was disappointed in these so-called future heroes if they hadn't worked hard enough to see such a body every time they looked in the mirror. Granted, some of them had similar bodies to him too. Izuku wondered if it was because of how feminine he acted, the overtly masculine body threw them off. Whatever the reason, he just wanted their eyes off of him. Take a picture, it'll last longer, Midoriya spat while pulling on the white gym shirt. He slammed his locker closed and put on the short-sleeved jacket that went with the uniform as he walked out. God, he was such a fool. They all probably thought he was rude and mean, when all he wanted to be was soft and gentle. Could he even be a hero when he was just so brutish? He marched through the halls, biting his lip to stay calm and composed. Calm and composed. That was the key. Looking up finally, his eyes slightly misty, Izuku found himself on the field where Aizawa asked them to be. Aizawa himself stood there, seemingly relaxed and slumped, but Midoriya knew better. He saw the tells, showing that he was constantly alert for any attackers. As a true hero, a true upholder of eternity, should be. Appear calm and composed, for the crowds, but watch out for any threats. Why couldn't he just be like him? Do not say such deprecating things towards us. We are the one, true, upholder of eternity. The one that will soon reign over Japan, conquer the villains, and keep the citizens safe. But we are learning even with years upon years of experience. Learning of what the people need is the first step towards eternity, so why can't learning from mistakes be a part of it? Besides, let them be intimidated. In the end, we don't need partners to achieve eternity. Midoriya. Izuku snapped his eyes up to meet Aizawa's glowing red ones. Interesting, a part of his Izuku fell to the ground as pain erupted throughout his body. He screamed until his throat felt raw, and then screamed some more. He clutched his pounding head, and saw his familiar spear and gnosis forcing themselves out of his body. As soon as the pain started, it stopped. Izuku clutched his stomach and hurled up his breakfast. Midoriya. Firm hands were on his shoulders and back, helping him up. "I'm fine." "What happened?" Izuku asked drowsily. "He erased our quirk. Engulfing lightning and the gnosis are a part of us. He essentially just cut off our access to some of our most valuable organs." "I was going to ask you the same thing. I used my quirk, erasure, on you to get your attention, and you collapsed. What happened?" Aizawa's face could almost be discerned as worried. Izuku hiccuped slightly, wiping his mouth. "The gnosis and spear, those things I summon, they're like a part of me. When you erased my quirk, you cut off my access to parts of me, like cutting off access to my organs." He repeated basically what Ei told him, still feeling a bit woozy. "I'm sorry, kid, I wouldn't have done that if I had known. We're doing quirked fitness testing, are you up for it? Or should I send you to recovery girl?" "I'll be fine." Izuku finally regained mental clarity, with a little boost from Raiden of course. Nothing a pro-hero shouldn't be able to handle. Aizawa's brows furrowed. "If you say so, but if you feel sick at all, tell me. This exercise isn't that important, and if you really want I can have you make it up another day." Midoriya lightly, yet solidly shrugged off Aizawa's hands. "I'll be fine." He repeated, his face steely once more. Aizawa-sensei looked like he wanted to say something else, but was interrupted by the glass doors leading inside the building swinging open to let more students out. Ashido was coming through, chatting with the girls she had already made friends with. Izuku couldn't help but be a little jealous of her people's skills. Midoriya, Ashido called once she spotted him. How were you so fast? It took me, like, forever to just find the changing rooms. I saw them on my way in this morning. Wow, I've always loved clever boys, Ashido flirted, attaching herself to his arm. Izuku was unfazed on the outside, but on the inside the EI in him screamed at him to love her and never let go. And I've always loved flirty girls, he said instead of, I love you, please be mine forever. Ashido kept her same grin on for a few seconds, which Izuku matched, before bursting out into laughter. You're good, Mido? All right. Aizawa cleared his throat, seeing that everyone was outside. You've done fitness testing your whole life, forced to not use your quirk when doing it. Midoriya. Aizawa threw a baseball at Izuku, which he caught with ease and studied as if it was supposed to be special. What was your score on the last baseball throw you did? Midoriya scratched his head and thought back. About 40 meters? Slightly above average, but of course the teachers fudged it because no quirkless kid should be able to throw that far. This was before he started training, too, as fitness testing occurred in the beginning of the year. Try throwing it again, this time using your quirk. Anything goes so long as you stay inside the circle. Anything? Midoriya brainstormed for a bit as he walked up to the circle, tossing the ball up and down. With one hand still busy with that simple task, he used his other one and summoned his spear into his hand. There were a few surprised gasps from the crowd, which he ignored. Finally ready, Midoriya tossed the ball high into the air. He quickly gripped the spear with both hands, and swung and struck the ball, using it how it was meant to be used. When it struck, he poured a little electro into the hit, hoping and yet not knowing for sure it would cause the ball to boost a bit further. He also sent out 3 consecutive slashes, each of which barely grazed the ball as intended and pushed it further. After this impressive display of control and aim, he turned around to see his score. Izuku wiped a small bead of sweat from his brow, the concentration needed for that move a bit excessive. Aizawa grinned, turning around a device to reveal his score. 600 meters. Impressive. This is what I want from all of you, learn from him. The control, not holding back, yet also not using excessive force. This is what we'll be doing today, a sort of placement test. We will redo all your fitness testing but with quirks. Sounds spread throughout the crowd, someone shouting how fun this sounded, others agreeing, and an overall happy mood exuding from them. Oh boy, were they about to get a wake-up call. Fun? You think this is fun? Aizawa clarified rhetorically. Fine then, how about this, whoever places last in this is expelled. Suddenly the happy mood dipped. Quite a lot. Izuku wasn't necessarily joyous about this turn of events, but he understood where this was coming from. The real world was harsh, and this is when he gets to prepare them for it. That didn't stop a few people from exclaiming how unfair this was, and Izuku snapped. You think natural disasters are fair? You think warfare and death is fair? Clutching her sister's cooling body, life won't be fair to you. You can try and keep marching onwards, crying to the Archons to spare her, take him her instead, but in the end awful things happen. You can't stop that, but you can prepare yourself for it. She vowed to stop moving forward, to keep Inazuma shining eternally. So take his kind offer, his kind chance to prepare yourself. Because if you don't, shutting him herself off from the world, watching as things crumble and grow around him you'll end up either hurt, dead, or worse. The silence echoed across the open field. Perhaps he was a bit too harsh, yes, but he just couldn't stand the naive optimism they all carried. He didn't kill, he didn't have people die in his arms, just for others to say that expulsion was unfair. Izuku never complained during all that. He kept moving, got more hurt, then found his eternity. I would have said it a bit differently, but yes, exactly. Life isn't fair. Suit up and deal with it. Aizawa then continued on with the tests. Aoyama, Ashido, you're up first for the 50-meter dash. Each of the tests went pretty smoothly. For the 50-meter, Izuku didn't do anything too fancy other than an initial strike of lightning to give him a boost. Using a spear required you to be extra fast, and so he managed to get done in 3.56 seconds. The girl with vines for hair who raced with him pushed herself off like he did, except with her vines. In the standing long jump, he jumped normally, then summoned his spear midair and used it to push him further. Grip strength, he couldn't do anything special there. Luckily his grip strength was above average, again because of the need for it in handling a spear. If he had a weak grip strength, he would get disarmed easily. The 8 appendages boy, he really needs to learn everyone's names, almost broke the machine by using 4 appendages at once. With the repeated side steps, seated toe touch, and sit-ups, Izuku couldn't do anything fancy there either, other than giving himself a slight boost here and there with Electro. He was rather flexible, though once more because of the fancy moves he does while fighting. He managed to fold himself in half, his whole torso touching his legs, but obviously with some struggle. His core strength was also exceptional because of lifting trash, so the sit-ups were nice. The ball throw was normal. Except for Uraraka. All she did was touch the ball with all 5 fingers and it floated away. She got a score of infinity. Finally, the long-distance run came along. Essentially, you just ran as long as you could physically run. All those endurance exercises he and Ei put him through really paid off. He was only beaten by high ponytail girl who rode a bicycle. Where did she get it from? Was that her quirk, summoning or creating objects? What were the limits to such a godlike quirk? In the end, Midoriya placed a solid and comfortable 6th place. When he scanned over the list, he saw that the short boy with grapes for hair was last place. Said boy was wailing, tears and snot pouring down his face. Mineta, you're expelled. Pack up your things and go to Principal Nizu's office. What? High ponytail girl shouted. I thought that was a ruse. It was going to be, originally. But Mineta shows no potential, and his behavior towards the girls was gross. Therefore he is expelled. Shouts of protest rang through the class, and Izuku sighed. He wasn't sure if he could handle this naivete for the next 3 years. Next up was lunch. Everyone was still a bit shaken up by the expulsion of Mineta, but friend groups were already forming. One of those groups was the one surrounding Izuku, composed of Ishido, Mashireo, Uraraka, and surprisingly, the girl with vines for hair. When she approached his table, her face was stern yet he could see kindness in there. I am Shiozaki, a devout follower of God. I do not know why, but you, Midoriya Izuku, carry a divine blessing. I feel it is my duty to understand you more. Midoriya froze a bit. Due to Shiozaki being so close to the money, it was a bit creepy. Now that he looks into her eyes, truly, he feels that slight bit of familiarity that he does with Ishido. He doesn't know who she used to be, or why so many people from Teyvat happened to surround him, but he could tell that she was from his past life. Maybe someone from another country? It's not like he had a lot of contact with those people. A feeling of freedom washed over him when he stared too long at her. Mondstadt then. Okay? Feel free to sit with us, Shiozaki. You already know me, I guess, but this is Dash. Ishido Mina, Ojiro Mashireo, and Uraraka Ochako. Yes, I am well aware. Creepy. But cool. Man, now the girls are overpopulating. As we should, though, Ishido noticed cheerfully. Wonder if we should get one more guy, though, to even it out. As if on cue, Ida approached their table holding a bento box with a blue handkerchief. Uraraka spit out her school-made boba tea with how coincidental it was. Hello. Would you all mind if I joined you for lunch? Ida asked loudly. Sure, I don't care, Midoriya replied, taking a bite of his rice and meat. He made it for himself last night. It was really simple. It was white rice, ground beef, a few vegetables and skis. Overall, very tasty, and spicy how he liked it. Ida Tenya, Shiozaki said, instead of a greeting. Wow, speak of the devil. Come on, Ida, you make it even, Ishido exclaimed, patting the seat next to her. Izuku pushed down the flare of jealousy he got whenever she did that. He really needed to control himself. I was being rather quiet today. Izuku could feel, and it was a weird feeling, her tinkering away inside his brain. But he couldn't quite perceive what exactly she was doing. He knew it was big and confusing too because he got headaches whenever he tried to think about it too much. Oh, Midori. Ashido grabbed his hand, studying the marks and bruises on it and his arm. What happened? Are you okay? It took everything in him not to lean into the touch. Training mishaps, no big deal. Those look like they hurt. Uraraka noted, still scarfing down her food like it was her last meal. Midoriya scrunched his eyebrows and scowled in thought. They didn't, not really, besides, injuries and pain are temporary. Why should I care about them? Perhaps the god him was showing a bit too much. But really, Bakugo's constant attacks paired with him being used to not having to care about mortal issues such as physical well-being made him not really notice injuries. His pain tolerance was maybe a bit higher than it should be, but he didn't care. He was surprised to see the concerned looks everyone, except for Shizuki, she was as unreadable as ever, was giving him. He retained a neutral face and pulled his arm back. Don't worry really. They didn't hurt, they look worse than they are. They didn't actually look bad at all, in his opinion. They were just simple, small, purple bruises. His hands were red and calloused from using his polearm. Maybe they just weren't used to seeing the body of someone who worked out a lot, similar to the boys in the changing rooms. Midoriya fidgeted with his hairpiece, slightly uncomfortable with all the attention now on him. Mashareo, who had known him long enough to recognize Izuku's nervous body language, quickly changed the topic. He was eternally grateful for his friend, really. Izuku stared out into the distance, not really present in the moment. Wow, he wanted friends so he could be more social, yet all he wanted to do right now was meditate in the plane of euthymia. It was actually quite fun, yet relaxing. He figured out how to float when he meditated like Ei did. Hey, Earth to Midoriya. You there? Uraraka was waving her hand in front of his face. Midoriya jumped slightly, blinking. Oh yeah? Did you ask me something? We're talking about why we want to be heroes, Mashareo explained. As you know, my sister wanted to be one but she got really sick, so I did it for her. I'm doing it 'cause I hate bullies. Ashido proudly proclaimed. And who's a bigger bully than villains who pick on the weak? Oh, This might sound a little weird, but I want to find eternity. Izuku watched everyone's faces morph into confusion, and a hint of recognition in Ashido's face. All Might isn't gonna be here forever, you know? I don't want the safety and peace he brings to disappear, so I want to keep it going, for eternity. Shiozaki nodded solemnly. A noble goal, Midoriya Izuku. Please just call me Midoriya. Shiozaki ignored him and continued on. I wish to be a hero because it is what the divine willed for me. I am their messenger, the one who shall lead the lost lambs to salvation. Wait, you believe in plural gods? Uraraka clarified. No. God has no gender, for they exist above our plane. They simply are, and that is how they will always be. Ida nodded as if he understood the confusing speech. Have you all heard of the hero Ingenium? Yes, he's your brother, isn't he? Asked Midoriya, who had connected the dots a while ago. While the older Ida was a lot more laid back, the brothers held a lot of similarities. I didn't expect you to figure it out so quickly. But yes, he is. I wish to carry the family legacy. All of you have such honorable, cool reasons. Uraraka. Mine just seems childish compared to yours. I'm sure it's fine, Mashareo said. Besides, who cares about the reasons so long as you actually do the honorable work? Uraraka's cheeks puffed out. I guess. So, my family owns a construction company. They won't let me work with them to help, and we're really tight on money. So, I decided to be a hero so I can let them live comfortably. Uraraka slapped her hands over her face to hide her embarrassment. I know, doing it for the money is selfish. I don't think that's a bad reason at all. Ida made chopping motions with his hands. You simply wish to help your parents out. Is that so bad? Yeah, what Ida said. Ashido agreed. I think they would be pleased to see you giving back to your caregivers. See, Uraraka? Mashareo patted her on the back. It's fine. Izuku nodded. Who decides what reasons are honorable and respectable, other than yourself? Eternity isn't necessarily common, but it's what I want, so I respect it and myself. You should do the same. Wow, thanks you guys. Uraraka sniffled and wiped away the small tears leaking from her eyes. You're all so nice. Anytime, especially for a bestie. Ashido wrapped her arms around Uraraka in a hug. We're all officially besties, by the way. Midoriya beamed at his new besties. The rest of the classes were normal. It's the first day of school, let's get to know each other classes. At least every teacher had a different icebreaker, otherwise he'd be stuck all day hearing from Ashido that, no, my favorite color isn't pink, it's purple. And wasn't that a bit interesting, part of Ei? Or rather, I rubbing off on her. All of his teachers seemed decently nice, none the type to neglect a quirkless child or one without a flashy quirk. Not that he really expected them to be, what with all of them being pro-heroes. Midnight was probably his favorite teacher. Her sadistic tendencies played into teaching, and that meant more intense and challenging questions from her. Midoriya liked that. By the time classes ended, he was ready to be alone. Inko was working late that day, so when Izuku got home he instantly opened a gate to the plane of Euthymia. When he stepped inside, he was greeted by the sight of Tuis? Is that the Raiden Shogun? Izuku asked, poking it. Yes. It's not operational yet, because similar to me it cannot physically leave the plane of Euthymia, but I'm getting there. Raiden explained. I figured you would need her eventually. I can shape her into you, and once we achieve the peace we wish to keep eternal, you could reside here for PRDS of time to avoid erosion. Exist only in her, or maybe his, physical form. Izuku didn't know how to respond to that. Did he really want to be eternally alone? Like Ei was? He didn't mind the idea at all, but he didn't want to be away from Ashido, again. He guessed he could always just take breaks in here, letting the Raiden Shogun take over his spot when needed. I also thought fighting both of us would be interesting. Maybe we could start a, what's it called? Free-for-all? The thing where it's everyone for themselves. Yeah, that's a free-for-all. And that sounds awful. But also awfully effective. Ei grinned only slightly, mostly with her eyes. Let's not dwell on that idea today. It's time to celebrate. Bring some dessert, and we can relax here. Maybe meditate like you wished for earlier? I heard of a method named yoga. It seems enjoyable. Izuku laughed, already opening up a portal back to the mortal plane. He grabbed some cash from his nightstand and began walking to the gas station. Sure, the sweets there weren't the best tasting, nor the most healthy. But were any sweets healthy? Who cares if this one is just less healthy than the others? He's just picking the greater of two evils, not like desserts could ever be considered evil with their tastiness. Midoriya grabbed a mochi package, a multi-pack of pudding, and some foreign treat that looked delicious. It was chocolate cake, with vanilla cream swirled inside it and a hard chocolate coating on the outside. His English was just barely enough to read the name, Swiss roll. He knew what each of those words meant. But when placed together he had no clue what they were supposed to convey. No matter what those words were trying to tell him, these Swiss rolls looked scrumptious. He grabbed 3 in all the excitement. If the tired teenager running the cash register judged him for his unhealthy eating habits, he didn't show it. Not that Izuku would care. Izuku jogged home, hoping to burn off some of the calories he was about to take in. He took off his shoes when he arrived, announcing his arrival despite knowing his mom wasn't there. He walked into his room and opened another gate. Midoriya didn't offer one to Ei, because she was simply part of his conscience. No matter how much they could touch each other, she would never be able to touch something else. He did, however, let the Ei part of his brain get to process the tastiness of the food. Both him and Ei instantly fell in love with Swiss rolls the second one hit his mouth. Sadly, she couldn't understand why they were called that either. That would forever be a mystery among the residents of Euthymia. Residents of Euthymia. That sounded like a badass hero team name. Or a book title. Izuku and Raiden discussed modernity, and how different everything was, even compared to the advancements of Inazuma. They got carried away, but eventually Izuku had to leave. It was a Monday, after all, and training started in 30 minutes. He left a note for his mom, saying that he had been home and reminding her he had to go to the dojo. He grabbed his water, towel, and change of clothes, which were all neatly kept in his gym bag. Then he was off. Striking Snake Dojo still smelled just as sweaty as when he first started there. The changing rooms were really just empty rooms that no one ever used, so eventually they stuffed some cubbies in there and they got labeled as changing rooms. The dojo wasn't very fancy either. It had 3 main classes: young kids, teenagers, the one the dojo squad participated in, and then adults. The age separation was mostly just a suggestion. If there was an adult who was at teenage level, then they could attend the teenage classes. Any variation of that idea was pretty much allowed, except for little kids sparring with adults. Parents would get pretty mad if they found out their 7-year-old kid got wrecked by someone in their 20s. Midoriya had permission to work with the adults if he wanted to. His hand-to-hand wasn't the best yet, so he stayed with teenagers on days when he worked on that. But otherwise, he gladly took the opportunity for a challenge. On Wednesdays when everyone was there, he usually stayed with them, but sometimes his friends forced him to do the advanced stuff. Today was an advanced day. The adults in the class had mostly learned not to underestimate the scrawny-looking teenager, but some still needed reminders. Izuku didn't talk much in this class, as he found no reason to. There were a lot of women in it, though, who were there to learn self-defense. It was awful that they had to do that, but Midoriya knew once he reached eternity they wouldn't have to anymore. Today, a teacher who Izuku never bothered to learn the name of, walked in and began explaining what was going to happen. She called Izuku up, since she knew he could take a few hits, and demonstrated a few moves for them to practice. She ordered him to strike with his staff towards her right shoulder, which he did, and in an instant she gripped it tightly. She twisted her arms and yanked upwards, as if doing a typical shoulder throw. He didn't get tossed over her shoulder, but he did lose his weapon and balance. He probably would have countered it if he wasn't going easy for the sake of the demonstration. The teacher had him slow his movements down significantly so that everyone else could analyze the move. Then she had Izuku do it to her. Embarrassingly for her, he forgot his own strength and she fell down. He immediately helped her up, and she laughed good-heartedly. Midoriya was glad that no one in the dojo had a huge ego. A few more disarming moves later, and the teacher let them all pair up and practice it on their own. Midoriya instantly walked over to Mirai, an almost 7-foot-tall, well-built man. He never got a willing partner due to his intimidating stature, and Izuku never got one due to his intimidating skill level. Stuck in the same boat and almost always being the last ones picked, they decided to just consistently pair with each other and spar with anyone else if that person wanted to take a risk. Today there were no risk-takers. Izuku was excited to see if he could make Mirai stumble at all with the man's massive amount of mass. Mirai never held back on Izuku, and Izuku didn't either, because they both knew each of them could take it. That did mean though that Midoriya usually ended up with some pretty big and massive bruises that made his mom almost faint. Mirai and Midoriya bowed in front of each other, before Izuku was immediately striking, like a snake. Heh. When it came to sparring larger people, he relied on his over-the-top speed to get in, get a few good hits on some pressure points, and get out. It usually worked fairly well for him, and sometimes Mirai wouldn't pin him to the mat under an endless amount of weight. Today, Izuku got a good hit to Mirai's groin, which even made Izuku flinch. While the man doubled over in pain, Midoriya maneuvered himself up and over by putting his bow staff behind Mirai's neck and swinging. The additional weight caused him to fall, thankfully not on Izuku, and he managed to get him into a chokehold. After a few seconds of choking Mirai as tight as he could be pressing against his neck with the staff, he tapped out and Midoriya let go and got off of him. Mirai rubbed his neck as he stood up. Good job, kid. Didn't see that one coming. It was dirty. Dirty moves are what help you survive, though. And wasn't that the truth? Survival was never easy. It was a fight, a constant raging fight. If you wanted to be on top, you had to throw punches to get there. And that's exactly what Midoriya planned to do. On day 2 of school, Izuku still didn't know how to tie a tie. His mom did it once again for him, this time telling him about each of the steps she was taking. He almost felt tempted to take out his notebook and write it down. Midoriya arrived at school early again, this time not spotting Bakugo during his commute. He might have to unlock the Muzu Ishin just to annihilate that boy. Just kidding. Probably. Ashido was already waiting by his seat when he arrived, and he managed to sneak a glance at her stuffing something in his desk before she snapped around and hid his desk from view. "What are you doing?" Midoriya asked, trying to peek behind her. "Nothing." "Ashido," he warned. "I promise it's nothing." "Serious." Having enough, Izuku playfully shoved her to the side and wrestled her as she tried to stop him from opening his desk. Finally, he pulled out the small, purple package that Ashido put in there. Sighing, she gave up and let him open it. Inside was a keychain of a pink fox with a purple flower. Midoriya's breath left his body as he looked at it, because the fox looked exactly like Ye's form. Where? Why? Izuku was at a loss for words. "Do you not like it?" "Sorry, I don't know, I just saw them yesterday while shopping with my friends and I just felt like I should give it to you. If you don't want it I can return it dash." "No. I love it. I really do, thank you why, Ashido." Izuku had to give it to her. Ashido was much more hyper than Ye. Then again, Izuku was also much more of a pushover and crybaby than Ei. Wait, them? As in plural? Ashido pulled out a matching keychain from behind her back. This one a purple fox with a pink flower. "I wanted to match with you." Izuku smiled and felt tears well up in his eyes. There was the crybaby in him. "I'd like that a lot, thank you." "You're welcome. Don't let her go." Homeroom was set to start in about 7 minutes. Izuku hooked the keychain to his backpack, smiling to himself as he did so. This keychain might even hold more sentimentality to him than Makoto's hairpiece. He still loved it, of course, it's just the fact that it wasn't authentic did take away a bit of its specialness. This, however, was a part of his new life. As much as he preached about eternity, he wasn't living in Teyvat anymore. Earth, Japan was his home. And this little fox keychain was a nod to both lives. The bell rang, and Aizawa flung open the door. Everyone, having learned their lesson from before, shut up and sat down. Izuku caught a hint of a satisfied grin pulling on the corners of Aizawa's mouth. He started attendance, and this time Izuku tried to pay more attention to who was who. Yes, the icebreakers from yesterday were meant for him to remember who was who, but he obviously didn't pay attention. Can you blame him? His whole life his classmates would, at best, ignore him and at worst, bully him. Ignoring it was arguably bullying as well, but you got the point. He identified the fellow electricity user as Kaminari, and the 8-appendaged boy as Shoji. The girl who had a high ponytail and godlike powers was Yaoyorozu. Wait, like Yaoyorozu Industries? With the way she talked like a sophisticated rich girl, probably. Once attendance was finished, Aizawa dismissed them to do whatever they wanted until homeroom was over, so long as they didn't get too loud. That was the cue for all of the friends Izuku made to gather around his desk. Why was it always his? They could probably sense he wouldn't get up unless they dragged him, so they opted to bring the party to him. Ashido started an interesting conversation, per usual, with her revealing that she learned how to do palm reading a while ago. That prompted everyone to demand that she did it for them. Everyone, mostly being Uraraka, wanting to see what everyone had in store for them, and all of them already had an interest in seeing. Shiozaki refused though, saying that she wished to leave her future up for God to decide. When Ashido reached Izuku, she grabbed his hand gently with both of hers. A shockwave was sent through both of their bodies, and Midoriya shuddered. Ashido had jerked back, but then returned and held him again. If Izuku focused really hard, he could feel something inside her. It felt suspiciously similar to his gnosis, but maybe more round? Like a... Let's start the vision. Ashido traced over the lines in his palm. Oh, your lifeline is super clear. And really long. Okay, so you're pretty athletic, and you're gonna be healthy for a while. Most people don't think the lifeline has anything to do with lifespan. But I do. And I say that your life is super long. Accurate. Interesting. You've got a happy love life ahead of you. It's really clear again, which mostly means that you've probably met your soulmate, or that you're going to soon. Ashido was most likely his soulmate, so again, pretty accurate. She was good at this. Your money line starts with the life one, So you're pretty ambitious and aren't afraid to take what you want. The financial parts of your life are gonna be pretty stable. Your mind line tells me you're not easily distracted or confused, but you're not going to make a whole bunch of achievements mentally rather than athletically. Probably because he already made the mental achievement. You're not likely to get married, at least not soon. You have pretty high standards on who your partner is. High standards, because he only wanted one person. That's pretty accurate. You're good at this, Ashido, Midoriya said, feeling for the thing inside her before pulling away. Present Mike then opened the door and greeted them in English. Are you ready to learn? The few students that knew enough English to know what he meant, including Midoriya, said something in agreement. None of them shouted, however, as they were all the more resigned people in the class. Bullet. The end of the day came, and it was time for foundational heroics. Yesterday's class consisted of Aizawa lecturing them on how heroics isn't all fun and games, and that it also wasn't just beating up bad guys. Both points Izuku already knew, but he couldn't deny the fact that someone in this class probably didn't know. Everyone else was talking amongst themselves, wondering what was going to happen. Aizawa hadn't shown up, and from what they've seen he always shows up exactly on the bell. The bell rang 2 minutes ago. Izuku picked up on rapid footsteps coming their way. This person is big and strong. Also, panicked. I am here. All Might exclaimed while bursting into the room, coming through the door like a normal person. I could be wrong, but I don't think that's how normal people go through doors. Who cares, it's All Might. Everything he does is normal enough. It's All Might. He's much bigger in real life. Is that his Silver Age costume? I thought him teaching was a joke. His muscles are Susisi. Wait, what? Yes. It is I, All Might. And today you will be learning. He pulled out a board with the kanji for battle written on it. Battle exercises. But first, he pressed a button and 19 cases emerged from the walls. You've got a dress for the occasion. That made Midoriya perk up. If his intuition and situation reading was accurate, his hero costume was in there. He was so excited for it, not only because he knew he'd look good, but also because it was similar to his old outfit. The boys followed him to the changing room faster this time. Izuku rushed to his locker and hurriedly took off his clothes. He relaxed into the familiar movements of tying the knots tighter, putting on the socks, attaching the bow, pulling on armor pieces. Of course, there were some differences. All of the purple accents were colored with similar shades of green. The obi was thinner than before, and the opening for pulling out the Muzu Ishin was bigger and exposed almost his whole abdomen. His thigh-high stockings and shorts were woven with Kevlar, acting as armor. The stockings also turned into boots, instead of wearing separate ones. His boot stockings were heightened, but with wedges and shorter than before. The flower piece in his hair wasn't the real one, but it did double as a communicator. The flower took in signals, while there was another piece in his ear that both received and dispatched messages. All of it was electric, fire, water. Pretty much everything proof. Izuku examined himself, feeling gorgeous in his costume. It wasn't a costume, no, it was him. His second skin, his second life. We look good. The very best. Midoriya simply nodded, a smile permanently glued to his face. It was soft, but there. Ashido, of course, commented on it and his costume as soon as he emerged into Testing Site Beta. Testing Site Beta was one of those fake cities that were used during the entrance exam. They say the looks make the man, and you all are made of awesomeness. All Might lame attempt at it, whatever that was, made Izuku cringe. Now, can anyone tell me where the majority of villain attacks take place? In Japan. In cities. Indoors. Izuku answered, his arms crossed. Correct, young Midoriya. So, today we will be simulating an indoor villain attack. Teams of 2 will be assigned at random, and later randomly assign their opponent and roll. Sir. Ida raised his hand high in the air, and whoa, wasn't that much armor a bit overkill? Isn't assignment at random a bit reckless? Not at all, Midoriya interjected. You don't really get to choose who you partner with when a villain randomly appears and they call for everyone in the area. Seems accurate to me. Yes. What Midoriya said. All Might cleared his throat and pulled out a script. In this exercise, there will be a villain and hero team. The villain team has to hide a fake bomb somewhere in the building, and the hero team's objective is to find it. The villain team can win by capturing both of the heroes, or lasting all 15 minutes without the hero team touching the bomb. The hero team can win by capturing both of the villains, or by securing the bomb by touching it. Any questions? All at once, the hero students exploded with sound. Are you going to expel us if we fail? How long are each round again? Doesn't this cape make me look fabulous? No, 15 minutes, and yes, of course. All Might clapped and pulled out 2 boxes. Come pull out a ball, and the person with the same letter as you is your partner. Since there's an odd number of students, someone will either have to go twice, or by themselves. Volunteers? The boy with red and white hair, Todoroki, right, raised his hand. I'll go alone. Everyone grabbed a ball from the box, with Todoroki ending up on Team G. Midoriya looked down at the ball in his hand, which read Team B. He looked around to see who was on his team, and Ashido jumped on him. What team did you get? Ashido asked, grabbing for his ball. B, what about you? Izuku glanced over and saw a grin on Ashido's face. B, we're gonna rock this. Bullet. They ended up having to fight in the 3rd round against Team G, aka Todoroki. We only have to fight one guy? This is gonna be a walk in the park. Don't be so sure, Midoriya said, staring as heavily as he could at Todoroki without it being a glare. He's Endeavor's kid. Plus, if he volunteered to go alone, he's got to have something to back up that title. Ashido nodded, and they watched as the first 2 teams faced off. It was Shiozaki and Kaminari, against the girl who kinda looked like a frog and the blonde boy who always sparkled. Izuku thought his name was Aoyama, maybe? Shiozaki and Kaminari were the heroes. Shiozaki talked briefly with her teammate before All Might announced the start of the match, and Kaminari rushed in. Shiozaki lightly jogged to keep up with him, always staying just a few paces behind him. The blonde boy, yes his name was Aoyama, wanted to go on ambush but the frog girl convinced him that defense was the best offense. After about 3 minutes of searching and embarrassingly making cool entrances into the wrong rooms, Kaminari finally kicked open the door to the room with the bomb. While Aoyama and the frog girl were distracted by Kaminari and attacked him, Shiozaki snuck her vines in and wrapped them tightly around the villains. Kaminari immediately relaxed, jogged over to the bomb, and tapped it with a sly grin on his face. Hero team wins. Everyone, please return to the viewing room to receive feedback. If you have any injuries, make your way to Recovery Girl to get them treated. Shiozaki released her vines, and bowed slightly at her previous enemies with hands clasped in prayer. Kaminari made what seemed like some lame joke that the cameras didn't pick up on, which elicited a small smile from the frog girl. All Might even chuckled, which Midoriya guessed was an achievement. The observation room was on the bottom floor of the building across the street from the testing building. It didn't take them long to return, and All Might prompted a class conversation on constructive criticism. Basically, using the students to help him give feedback. Now, who do you think was the MVP of that match? Shiozaki, probably, Yaoyorozu said. She created that plan, and she was the one who actually restrained Aoyama and Azui. Kaminari did restrain the bomb, but he was mostly a distraction. Exactly. What could they have done better? Azui probably should have let Aoyama go on the offense, Midoriya replied, finally having learned her name. I'm not sure he would have stood much of a chance, but maybe she could go with him too. Their plan failed because while defense is a good offense, it means nothing against a better offense. Exactly. And Kaminari, you probably could have saved your energy on all those entrances. While the flashiness was necessary in the end as a good distraction, perhaps you could have found a way to tell if they were in there before kicking the door down. Shiozaki, good control of the restriction of your vines. Kaminari laughed and rubbed the back of his head, face red in a blush. Alright. Next up, Team C against Team J. Villains, go hide your bomb and strategize. Heroes, prepare yourselves. Team C, consisting of Yaoyorozu and Mashireo, were the heroes. They won against Team J pretty easily, which was Koda and Hagakure. Yaoyorozu just made a staff for Mashireo, and a net gun for herself using her overpowered quirk. Skill accounted for the rest of it, and Team C took home the win. Hagakure did put up a good fight, but once Yaoyorozu finally got her with the net gun it was game over. Yaoyorozu, of course, won MVP of the match. Next up was Team B against Team G. Midoriya and Ishido were the villains. Izuku hefted the bomb, which was actually pretty light, and discussed a plan as he moved it to the 5th floor. Todoroki is probably used to brute forcing his way through everything, so chances are he's going to try and freeze us before we can even respond. All we have to do is be prepared for that. Izuku set down the now identified papier-mâché bomb in the back corner of the room, away from the door. I can probably use my spear to knock ice away, and you can melt it with acid. Got it. Now, how do we take down Todoroki? Well, Midoriya smirked. If he's used to brute forcing it, he probably SCKs it hand to hand. Well, at least he's probably worse off than me. Catch him off guard. You focus on protecting the bomb, I can take him. You can count on me, Midori. I swear. Midoriya nodded, and summoned his spear with a tight grip. He raised it high above his head in case Todoroki froze up to the natural resting spot of his arms. And start. Izuku could feel and hear the ice racing up the building. Ishido could too, apparently, because she laughed and commented how Izuku was right. Sure enough, after a few seconds the ice finally reached them and their feet were encased. Ishido melted the ice by her feet, and Izuku broke the ice around him with a few hard knocks from his spear. Todoroki came up the stairs, stepping into the iced hallway. Midoriya stepped out of the room with the bomb, his facial expression stern. In the dark of the hallway, since the electrical board froze over, the glow of his hair and eyes was obvious. You will be inlaid upon this bomb, Todoroki, Izuku spat, before sending 3 starry slashes of electro towards him. Todoroki dodged one of them, but got hit by the other 2. He sent out a surge of ice, but it wasn't as strong as it could be. Izuku easily evaded it and struck Todoroki. He didn't cut deep enough to leave any lasting damage, but while the blade made contact with his skin, he discharged electricity. Todoroki stumbled, and while he was doubled over, Izuku slammed the butt of his pole into his back. Todoroki fell onto the ground with a thud that made Izuku wince slightly. Ishido now! Izuku shouted, pressing the dull point at the back end of his spear into Todoroki to keep him down. Ishido skated into the room on her acid, and as she rushed by she wrapped Todoroki's arms in capture tape. Us villains will shine eternal. You think you alone can shake our will? Izuku teased, knowing the match was over but still rubbing it into play into the villain category. Villain team wins. Everyone, please make your way back to the observation room or recovery girl's office. Ishido gave Izuku a weird look. He averted his eyes from her hard gaze and helped Todoroki up so the boy could go to recovery girl for his minimal wounds. Her stares didn't stop even as All Might and the class gave them feedback and crowned Izuku MVP. He wondered if he did something to anger her. All Might! Ishido shouted, waving her hand. Midori and I feel really cold still, can we go take a walk to warm up? Yes, that should be fine. Stay together and within the area. Be safe, and come back in 15 minutes. Midoriya didn't have time to protest before Ishido dragged him away and out of the building. They went a few blocks down before she pulled him into an alley and shoved him against the wall. What's wrong, Asha? You want to tell me why my brain keeps calling you Ei? And what the hell is Inazuma? You want to tell me why my brain keeps calling you Ei? And what the hell is Inazuma? I didn't think you would remember so soon. Perhaps prolonged contact with me impacted it somehow. Remember what? Explain, Midori. I feel like there's something important I'm supposed to know, and I just can't. It's frustrating. Oh. Yeah, I can see how that could be frustrating. Ishido watched as Izuku seemed to have a full-on wordless conversation with himself, eyes squinted. Hold on, I think I've got it. I've never done this before, so bear with me. With one hand grabbing Ishido's wrist and the other gripping his spear, Izuku opened a portal to the plane and stepped inside. Bullet. Ishido's head was killing her. All day the headache had persisted, but when Midori walked out in that outfit, and those words he said to Todoroki, it all became too much. Something inside her screamed, but it was so muffled it was just a whisper, and it screamed that he was hers. Mina tried to listen to it, but it just made her head hurt worse. All she could make out was Ei, that was Midori, right? And the word Inazuma. Inazuma? It was a place. Thinks. Was because as far as she knew it didn't exist on Earth. It dis iento aviti. Then Izuku did something familiar with his spear and Mina stepped inside. Bullet. Roots of old memories finally flourished. I am Guji of the Grand Narukami Shrine. I swear to always be by your side. Let this moment be forever, even if it doesn't work like that. My fate is intimately intertwined with you and the sacred Sakura. Don't leave me, I can't handle losing you. You'll lose her eventually. Let her pet your fur, feel your silky ears and tail. Losing Makoto didn't just hurt you, I was her friend as well. Peace and tranquility does get boring after a while. I love you, Remain pure of heart and true of spirit, and their protection shall be bestowed on you. I am from Tave. By 500 years. Grand Naruka? Sacred Assay. Eternity. WHY. Because you loved her. Bullet. Ishido had suddenly collapsed when she stepped inside the plane of euthymia. Ei gasped when she saw her, and when Izuku took a second look he saw why. Her form was flickering back and forth between her usual self and Miko. Izuku held her up gently, figuring all of her old memories were coming back. He guided her to the floor, her face twisted in what looked like pain. He stroked Ishido's hair gently, her head in his lap. He murmured comforts to her, none of them really meaning anything. Ishido finally woke with a gasp, her form no longer flickering. What was that? I think you know already, Izuku said softly. Did you hear that? Ishido suddenly sat up and whipped around. Hear what? Oh, you mean the voice in your head? That's normal, I think? You're a reincarnation. I don't think everyone gets reincarnated, like a huge cycle or something. More like our old world, Tevet, was probably destroyed. So, our spirits came here to inhabit us. Wish it could happen with the strange voice. Yeah, you heard me, I'm calling you strange. You're pretty much calling yourself strange. Ye is you and you are Ye. Speaking of which, Izuku wanted to kiss her on the lips, but instead he did it on the forehead. I've missed you. You've gone 500 years without seeing me, I think you could handle 15. Ishido grinned playfully at him, but then grasped his hands. What does this mean? Who else is a reincarnation? I know I'm in love with you, Midori, but am I in love with Ei or you? I don't know. Shizuki is, but I haven't figured out who she was. Or rather is. And Ishido, I am Ei. Just as I am Izuku, I am Ei. By the way, call me Izuku. Ishido smiled and cupped his face. Call me Mina, then. She captured Izuku's lips with her own, and he melted. The kiss wasn't SXL, but it was passionate. Partners who have been separated for too long finally reunite in a desperate scene of love and affection. Izuku's hand that was in Mina's hair tightened around it, his other arm wrapping around her waist. He pulled out for air, and they gazed at each other lovingly. Midoriya met their lips again this time, both of them laughing and crying and feeling almost every emotion at once. But they were back, they were together once. More, they were complete. A tear fell on Mina's face, causing her to open her own misty eyes. I missed you so much. These last few months of knowing you, but not being able to love you, have been torture. I'm sorry I put you through that. Though now we're even. Mina giggled before kissing him once more. Their lips were both soft, and their similar hair tickled each other as they joined in devotion towards one another. Mina finally pushed herself up off of the sand, sitting up and across from Izuku. We should probably get back. All Might said 15 minutes. Time passes slower here, don't you remember? But yes, you're right. Before we go, though, Midoriya took her hand and pulled from deep inside her. Suddenly, a familiar electro-vision landed in the sand. I felt it while you read my palm this morning. We can say it's part of my quirk, that some people have hidden items as well that I can pull out. It's not too far from the truth. Thank you, Izuku. Mina had already made up a nickname for him. She threw herself at him, catching him in a hug. I don't have my catalyst, though. You can shoot acid out of your hands, right? Figure out a way to electrify it, and it's almost the same thing. You'll get the hang of it, I know you will. Mina watched as Izuku looked over his shoulder and talked with someone who wasn't there. When he looked back and saw her confused expression, he sighed. I guess it makes sense you couldn't see her. The plane of euthymia is my consciousness, essentially. A form of EI permanently resides here. She's helped me train, but I guess she is just in my mind. You're crazy, you know that, Izuku? Mina teased. Come on, let us out of here. Izuku obeyed, cutting open a portal and pulling Mina through. A quick check of the time showed that they had 2 minutes to get back. They held hands during the short walk back, but before anyone could spot them they let go. As much as they weren't embarrassed about their infatuation with each other, this was high school. Mina and Midoriya were both intimately familiar with how fast rumors can spread, and the fact that they just came back from complete solitude wouldn't help their case. They were watching the tail end of the 4th match, which while the time was almost up, the hero team looked like they were going to win. Uraraka and Ida were the heroes, and Ida was currently floating through the air at high speeds. Their opponents, Tokoyami and Jiro, could barely dodge such high-speed kicks at their head, let alone Uraraka's grabby hands. Eventually she made them float, and Ida, who was already used to moving in zero gravity, captured them in capture tape. They weren't in the room with the bomb, which was smart of the villains to not reside near it but also a bit risky. Hero team wins. All Might repeated his spiel about returning and Recovery Girl, even though they all probably had it memorized by now. It was most likely required of him to do it, or he just was very unaware of the memory span of teenagers. Izuku didn't pay attention to the last match, which was Kirishima and a big boy with big lips against a boy with weird elbows and Shuji. He watched enough of it to see Kirishima enthusiastically charge into the building. His eyes kept wavering to Mina, who was standing next to him. Unsurprisingly, she also was glancing at Midoriya, but trying to make it not obvious. When they met eyes, Izuku smiled and subtly blew her a kiss. Mina looked around and made sure everyone was looking at the screen, before sending one back to him. It was so sweet it was going to give him a cavity. He loved his girlfriend. Bullet. When Izuku went home, Sakura and Doi were waiting outside the door to his apartment. They took one look at his giddy expression and Doi laughed. You've got a girlfriend? Doi exclaimed, jumping on Midoriya. What dash? What are you doing here? We wanted to see you, and ask how UA was. Masahiro couldn't come, he's visiting his sister tonight. Sakura couldn't meet his eyes as she fiddled with her thumbs. Her long baby blue hair, what did she eat to achieve that? Hid her expression, but he knew she was blushing. Who's the girlfriend? Or boyfriend? I don't judge. But I'm pretty sure you're straight, so? Who? Doi was shaking him with all their tiny might. It's no one, drop it. Midoriya pushed past them and unlocked the door to his apartment. Oh, now I know it's someone. Who do you think it is, Sakura? Doi and Sakura followed him inside, not that he really minded. His annoyance with them was mostly in a playful way. Oh, one of his new classmates maybe? Dude, that's so soon. I'm embarrassed now. Don't bring me into this. Sakura fell onto Midoriya's couch, face first. Doi fluttered their wings, flying around Izuku like an annoying insect, which was kind of ironic. There's no way it's someone from his class already, he's too socially awkward for that. So, someone he knew before. Masahiro? There's no way in hell it's Bakugo. Uraraka? Robot boy. They gasped suddenly, then a grin stretched across their face. Ashido. Izuku only answered them by shoving them away and trying desperately to hide his blush and smile. Oh my god, it totally is Ashido? Did you two kiss? Mwah ack. Midoriya shocked them, only a little bit but enough to shut them up. They fell onto the floor in surprise. Even though they had stopped talking, their laughter resumed as usual. "Here's all I will tell you," Midoriya said, finally giving in. "I am dating Mina. We got together today." "Really, thousands of years ago. The rest is none of your business." "I'm happy for you too," Sakura exclaimed. "I respect you. You and your decision. You got a thing for pink or something, lover boy? Man, wouldn't it suck if pink was your least favorite color?" Doi had created a new nickname for him, one that he knew he would never be able to shake. "I'm home," called out Inko, who just arrived. "Oh, Amajiki. Ase, what are you two doing here? Are you staying for dinner?" "Zuka has a girlfriend," Doi shouted before Izuku could cover their mouth. Inko gasped, eyes wide. "Oh my. Well, Izuku, as much as I do want grandbabies, make sure to use protection. High school is a little too early for me." Izuku's face burnt a deep red. "You too, SCK. Don't talk to your mother that way. But tell me all about this girl." Midoriya groaned and announced he was going to his room. Doi and Sakura followed him, shouting thanks to Inko for welcoming them into her home. Well, Sakura murmured it more. As much as Inko made her feel safe, adults were scary. She couldn't believe she was going to be one soon. How could she handle getting a job with middle-aged people? Sakura wanted to stay a kid forever. Doi continued to prod some more on the details with Ishido, but eventually backed off. They all ended up playing some online game Doi had heard about from her friends. It was basically a sci-fi MMORPG where you could choose to be an alien or human and everyone battled it out. You had different quests based on which one you chose, and could access different areas. Izuku chose aliens, and so did Sakura. Doi originally wanted to choose humans so they could battle Izuku and Sakura, but after Sakura pleading that she didn't want to fight anyone, they chose aliens as well. They also vowed to protect Sakura and to always be there for her. Sakura had to leave early because her parents wanted her home for dinner, but Doi's family didn't really care what they did anymore. They knew they couldn't control them, so they just occasionally reprimanded them or gave them a bigoted speech and called it a day. Doi happily stayed for dinner, and chowed down on the yakitori and miso soup Inko prepared. Izuku laughed when they burned their tongue on it, which earned him a smack on the head from Doi. "No violence at the dinner table, Ase," Inko softly scolded. "Just wait till after dinner, Izuku. It's on. Please don't kill or maim my son. I actually like him." "Your son will be fine, so long as he can dodge." Midoriya could in fact dodge. Quite well. It frustrated Doi to no end as they swung and tousled but didn't get a scratch on him. To make matters worse, his face was eerily calm the whole time. Not satisfied, not angry, not happy, nothing. Just a resting face. Doi knew he was talented, but he really was just letting them have fun. If he wanted to be serious, he could easily overpower them. That kinda ruined the happy mood for Doi. So without showing it, they finally backed off and let the conversation flow elsewhere. They hated being weak. They hated being small. They wanted to be at Izuku's power. They wanted to make everyone else afraid. Shit, that sounded kinda villain. Why? They weren't a villain, and they never would be. They just wanted a little more respect. Their friends respected them just fine, but their family and everyone else? Not so. Suddenly, Doi realized something. Izuku was treating them like a real opponent. He doesn't go ballistic on everyone. Not only is that not heroic, it wastes energy. But, that face was his sparring face. He always zones into the fight, not paying attention to anything that isn't important to it. That did make Doi feel a bit better about themselves. They were lucky to have a friend like Izuku. "Stop smiling, you're freaking me out," Izuku said, breaking the silence. "Oh, I'll show you, freaky lover boy. Or maybe Mina will." Bullet. When Midoriya arrived at UA the next morning, he was surprised to see Masahiro and Mina standing a few meters away from the gate. "What's up?" Izuku asked, startling his friends with his sudden entrance. "Reporters. They're annoying," Masahiro replied, and when Izuku looked over to Mina, she shrugged. God, why was she so beautiful even when she was shrugging? "I don't know, I've wondered that too." "Follow me. I'll handle this." Izuku's face was in that fight mode he had been told so much about. His friends followed close behind him, trusting him full-heartedly. Though, they did jump back a little when he suddenly summoned his spear, the emerald color matching with the flower in his hair. He held it safely with the blade going down, in no danger of hurting anyone. But it was intimidating as hell. When the vultures spotted the 3 students, they swiftly moved to bombard them with questions about UA and All Might. Izuku's hair started to glow, and even rise a little. His eyes were cold as they emitted a toxic green light. A metallic smell filled the air before a strike of lightning hit Izuku, causing everyone, except Mashareo and Mina, to scream. "Move!" The reporters wordlessly obeyed, most scared speechless. Mina hid a snicker behind her hand. Izuku walked through the parted crowd like Moses with the Red Sea. When someone got brave and approached him, he simply let his features glow and the metallic scent came back and the vulture dashed off. Mina whispered something into Mashareo's ear, something Izuku couldn't quite catch other than the words, "scary dog privilege." Mashareo laughed at that, and whispered something back. As much as Izuku wanted to be in the conversation, he kept marching forwards like a god sending off for war. Something he had done embarrassingly often. He could get quite violent when he was in Teyvat. They eventually made it through the crowd, and saw Aizawa waiting by the gates trying to get the reporters to back off. He was surprised to see them all staying a good 6 feet away from Izuku, and when he saw the kids' war march he just nodded approvingly. Midoriya and his friends continued on, unbothered by a hand reaching out behind them to grab their clothes. Mina and Mashareo jumped around when they heard the steel gate slam down behind them, but as usual Izuku was unfazed. "You're the best, Zuku." Mina jumped to hug him and gave him a kiss on the cheek. Mashareo, surprisingly, was the one who acted embarrassed and waved his arms around. Izuku just returned the hug and kissed her forehead, gently pushing back her pink curls. Mashareo stammered and eventually just sighed. "I'm never gonna get an answer, am I?" "Nope," Izuku said, not daring to take his eyes off of Mina. They made it to class just a few minutes before Aizawa showed up, always just on time with the bell. The man looked like he had gone through hell and back, which considering the swarm outside was decently accurate. "Today, we will be doing something that could decide the rest of your school year," Aizawa announced ominously. Everyone tensed, getting ready to hear the worst. "Picking a class rep." "That's so normal," the class exclaimed in unison. People started shouting left and right the fastest political campaigns Midoriya had ever heard. A room full of a bunch of teenagers explaining why they should be rep didn't fail to make him chuckle. He couldn't blame them though, being the class representative in UA looked really good on paper for heroics. The idea that the class respected you enough to represent them as a whole? Pretty impressive. "Everyone, please calm yourselves. Let's do this in a civilized, orderly fashion," Ida ordered, standing up straight with his arms cutting through the air. "The best way to handle this is through a democratic vote. Everyone, please write the name of who you wish to lead and then turn it in to the podium." "Wouldn't everyone just vote for themselves?" Mina asked, which was a good point. Yaoyorozu answered for Ida. "Well, wouldn't that make the person who does end up first that much more worthy?" Everyone seemed to like the idea, so they scribbled down a name and passed it to the front. Izuku wrote Yaoyorozu. She had a good head, she wasn't too rule-bound like Ida, and he always loved to see a female leader. Ida tallied the results, and Midoriya was surprised to see his name at first with 5 votes. Below him was Yaoyorozu with 3, and then everyone else with 1 or 0. "Okay." Ida clapped and tried to hide his disappointment at having no votes. "Looks like Midoriya will be our class representative, and Yaoyorozu will be vice." Izuku was stunned. His duty in life truly was to lead, huh? Well, this didn't scare him too much. He had led a country, so leading a classroom shouldn't be too bad. Then again, we did use a hands-off approach, not sure if that would work again here. He would do just fine. He had the strength and trust of his people behind him, after all. Aizawa, who was most likely awake during the entirety of the election for class representative, pushed himself up and to his feet. "You guys figure it out?" he asked rhetorically. "Good. Class starts soon. Midoriya, you can do your first words of speech or whatever as class representative after lunch. Same for you, Yaoyorozu, if you want." Izuku and Yaoyorozu nodded, and Present Mike opened the door to start his lesson. Class was comfortably familiar as he fell into the usual mindset of soaking up everything he could. Today's lesson, however, was set on past tense, something that was review for Midoriya, which, in all honesty, was kind of ironic. Reviewing the past. Instead of the lesson, Midoriya opted to focus on himself. He wanted to be a symbol of eternal peace, right? That meant smiling for everyone to see, and letting everyone think that smile meant that they were all right. That does not mean treating the press like the vultures they are, nor does it mean stony, cold faces. All Might always put on a big show for the media, and all Izuku did was scare them. Isn't a big scary show still a big show? Why can't we be both? Mean and cold to our enemies and those in our way, but soft and kind to the civilians who need our help. Not quite all the Raiden Shogun, but also not just Raiden Ei. That was a good point. Years of analyzing All Might videos let Izuku in on the fact that All Might did not smile at big and bad villains. He bared his teeth. There was a clear difference. One should not forget that in most species showing your teeth is a sign of hostility. Izuku and All Might should be able to wield that hostility, even as humans. Correct. Make our enemies fear us, but keep our friends at peace. Midoriya nodded discreetly to himself, not that anyone would think anything of it if they noticed. All they would see is a good student nodding along and paying attention to the teacher's lesson. Even if he had no clue what Present Mike was saying. Midoriya, can you tell me which of these sentences is incorrect? And he jinxed himself. Izuku was at least glad that he didn't outright call him out for zoning out. He examined the 3 sentences on the board, looking for mistakes. The second one, Izuku finally answered. Say, in past tense does not use. Good job, little listener. Now can anyone else think of some other examples of words that don't use ed for past tense? Yeah. He was going to be okay. Hiding himself would do him no good. To an extent, of course. Hero personas did exist, after all. Bullet. Lunchtime rolled around, and the usual group sat at the usual table. If they noticed how Mina and Izuku sat closer than usual to each other, or their lingering touches and gazes, they didn't say anything. Mashareo, however, went beet red every time they did something the tiniest bit affectionate. As Miko, or rather Mina, would put it, he acted like a cute, little, and innocent child. What the group of friends did notice, however, was the blaring alarm that suddenly disturbed their comfortable conversation. Midoriya instantly stood alert, and from the corner of his eye he could see Mina pull for her catalyst, then frown when it didn't respond. Nor did it exist. Izuku almost pulled out his spear himself, but he stopped himself. The alarm was going to cause enough panic on its own, adding a dangerous weapon into the mix would do no good. Midoriya grabbed a passing student by the arm and asked what was happening. It said it was a level 3 security breach. That means someone got into the building. That hasn't happened since All Might went here. Izuku's eyes widened and reported what he learned back to his friends, who all joined in on the mass panic in their own ways. Shiozaki just stood and prayed, Ida began ordering people around, Uraraka just started to outright leave. Mina, Mashareo, and Izuku all looked ready to fight whoever broke into the building. A stampede dragged them all into the hallway, much to Izuku's displeasure. He was squashed between bodies, trying his hardest to stay upright in his somewhat small body. He eventually made it to the window, and upon seeing what was happening, got royally said. It was just the press. All of this, just for it to be the press. With a roar of his own and a rumble of thunder, Midoriya jumped into the air, aided by a burst of lightning. He stood on a ledge, and let another deafening clap of thunder silence the crowd. We are students of UA, he hissed, eyes chock full of disgust. His voice wasn't particularly loud, but the venom in it carried it all throughout the student body. Act like it? It's just a bunch of reporters. Go to your classes, calmly, and help anyone injured in that embarrassing act. People around him couldn't help but listen. He jumped down from the ledge and dusted off his blazer. Izuku's eyes were still glowing slightly, and a few streaks of hair here and there emitted some light as well. He watched, slightly pleased, as the crowd dispersed and people were helped up by friends and classmates. He was just glad Mina didn't get hurt. For her safety and for everyone else's. Speaking of Mina, Izuku walked over to where his friends were gathered, then was shocked by a group of his classmates joining them. "You're so cool, Midoriya. Such a good leader, definitely the right pick for class rep. Man, did you see that jump? I know, right? And the freaky glowy thingy he always does. Almost makes me piss my pants." The overall mood coming from the crowd was happiness and pride. Their class rep, their Midoriya, had calmed a ginormous crowd of teenagers. Which, mind you, was no easy feat. Izuku didn't reply much to the flurry of compliments he was receiving, other than polite thanks here and there. Aizawa invited him and Yaoyorozu to the front of the room when they returned, and Izuku got to say a small speech. He didn't plan on doing much with it, but he did want to show his gratitude towards his classmates. "At first I wasn't sure I was the right person for this spot," Midoriya started, which while that wasn't entirely true, it did hold some honesty. "But after hearing all your praise, I think that I will do my best to lead you all." The class hooped and cheered for him. Izuku stepped back and gestured for Yaoyorozu to go up and say a few words herself. All she did was thank everyone for the opportunity to learn and lead, and expressed her excitement to be working with Izuku. He agreed, slightly embarrassed he hadn't thought to say that before. The day was decently normal from then on, with the announcement of an on-campus field trip next week. During standard heroics, all Aizawa talked about was reviewing their performance in the mock battles yesterday and expressing the importance of using support gear properly. Apparently, someone from Class B got overexcited and blew up the whole building on his teammates. Considering that was Bakugu's class, Midoriya wasn't entirely surprised. Bullet. The week passed, and Midoriya was excitedly tying his tie by himself while he got ready for school. He had already eaten breakfast, graciously provided by his mom. Tai was eerily silent that morning, saying she just felt like something was off about today. Izuku did not feel the same sentiment. He was stoked for the field trip, which was only the third practical standardized heroics of the year. The rest had been standard classroom lessons. Inko wished him well, telling him to have fun and stay safe as usual. She had recently gotten better on letting him leave and not bombarding him with, "Did you remember your?" questions. The atmosphere was the same when he got to school, with everyone buzzing in their seats and guessing what they thought was going to happen. The field trip was going to take up the first half of the day, with the second half being Class B's turn. After lunch would be all of their normal classes, all shortened to stuff them into such a short PRD. Aizawa arrived with the bell and simply told them to get into costume and meet at the front of the school by the bus. Izuku, fully used to putting on the outfit, had to stay behind and wait for the rest of the class. Such were the responsibilities of class representative. He did miss being early and alone with Aizawa, but then again the man did cause his internal functions to fail. Plus, it gave him more time to socialize and practice not being a complete shut-in. He couldn't say the same for all of his classmates, however. Todoroki was simply a lost cause, a permanent loner. When they all arrived at the bus, Izuku had to almost physically restrain Ida from forcing the rest of the class into lines for a proper seating. Midoriya had the smarts to ask the teachers all the information ahead of time, so he knew the seating of the bus wasn't normal. He just reminded everyone that they were honorable hero students, and to respect the generosity of their teacher and bus driver. The class did just as he asked, but as best as they could. They were teenagers, they weren't meant to sit still and quiet. They also weren't meant to learn to fight bad guys, but here we are. Izuku mentally tells Ei to shut up, knowing she was just joking around, trying to lighten her own mood. The mood on the bus was very light and happy. People were cracking jokes and teasing each other. All in good heart, obviously. If anyone is going to be a flashy, top 10 hero, it's Midoriya or Todoroki, Kaminari said. They've got the flashiest quirks in class by far. Yeah, Kirishima continues, except Todoroki's so shy I don't think any of us know anything about him. Quirks aren't everything, you gotta have a good personality. Midoriya sat back and observed. He appreciated the compliment, but he wasn't sure he could say anything about unapproachability with his rather cold demeanor. As if she read his mind, Tsuyu, who had insisted everyone call her that, spoke up. Yeah, but Midoriya isn't all that soft either. No offense. None taken, I assure you. I know I can get kind of mean. Nah, you're not mean, Mito. Mashireo said. Just convince. Especially when you fight. Ah. It's almost tunnel vision, but in a good way. I hope. Midoriya added as a final thought, twirling a strand of hair on his pointer finger. I think it's super cool, Mina said, hugging his arm and looking up at him lovingly. Would totally make some villain sheet his pants. That garnered a laugh from Izuku, who ruffled her hair. I'm always one to speak my mind, Karo, Tsuyu said, a finger on her cheek, so I'm just going to say it. Are you and Ishido dating? You seem really close. It was almost comical how quickly Izuku went beet red. Mina snorted and pulled away slightly. That obvious, huh? Yeah, we are. We knew each other for a few months, a simple, believable lie, and then once I finally saw him fight I fell head over heels. Apparently, this fool believes in love at first sight because he's been whipped for me for like, forever. Midoriya scrambled to cover her mouth, but the damage had been dealt. The bus was alight with whoops and laughs, most of them teasing Izuku for his eagerness for love. He eventually just accepted his fate, resting his face in his hands and bending forwards. Mina rubbed his back sympathetically, knowing full well she had caused his pain. Quiet down, Aizawa said, standing up from his spot. We're here. Sure enough, they were. Midoriya and Yaoyorozu stood up and directed everyone off the bus, who all spotted Pro Hero 13 standing and waiting for them. Uraraka freaked out, going on a hero nerd rant similar to one Izuku would do. Apparently, 13 was her favorite hero. She based her space theme off of them. Isn't All Might supposed to be here already? Aizawa asked 13, who simply held up 3 fingers and sighed. Curious. Izuku wondered what that meant. Hello, everyone. 13 greeted in their signature cheery voice. Today we will be doing rescue training. This facility is called the USJ, Unforeseen Simulation Joint. We have different areas inside to simulate disasters that could really happen, and it's your job to rescue the fake civilians inside. Now before we start, I have one thing to say. Or 2, maybe 3? You know what, I'll just say it all. My quirk is called Black Hole. Like many of yours, it can be super helpful in certain situations. But also like many of yours, can be extremely dangerous. It's important to be able to identify the line of excessive force, both for the safety of everyone, including you, and so that you don't get charged with a crime. 13 led the class into the huge dome that made up the USJ, speaking as they went. Today we're going to help you find that line. You have to be very careful during all of this and keep in mind that our Aizawa and I, that is, word is law. If we say to stop, you stop. Capiche? A chill raced down Izuku's spine, and he summoned engulfing lightning on instinct. He stepped in front of the class, trying to analyze and figure out what exactly caused this reaction. When he saw it, his blood ran cold. A purple, swirling vortex had opened in the center of the complex. It was currently spewing out villains by the dozen. None of them looked necessarily powerful, but then, the abyssal creatures, rift hounds, and ruin machines emerged. Not again, we must protect. Whoa, is the exercise already starting? Everyone get back. Aizawa shouted, his voice deep and demanding. Those are real villains. He pulled his goggles up to cover his eyes, and leaped into the fray. Izuku was almost worried for him, knowing the man didn't specialize in group combat. Rather, he worked best with stealth and one-on-one takedowns. But Midoriya was too busy making sure his class was okay. Mina, 13, and him may be rather knowledgeable with battle, but no one else was. They didn't know how to assess, to react, to purge. Ei, Mina whispered, grabbing Izuku's arm. He's not going to last 1 minute down there, not with all the monsters. I know, Izuku replied. That's why I'm going down there. Before he could continue on after his teacher, a black mist vaguely taking the shape of a human stopped him. Pardon our rude interruption. We are the villains of the abyss, and we are here to kill All Might. Who seems to be running fashionably late. I am Kurogyri, and my job is to scatter and torture you all. But if any of you could give me information on All Might's whereabouts, maybe I'll spare you. Like we would give any information to a filthy, abyss herald like you, Midoriya spat. Yes, that's what he was. He was deformed and obviously experimented on, but he was definitely an abyss herald. Oh. Kurogyari seemed amused. How did you catch on so quickly? I know more than you think. Izuku moved at lightning speed, shoving Ida towards the doors. Go. Run, get help, don't hesitate. His friend obeyed him wordlessly, his mind probably not catching up quite yet. Kurogyari tried to stop him, but Izuku caught his neck plate with his polearm and dispatched loads of electro. The neck plate was metal, which conducted his electricity and stunned the Abyss Herald. It only bought a little bit of extra time, but that was enough. Ida was out of the doors, which most likely locked shut behind him. The world turned black and misty around Izuku. He felt what seemed like vines and a worm. Hand tried to grab onto him, but their attempts were useless. Before Midoriya could evade the portal opening beneath his feet, he was dropping from 20 meters in the air into the main plaza, where most of the battling was happening. Izuku may have been scared, but Kurogyari made a big mistake putting him in his most natural element. And now, that Abyss Herald was going to pay. Aizawa watched with horror as his student suddenly appeared from the sky and started falling. Midoriya may be one of, if not the most talented students he's had in a while, at least from off the bat, but there's no way he could handle a fall from that high. If he was trained in parkour, maybe, but kids who are aiming for spotlight heroics usually don't think of that. Except, Shoyuta got to see Midoriya gracefully twist through the air, almost teleporting by using bursts of that green electricity to move himself around swiftly. Then he landed on one of those strange machines, piercing what looked like a glowing core and electrocuting it thoroughly. The machine was tall, with 2 arms and legs. There seemed to be missile launchers on its back, and the glowing maybe core looked almost like an eye. Shoyuta was stunned to see its cores, yes, he's pretty sure that's what that was, light sputter, before finally going out. The machine fell forward, and once it landed it crumbled away into red and black dust. That was oddly horrifying. Probably quirk made. But how did Midoriya know where and how to attack, or how did he do it in one blow? Those things weren't weak, he almost broke his toes trying to fight an floating octopus like one, so Midoriya must have been using a lot of strength. Or, the cores were their weak point. He had to stop himself from just watching Midoriya in awe. The way the boy moved like lightning was so mesmerizing. Lucky for him, most of the villains were distracted as well. He was able to shift his capture weapon around and throw one villain with a now erased quirk into one with a mutation that made their hands sharp. The one with the mutation put their hands up, either to block or try and catch, and it just made the other villain get more injured. While he was distracted with that, one of those floating wolf-like creatures managed to get a hit on him. And Dimon, wounds like that weren't supposed to bleed that much. He put a bit of pressure on it, but it was hard to do so while still attacking some villains and dodging the wolf creature. That's when Midoriya swooped in, repeatedly slashing and shocking it until it too disappeared into dust with a pained yelp. Midoriya met his eyes, face steely. Leave the monsters to me. You focus on the humans. Aizawa answered with a nod and swift kick to a girl's gut. Bullet. Izuku was not scared. He couldn't be, and he had no reason to be. He was driven, focused, and determined to take out all of these monsters he never thought he'd see again. Aizawa was counting on him to watch his back. And Izuku was sort of counting on him too. Counting on him to keep the rest of the class safe, counting on him to stay far away from the creatures Midoriya warned him about, and even counting on him to take care of the criminals. Izuku dashed to a rift hound, methodically slashing it until it disappeared into dust. They were the most annoying, what with their unnatural claws that made you bleed profusely. A ruin guard stomped slowly towards him, spinning. He jumped over its long arms and onto its head, electrocuting it. As it fell, it finished off a nearby Pyro Apps mage that had its shield broken by Izuku recently. He plunged onto a Hydro Abyss Lector, weapon charged with electro. As the sparks conducted and made the Lector shake violently, he took out a ruin defender that had began to sneak up on him with 3 well-placed attacks. Midoriya kept his eye on Aizawa for a little while, But after he realized most of the monsters were going towards the bigger threat, he figured his teacher was safe. His eye did catch on a hulking bird-like monster, unlike anything he had ever seen before. It was oozing with abyssal energy, and glowing writing of the forgotten Kenrya language littered its skin. The thought of the old nation made Izuku shudder with bad memories. Or perhaps, it was the sheer amount of evil will in this plaza. No, 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 no. A white-haired man, covered with hands, cried out as he watched Izuku obliterate his monsters. This wasn't supposed to go like this. You're using a cheat code. Izuku's battle had brought him closer to the man with far too many hands. He still hadn't broken a sweat, all of his movements as graceful as a nobleman. What do you mean? Didn't expect anyone to be able to fight these things? Midoriya's spear pierced through a particularly tricky electro shield created by an abyss mage. They're rather weak. I've fought harder. It was true. His centuries, maybe eons, long fight with the Raiden Shogun had taken all of his strength and then some. This battlefield was a familiar one where he showed off to show his soldiers that all was well and the Shogun was still supreme. The only thing difficult about it was the sheer number of monsters, but even those numbers were beginning to dwindle. He said there wouldn't be anyone with those powers anymore. You're a cheater. The handman screamed in rage, scratching his neck furiously. What? Did your master tell you there wouldn't be any students with quirks when you invaded a school that has never accepted a quirkless person? He knows this. He checked when he was young, he still checks sometimes. Perhaps you so-called villains of the abyss are bigger fools than I thought. A rift hound shrieked in harmony with the man-baby as he pierced its would-be heart. An abyss mage shot a cryo shard at him, of which he easily dodged. He then relentlessly attacked the offending abyss mage until it disappeared into the familiar red and black dust. A ruined scout floated over to him, along with a hunter. The two flying machines acted as perfect stepping stones as he jumped from each of them and ended a rift hound whelp with a plunge attack. Izuku looked around, and suddenly discovered that all of the rift hounds had been disposed of. He hadn't realized he was working so fast, so efficiently. He was mostly surrounded by ruined machines and their tough armor, with a few mages scattered here and there. The Abyss Herald reappeared next to the man-baby, and looked surprised to see how well Midoriya was faring against all the monsters. He gave the smoky man a small smirk as he destroyed yet another monster. He knew my identity, Kurogiri explained to the man-baby. My real one. I'm not entirely surprised at how experienced he is against our army. So he's not just a cheater, he's another player, man-baby observed. Not only that, Shigaraki Tamura, but a student managed to escape the facility. He is most likely on the way to alert the heroes. The man-baby, Shigaraki, screeched in rage. Dimenu, Kurogiri. You're so useless. If you weren't our only way out of here, I'd kill you right now. Ironic, calling his subordinate useless and then describing his use. Maybe you should worry less about that and more about how weak your army is, Aizawa announced, suddenly appearing and attacking Shigaraki. Midoriya tried not to get too distracted from his fight, but he did want to see what the head honcho was all about. Apparently, not much, if his wide and very open attacks told him anything. Then, he most likely wasn't the leader of this organization. There had to be someone higher up, pulling the strings. It was rather likely, if Izuku had learned anything about the Abyss Order. More ruin machines dropped like flies. By the time Izuku had finished all but one off, he heard a cry of pain coming from Aizawa. He whipped around and almost gagged when he saw his teacher. Shigaraki had a firm grip on him, a huge and creepy grin on his face. His elbow, where he was being held, was crumbling away into dust. Midoriya could see Aizawa's muscle and bone, threatening to give way into destruction like the rest. Luckily, Aizawa erased Shigaraki's awful quirk before more damage could be done, but it was pretty much too late. Rage poured into Izuku's very being, so icy cold it burned through him. This was a threat to him, to eternity. Those who hurt others meaninglessly, who cause that much suffering, should be purged. His goal of eternal peace could not happen if people like this roamed around. You, Shigaraki Tamura, Izuku called out, walking steadily towards said man, are a threat to eternity. Threats to eternity shall be eliminated. I will not need to strike twice. Midoriya could spot shivers running down the man's spine. Good. Let him be afraid. He is the source of this destruction. Shigaraki lunged for Izuku, trying to get all 5 fingers on him. He sidestepped and turned around with one swift motion. He then cut a relatively shallow cut in the villain's back, along with a surge of electro power. He wanted to cut deeper, to simply finish this fight here and now and forever, but as a hero in training he had to have some self-restraint. But true to his word, he only struck once. Enmo. Shigaraki spat out. The bird-like creature suddenly stood at attention, waiting for orders. Izuku struck Shigaraki with the blunt-ish side of his spear so that order wouldn't come. His mind screamed at him, telling him to use it. Use what? Use it. Use it. Use it. Use Itsidasite. Use it. Working on muscle memory, a large green storm erupted around Izuku. The bright light caused everyone to flinch around him, but then stare in awe at the beautiful show. He reached for the center of his chest, bracing one hand lightly next to the other, and pulled. Out came Muzu Ishin, its power pulsing through Izuku like a familiar old friend. Once the blade had fully emerged, he swung it down and to his side. He walked elegantly towards the Numu, his aura deathly threatening. He wouldn't even need to land a hit if all went as planned. Hopefully Eraserhead would see what was happening and take the opening he was going to give him. Numu! Shigaraki spat out finally, along with a little bit of blood. Kill that brat. That wasn't good. Oh well, it wasn't likely it would survive against the power of a god-dess. In a flash, Izuku and Numu moved at the same time, towards each other. He almost let his surprise show at how quick the monster was. He met its fist with his sword, then when it went to grab it he shocked it and cut the hand straight off. To his disgust, the hand grew back in a disgusting display of bone, muscle, and skin. The clash was one of titans. When he was in his prime, Midoriya could have probably finished this already. Alas, he was only a teenager with a few years of training and centuries worth of memories to work with. But despite that, he could definitely keep up with this Numu. If he heard the monologues from Shigaraki correctly, it was made to defeat All Might. Interesting. Meanwhile, Midoriya could barely hear the scuffle of Aizawa and Shigaraki over the sound of sparks and wind whistling in his ears. One less enemy to worry about, he supposed. Izuku was merciless with his barrage of cuts and slices. He hadn't unlocked the full power of Muzu Ishin, he could tell, but the difference of him utilizing it versus not was definitely noticeable. Not only were the attacks from the blade more powerful in general, the sword enhanced his senses, speed, and cleared his mind just enough so he could focus better on the battle. Numu was mindless, and Midoriya could easily tell. As he danced around the creature like he was in a ballroom, it lunged, leaped, and dove like a lunatic. He would call it mindless, but the exposed brain seemed to tell him otherwise. Its attacks were easy to dodge, especially if he kept his distance and teleported away like he usually did. Well, not teleport, more like move so fast no one could see him. Another perk of the Muzu Ishin. Ei commanded him in his mind, warning him of movement from both the Numu and the remaining mages. Some of the things she mentioned he had already noticed himself, but it was good to have an extra set of eyes in case he missed some of it. Well, eyes was a strong word. More like she could see and comprehend more than he could in this dangerously quick-paced fight. Wait, hadn't Izuku mentioned an exposed brain earlier? Oh my god, he was so stupid. Brains, plus high amounts of electricity, never went well. But just as he lunged for its brain, his head felt like it was exploding. He barely managed to think over the pain that he must have gotten caught up in Eraserhead's quirk. Midoriya instantly fell to the ground, screaming bloody murder. You would think he'd be used to this kind of pain, huh? Aizawa noticed him laying on the ground and turned off his quirk, but it was too late. Izuku struggled against the might of the Numu as it firmly planted its knee on his back and a hand on his head. Stupid, 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 stupid. He couldn't believe he let his guard down, let himself get caught like this. The Numu bashed his head into the ground, and Midoriya could almost feel his skull weaken. He cried wet, hot tears, that intermingled with the blood pouring down his face and joined the puddle underneath him. As he was repeatedly slammed and the cackle of Shigaraki rang through his ears, he thought back to a familiar, comfortable place. Izuku Ai thought back to sitting underneath a sakura tree. Makoto and Kitsune Saigu sat with him, and Yae in her fox form was curled up in his lap. A cool breeze blew in, cooling them off on the hot summer day. It was a picnic, one that Makoto delicately prepared. They talked amongst themselves, Izuku Ai stroking Yae's silky smooth fur. She adorably purred and snuggled up closer to him, Idly Midoriya, Raiden, thought to herself, that if she could stay in this moment forever, it wouldn't be so bad. With a flash then absence of light, Izuku reappeared in the plane of euthymia. Numu had been brought with him, and was still gripping his body tightly. However, it was unmoving, and through red Izuku could look up and see that it was staring blankly into space. Waiting for orders. Izuku! Tai screamed, and he had never heard her that worried. It'll be alright, Izuku, we just need to go back to our body. It's just the blade right now, that's where we are. I'm tired, Midoriya mumbled as he spat out blood. That probably wasn't good. That's okay, you did so good. Try to stay awake, we need to get back to the mortal plane. The fight's not over. Tired of fighting. Izuku said softly. Want Makoto back? Tai said in a sharp breath. Me too. But there are still people to protect. I can try to open a gateway back, Izuku, but you need to help me. Envision where you want to go, back with your class. By now the Numu had stood up, eyes twitching around trying to find its master. Tai flipped him over onto his back, and tried not to grimace at his wounds. She shook his shoulders as his eyes fluttered open and closed. Think of the USJ, Izuku. Think of Aizawa, Mina, all of them. We need to go back. You're going to worry them. Don't want go back. Izuku pouted like a toddler. We have to. We need to protect them, to be there. I could sense he was considering it. He was probably thinking about Mina sobbing, not knowing where he was. Or Aizawa thinking to himself that he failed and had a student's death on his hands. Not wasting this chance, she opened the gate under Izuku and watched as he fell through. He would be okay. She was sure of it. Bullet. Aizawa had no idea where his student went, and that was bad. All he saw was a flash of light, and then when he looked over Midoriya was gone. So were the villains and the Numu. He managed to see the end of a purple warp gate taking away Shigaraki, but no such thing for Midoriya or the Numu. But then again, with that blinding light he could have just missed it. All Might slammed open the doors, completely too late. Shoyuda ignored his signature, I am here. Even if it did sound a bit more pain than usual. He walked over to the sword that Midoriya had summoned, and picked it up. All Might was saying something to him, asking him something. Aizawa said nothing. Another flash of light, and instead of holding the sword Aizawa was holding a beaten, blooded and mutilated Midoriya. All Might all but gasped at the sight, and Shoyuda couldn't help the small tears that pooled up in his eyes. Midoriya looked up at him, barely hanging on to consciousness. Did I do good, Makoto? Shoyuda had no idea who Makoto was, but he nodded as he shifted Midoriya into a fireman's carry. You were amazing. The battle is over. All Might reached to take Izuku and probably bring him to the paramedics. Shoyuda handed him over gently, trying not to jostle the kid or his own injured elbow. The rest of the students, Aizawa said, breaking the silence, they've been scattered around here. There's probably villains with them. Take him to safety, then get them out of there. All Might nodded, and with a cloud of smoke and dust he was gone. Satisfied, Aizawa moved to bandage himself. It was over. When Izuku woke up, the first thing he thought was that he was wrong. Well, that and the bandages wrapped tight around almost every inch of his body were itchy and annoying. But he was mostly wrong. His soul wasn't transferred to another world, like some ice guy. The history of his world, Teyvat, must have been horribly erased in some big war. Midoriya had been repressing the memories of his death, not wanting to re-experience it. But what he did remember was it was in battle, like he had always wanted. He never wanted to be wasted away by erosion, it's why he avoided it. The armies all called it the war to end the world. If his theory was correct, then it certainly did end Teva. Science said that before dinosaurs, before life itself, the world was too harsh to survive in. Unless you lived in the ocean. Could the aftermath of the war have caused that? With the sheer power of the gods, it was certainly possible. Because how else did those monsters get there? There's no way someone's quirk accidentally created those exactly how he remembered them, even to the point of weaknesses and attack patterns. There had to be some abyssal magic left, somewhere in the world. It would be enough to recover at least a bit of his world, right? Plus, the abyss was an eternal, indestructible space. Perhaps a rift finally opened, and some villain just happened to be at the right place at the right time when the monsters spilled out. It's certainly possible. At this point, I don't know what's right or wrong. Oh good, you're awake, Recovery Girl said while shuffling into the room. You shouldn't have been so reckless, throwing yourself into the fray like that. I didn't throw myself in, Izuku mumbled, his voice muffled by the bandages. The villain worked me there. Not like he wouldn't have gone in anyways. Only he and Mina knew how to take those monsters out. He couldn't just leave Aizawa alone down there. Either way, you should have been more careful. No reason or honor in dying at your young age. Midoriya simply nodded and sighed. When can I get these off? The bandages. Preferably not for a month or so, she answered, huffing, but I know how enthusiastic you are about the sports festival. So with a few more healing sessions you'll have them off the day before the festival. You should still take it easy, mind you. Can't you just heal it all at once? Midoriya wasn't sure how much longer he could handle being so restrained. Recovery Girl scoffed. My quirk works off of your energy. You have too many injuries and not enough stamina. Izuku thought to himself for a minute. Muzuishin. Oh, my sword, it gives me extra stamina. Could I summon it, you heal me, and go like that for a few more sessions? She eyed him uneasily. Health isn't something that should be messed with like that. Besides, why are you so eager to get out of them? Midoriya shrugged. They're very uncomfortable. I don't like not being able to fight and protect myself. Recovery Girl simply shook her head and grumbled as she toddled away. Something about these hero kids and their self-sacrificing attitudes. Suddenly, a knock on the door caused Izuku to move to sit up, then flinch in pain as all of his injuries pulsed at once. Recovery Girl called for the person at the door to come in, and in walked Aizawa-sensei, his mom, and another unknown man. Oh, Izuku my baby. Inko yelped as she threw herself into a hug. Upon feeling her son flinch, she pulled back and apologized profusely. Don't ever scare me like that again. Are you all right? I love you so much. Love you too, ma. Sorry. Izuku tried to reciprocate her hug as best as he could, but with his mummified arms he couldn't exactly do so. Hello Midoriya, the strange man cleared his throat. Sorry to break up your reunion. I'm Detective Tsukachi from Yuzudafu General Police Department. I've been put on the case handling the villains of the Abyss. If it's all right with you, I'd like to ask you a few questions about what exactly went on during the attack on the USJ. I understand if you'd like to rest more, however. No, it's okay. Can you help me sit up? In an awkward movement that ended up being a team effort of all the adults in the room, Midoriya's bed was eventually turned into a chair and he was comfortably sitting up. Once he was situated, Detective Tsukachi pulled up a chair in front of him. Inko sat on his other side, holding his hand tightly. She had already signed the paperwork agreeing to the interview and for Tsukachi to use his quirk during it. Aizawa sat, or rather laid, on the couch provided in Izuku's private room. To start with, I am obligated by law to inform you of my quirk and that I will be using it on you, Tsukachi said, flipping to an open page in his notebook. With my quirk, I can tell if what you are saying is a lie or not. Crap. That's gonna be hard to work around. Well, Midoriya had always had a certain way with words. Somewhat thanks to Ye. Speaking of her, was Mina all right? What about the rest of the class? Izuku voiced his concerns, to which Aizawa grumbled. Only 2 people were hospitalized, including yourself. The other was 13. Everyone else got away with some minor scrapes and bruises. Midoriya sighed in relief, his sudden panic washed away. Inko squeezed his hand, and he looked over to her and smiled. Not that she could really see with the bandages in the way. Okay, Midoriya, why don't you start with retelling me the events of the USJ in your own words? And that he did. He started with the shiver that ran down his spine, some sort of instinct that something was wrong. Talked about how he saw the villains and monsters pour out of the gate like some sort of awful broken dam. And how did you know about these monsters? Aizawa reported that you attacked them like you knew where to hit. Have you seen them before? Here came the tricky part. Kinda? They were in some books I read when I was younger. Not a lie, while training for battle he read books and researched every monster he could come across. And I figured the weak points must be the same. Guess some villains like reading, huh? The detective gave a small smile at his joke and didn't correct him on the lie. Phew, so it worked. Alright, thank you Midoriya. Continue. You were at the entrance, saw the villains? He explained how the mist villain, Abyss Herald, introduced himself and the villains accompanying him. Izuku explained that when he saw the monsters, he associated the warper with another warper from the books and that was why he called him an Abyss Herald. Midoriya skimmed over the battle, as it was all a blur from the adrenaline pumping through his veins. He talked about how angry he was when he saw Shigaraki using his quirk on Aizawa, so he rushed in to save him. He said that the sword was a new part of his quirk, probably developed from the extreme stress and rage. When he got to the part discussing the Numu, he could feel Inko start to shake. Izuku knew if he looked back he would see her crying, and he didn't want to bring attention to her while she was. So, he simply carried on with the interview, voice unwavering and strong. He could see Aizawa grimace out of the corner of his eye when he described being smashed into the ground repeatedly. This part is kinda hard to explain. Izuku would have rubbed the back of his head if he had the mobility to do so. So, another part of my quirk is that when I think of my goals really hard, I can enter the space where the items are stored. I kinda entered it on accident. I didn't know the Numu would come with me, and I think that's where it is now. Tsukachi's eyes widened in surprise. Wow, thank you for your cooperation, Midoriya. You've been a great help. Aizawa suddenly sat up. Kid, I've got a few questions for you. 1. Can you bring the Numu out so that we can put it into police custody? Izuku nodded. Sure. We should probably go outside for it, though. It won't be dangerous, because it only attacks on command, but it's quite big. Gotcha. 2. There's still a few of those monsters scattered around the area. It takes a lot of effort for us to get rid of them. I'm not asking you to do it, you should stay mummified until Recovery Girl clears you, but could you instruct us on how to deal with them? Midoriya nodded eagerly. Get a pencil and some paper. He explained each of the monsters' weaknesses and attack patterns so thoroughly until he was sure they could defeat them safely. Well, as safe as any takedown is. He chimed in his mind when she noticed he forgot something. It was weird to acknowledge all this information, because at this point it felt like instincts or common knowledge to him. Tsukachi said he would let him rest, and come back tomorrow to put the Numu in custody. Once they finished up and he begged Recovery Girl to hurry up his healing process one more time, everyone except for his mom left the room and he was left alone with her. Inko squeezed his hand and gave him a delicate kiss on the forehead. Izuku, baby, Inko said, love pouring into her voice. Why did you lie to the detective, and why did he not notice? You never read books about any of those monsters you described. But he could get around a detective with a lie detector quirk, but not his own mom. Made sense if he thought about it. But I can't tell you right now. I will, I promise, but not here, Izuku sighed, giving up on keeping it a secret from his mom any longer. While there was still the fear, he doubted she would think he was crazy. Alright, sweetheart. I'll hold you to that. But it's not hurting or endangering you or anyone else, is it? Of course not. You know I'd have told you already if it was. I trust you. Bullet. Later that day, his room was filled to the brim with his friends. The dojo squad, plus the group he sat with at lunch, were all packed into the small room. They didn't have much time before Recovery Girl kicked them out so as to not stress Izuku out, but for now he enjoyed their company. Sakura was sobbing, snot and tears running down her face. Not the least bit surprising, But what did shock him was Doi wrapping themselves around him in a hug and burying their face into his bandages. He could feel their tears soaking into the bandages. Midoriya could also feel Mina's subtle jealous glare from where she sat next to him. Uraraka had brought mochi for him, and upon seeing he couldn't exactly eat on his own, she opted to feed him. Which of course led to everyone wanting to feed him. Shiozaki read him some scripture to encourage him on his path of healing. It would have been comforting if he didn't know about Celestia and wasn't a goddess himself. Ida placed a large bouquet of flowers on his bedside table, which sat in an intricately painted porcelain vase. He explained that his mom insisted on such extravagance, but Midoriya didn't mind at all. Masahiro simply said that he was going to beat all of Izuku's records and join him in the adult classes, to which he simply laughed and wished him good luck. Mina was stroking his hair lovingly, but did end up showing her sadistic side by shocking him with a little electro-fused acid every time he started to drift off. Not dangerous enough to damage his hair, but definitely enough to make him break out of his sleepy spell. His two groups of friends, joined by Masahiro, seemed to get along decently well. Uraraka was good at comforting Sakura. Doi had a lot of fun annoying the stuck-up Ida, teasing him until the boy was stunned speechless. Shiozaki prayed very aggressively at Doi, which Izuku didn't know was possible. Eventually Recovery Girl did kick everyone out, just as expected. Inko came with her, and helped to get him out of bed and into a bathtub, which was greatly appreciated. As embarrassing as it was to be bathed like a little kid, he had missed this. First of all, he felt super grimy and gross. Secondly, the bath and the way his mom massaged the soap into his head seemed to both wash away the dirt and his stress. He didn't realize how tense he was until her hands worked their way down his back. I didn't know how much we missed this. Inko was careful not to aggravate any of his injuries. Izuku himself tried his very best to not look down, because of how scared he was to see the resulting gore from the Numu. His broken limbs were wrapped in plastic trash bags, forcing him to sit spread out like a starfish. While his mom rinsed him and toweled him off, he could feel himself drifting off into sleep. He almost fell asleep in her arms, but opted not to, as that would make the whole process a whole lot harder for her. Recovery Girl rebandaged Midoriya with fresh wraps that somehow managed to be both itchy and soft. They wrapped around him tightly, confining him back to his mummified state. As promised, once Izuku had eaten, drank his breakfast through a straw, Tsukachi and a whole squad of backup arrived to take in the Numu. All Might was even there, just in case. Midoriya was wheeled out into an open area. He took a deep breath, thinking back to eternity, with Mikoto. This time only he was summoned back there, because his intentions were not to reveal the deepest parts of himself to a bunch of policemen. Once he opened his eyes and saw himself sitting next to a very mindless Numu, he reopened the gate and pulled it with him. Hisses and gasps resounded through the force. Thankfully the Numu still didn't try to attack anyone. Midoriya could feel their stares moving from it to him, probably stunned at the idea of getting curb stomped by that thing. He bristled slightly, not liking to be reminded of his failure from that day. We did not fail. Everyone else was safe, correct? Izuku supposed she was right, but he still couldn't help but think he should have been stronger, faster. Should have known better about Aizawa's quirk, should have been able to take the pain. You are a child. You are going to make mistakes. No lives were lost, so let's just count it as a win for us. As the police dragged away the heavily restrained Numu, Izuku smiled to himself and began to agree with Ei. Mina sat patiently at her desk. The classroom was abuzz with noise, and she would have joined in had she not been trying so hard not to laugh. Ojiro was in her same situation, mostly just looking a bit exasperated. It was mostly because of the topic their classmates were discussing, if Izuku was okay. Normally, Mina would be glad to join in and theorize with them, but they had all been so sure he wouldn't be coming in today. They underestimated his determination to prove himself. Or rather, his stubbornness. Izuku had always been stubborn. Even in their past lives, Mina had always failed to keep him from doing things on impulse or irrationally. Eventually she just gave up and let him do whatever. To his credit, though, 5 days had passed since the USJ. Izuku could even walk again. Granted, It was a slow, hobble limp that was very different from his usual power walk. It was something as trivial as life-threatening injuries would never stop him, however. With the bell came Aizawa as usual, but behind him was a familiar green-haired mummy. Aizawa activated his quirk, probably on instinct, upon the sudden outburst from the class. "Midoriya, is it really okay for you to be here?" "It's fine," Izuku's muffled voice replied. "Recovery girl cleared me for classes. Can't do hero stuff though." Instead of acknowledging the class's rightful disdain and surprise, Aizawa simply started homeroom after making sure Izuku could get to his desk okay. Mina kept a steady eye on him as well, ready to catch him if need be. She had faith in him though. Even though he was obviously limping, he showed no signs of pain or wincing anywhere else. It was more like the bandages just restrained his movements, not his injuries. To add to this idea, he sat in his chair with relative ease, once more despite his restricted movements. Mina knew from experience, current and old, that sitting with a naval injury could be quite the hassle. "Now," Aizawa said, effectively quieting the class, "your battle's not completely over." Everyone looked a mixture of horrified or awkward while they glanced between Aizawa and Izuku. Mina just stifled a laugh. The UA Sports Festival is coming up. As you all know, it's incredibly important and viewed all over the world. What you might not know is it is your first chance to catch the eyes of pro heroes in order to intern underneath them. So, Aizawa was already pulling his horridly yellow sleeping bag up. "Don't do bad." What great advice. Really, Mina should have thought of that earlier. She did feel a bit bad for Izuku. He would get his bandages off the day before the festival and wouldn't have much time to train. Not that he necessarily needed it, though. These few weeks before the festival might actually give some of the other students a chance at beating him. Might is the keyword. Mina doubted anyone could come close to a goddess who specialized in battle. She was excited, though, to begin testing out how to use her vision with her acid attacks. She could use the electricity to shoot it out a bit further and, gosh, she was sounding like Izuku, wasn't she? Bullet. Izuku stood up slower and stiffer than he wanted to once all the classes before lunch ended. His ever-active situational awareness informed him of the crowd swiftly forming outside the classroom. That was going to be a pain to get through. One of his classmates, he didn't quite catch who, slid open the door then jumped back in shock. "What are all these people doing here?" "A flash mob." "Quick, get my good side." Izuku rolled his eyes. "They're here to dash." Check out the competition, obviously. Bakugu finished for him. "Bakugu is all Izuku said as a greeting. "Deku, you demon nerd, how'd you're useless but get so hurt?" Probably saw one villain and fainted. Midoriya supposed a few weeks of being away from someone who wasn't afraid to beat his but inflated his ego right back to where it started. "You don't get injuries from standing around, Bakugu." Izuku's tone was icy and dripping with condescension. "I got these from defeating the villains and saving my class. Ask anyone." "Bit cocky, eh?" Someone new, cut off Bakugu. Which of course caused the boy to scream in rage. "If one of us from the other courses does well enough in the festival, we get to take one of your spots. So you better be prepared, little heroes." That last line sounded weirdly villainous. "Feel free. A pervert got expelled already, so there's a seat open for you." Izuku stepped closer to the purple-haired boy, glowing green to intimidate him. "Take it. If you can." "He lacks training of any kind. He could only dream of taking our spot." The boy stumbled back, as did the rest of the crowd. Smirking smugly, only on the inside, he pushed his way through the now more open group. His friends followed him, already snickering about how much control he could hold over people. The rest of Midoriya's class seemed to have gotten the memo. When a few of them got a bit intimidated by some of the more aggressive students, Izuku simply looked over his shoulder and let some electricity crackle in the air around him. If that didn't work, he sent a small, controlled shock to the offending kid, which sent his classmate on their merry way. At lunch, the harassment didn't stop. Some blonde kid from 1B came by to flaunt his obvious inferiority complex by insulting Izuku. "I saw that display of yours. Quite villainous, huh? To scare away innocent civilians?" You think you're all that just because you've got the attention from being attacked by villains dash. I'm sorry, would you like to be crushed into the ground by a creature made to kill All Might? Midoriya interrupted, anger rolling off of him like toxic waves. Because I am more than happy to trade places with you. That shut the kid right up. A girl with red hair and big hands came over and smacked him across the head. I'm so sorry about Monoma. My name is Kendo. I promise he doesn't represent how all of 1B feels. We all feel empathy for you and your class. Have a good rest of your lunch. Kendo dragged the boy, Monoma apparently, away by the ear. Probably giving him a scolding fit for a mother. Wow, what a JRK. Uraraka broke the silence. Her voice sounded a bit sad, uncharacteristic of her usually cheery tone. Midoriya wasn't stupid. He knew his injuries were soft spots for his friends. They were worried about him, even though they honestly had no reason to be. He just wished they would believe him when he said he was fine. It would save a lot of struggle, awkwardness, and stress on both ends. Why should we worry about injuries? They will heal with time. It is but a mortal concept. Mina rubbed his thigh, mouthing, "You okay?" Izuku nodded and began to sip his smoothie. He had to finish it fast so he could catch his mandatory lunch meeting with Recovery Girl. Usually it wouldn't be so hard to make it, but that crowd had held him up. Jerkes. The table dissolved into idle chatter. Shiozaki was praying to her lord to forgive Monoma and his misdeeds. Speaking of her, his recent revelation that Teyvat was not a separate world altogether also made him realize that her beliefs were most likely wrong. Celestia still existed. It had to, how else would his gnosis and Mina's vision be here? Only so much could be written off as the product of quirks. Once it got to the point where he was slurping the remains of his smoothie, Izuku stood up and began to walk to Recovery Girl's office. Walk is a strong word. Each day he had them on, Izuku hated the bandages more and more. They restrained his movements, itched, and were a glaring reminder of his weakness. He could handle scars, because they felt like proof that he fought and won. Because he was still alive and had scars to look at, while his enemies did not have such luck. But bandages? Bandages didn't mean survival. They meant healing and vulnerability. Midoriya simply counted the days until they would be removed. Not much longer. Not much longer. If we wait in the plane of euthymia, we will have more time to heal. If I remember correctly, the plane also has slight healing properties. For us alone, of course. It is made purely of our ambitions and eternity. Time becomes a bit irrelevant there and it will cater to us. While Recovery Girl healed him and performed a few tests, Izuku considered her idea. And her choice of phrasing. They were combining more and more each day, his brain getting accustomed to the memories of two separate lives. Eventually, he supposed they would be one. He didn't know if that would be lonely or feel natural. He wondered if Mina and Miko talked like him and Ei. Or if Miko could help Mina train. They didn't have a separate plane of existence to interact in, so he had a feeling if she tried it'd be harder for her than it was for him. With fresh, still as itchy as ever bandages, Izuku managed to hobble to class and get there just on time. It was foundational heroics, which sadly he would have to sit out on. It was only supposed to be sparring, so Izuku wasn't too bummed. He did that every week. He just sat on the sidelines and cheered on his friends. Mina occasionally would come over and complain about how sweating was unsightly for a shrine maiden. Midoriya simply laughed and gave her harsh but true tips on what she did wrong and what she could do next. She always took his advice gratefully, but did tease him and pout about how he didn't trust in her skills. When Shiozaki got a break, she would take a sip of water and then pray. Pray for a pretty unnecessary amount of time. When Izuku tried to talk to her, she made no obvious sign of hearing him. It was weird, like she was in her own little trance. While she prayed, he felt the energy around her for whatever vision she had in her past life. That is, if she even had one. Without being able to touch her, he couldn't really figure it out, but during his search multiple chills raced down his spine. Mashireo complained about not being able to fight him, saying he wanted some real competition. Izuku told him that fighting a person unable to fight back may be frowned upon, but he was still up for it. He emphasized it with a ranged shock of Electro as his friend got up to leave. Occasionally when Aizawa shouted for them to switch partners, Midoriya tried to sneakily stand up and find a partner. The gentle but firm pull of his capture weapon put him right back in his seat. After a bit of begging, though, he convinced his teacher to give him a 5-pound hand weight to eliminate his boredom. His boredom was quickly replaced with annoyance when Class B waltzed in along with their teacher as class was supposed to end. "It's still my turn, Vlad," Aizawa said with a bored yet also annoyed look. "Figured the classes could meet a bit," answered Vlad King's gruff voice. "They have plenty of time to do that at lunch or in their own time." Well, if it isn't Class A and their cocky class president," called Monoma, apparently not scared enough of his teacher scolding him. Well, replied a very unimpressed Izuku. "If it isn't Class B and their MSCST friend." MCC? "Well, you wanted to be smashed into the ground by a Numu, right? I'm quite sure that makes you a Hinthi." Aizawa shut up Monoma with what had to be a very jarring erasure of his quirk. Izuku flinched slightly, only noticeable by people who were both actively observing him and knew his tells. The red flash of Aizawa's quirk put a bit of fear in him, what with the immeasurable pain and the fact that it could have cost him his life. "We'll talk about that later. My class, head to the locker rooms. Take a shower, you stink." Izuku followed his teacher, not Nadine to bother with the showers. When he passed Monoma, however, the boy shoulder-checked him, causing pain to shoot through his previously dislocated shoulder. In an instant, Izuku had tripped Monoma and caused him to fall on the ground. Before the boy could get up, he pressed the tip of his polearm to the back of his neck. Not enough to do any real damage, but definitely enough to scare the sheet out of him. The movements weren't as fast as they usually were, but still happened so quick if you blinked you would have missed it. His battle instincts had kicked in, for whatever reason. "Hurt me like that again," Izuku threatened, sparks flying with every word, "and I will not show the mercy I am now." The gym was frozen, Aizawa holding his capture weapon but unmoving. The only thing anyone could hear was the sound of Monoma whimpering. Izuku spun his polearm around his fingers, letting it go back into whatever weird space it usually rested in. Before he could receive any backlash or punishment, he stormed out. Quite literally, lightning and storm clouds followed in his wake. Tears slowly dripped down his face like a faucet not turned all the way off. It wasn't that big of a deal. Why was he crying? Crybabies are weak, and weakness has no room in the search for eternity. Suppressed emotions are also a weakness, Izuku. We learned this the hard way. Midoriya supposed she was right. He threw open a few doors roughly on his way to class, still feeling a bit shaken by it all as twinges of pain still ran their course. But also idly wondering if he was in trouble for that sudden display of hostility. Aizawa and the class entered about 7 minutes after Izuku had finished crying in his seat. He hated this new world. He wanted his old power and respect back. He wanted to reside in the plane of euthymia, knowing his nation was well and he could reach eternity. It was right in his grasp. Aizawa had to leave to teach law and ethics to another homeroom, but he poked his head in the door to point at Izuku. "Meet me in the teacher's lounge at the end of the day." Crap. Waves of embarrassment washed away his homesickness. Really, what god couldn't control their anger enough to not attack people senselessly? Actually, that was a stupid question. He thought back to when Morax or Rex Lapis or Zhongli, or whatever he went by, would find out about a broken contract. That man's ancient anger was enough to create and level mountains. His eyes always glowed a golden brown that accentuated his glare perfectly. Classes continued on as normal, with his peers all trying their best to sit as far away from him without it being obvious. Except for Mina, of course. She just tried her hardest not to laugh at the stupidity of her boyfriend and classmates. Izuku grimaced slightly as he shifted around in his seat, painfully aware that he had ripped some of his stitches during his whole dramatic display. He didn't want to go to Recovery Girl because he knew she'd scold him. Like he said before, injuries weren't permanent. They were superficial, only serving the purpose to distract and annoy. All they do is annoy, actually. Bullet. When the final bell of the day rang, Midoriya was determined to pretend he forgot about the meeting and haul butt out of there. But his previous decision to be friends with a stickler for rules ruined that plan. Ida reminded him very firmly to go see Aizawa-sensei, scolding him when he scowled and sighed in frustration. The staff lounge was relatively full, mostly with teachers finishing up work or waiting for a student to need their help. They weren't allowed to leave until 20 minutes after school officially ended, so students could have an opportunity to ask questions. When Aizawa peeked open an eye and saw a very disgruntled Izuku enter, he simply pointed to one of the private rooms in the back. Midoriya slumped into the seat provided with it. Well, not slumped. He sat down frustratedly, more like. His eye twitched slightly when his injuries got jostled once more, but that was simply par for the course. Aizawa's glare wasn't really a glare when he sat down across from Izuku. More like a tired gaze, his resting face, that someone less aware than Izuku would see as bitchy. I wanted to talk to you about the USJ. That made Midoriya do a double take. What? You're not mad for what I did to Monoma? Oh, I am. But you aren't the type of kid to attack another unprovoked. There's some underlying problem here, which we are going to solve together. So, about the USJ. You fought very experienced, unlike most first years that I get in my class. And don't say you just trained a lot, because your ability to focus on the battle and not waste a single second doesn't come from just simple dojo work. Izuku sighed. I can't talk about that. Not here. Not yet. He wasn't about to make another one of these promises, was he? He had to talk to his mom about it tonight. All I can say is that. Yes, I've fought in real battles before. Trained for them my whole life. Hell, I was made for them. He ignored the flash of a worried look that spurred from his teacher. Okay. But I can tell the USJ really affected you, other than the obvious of course. You're not obligated to talk to me, but I'm always here and so are the other teachers at UA. We don't need them. It's all stupid. I'm fine. Izuku stood up abruptly and excused himself, until Aizawa cleared his throat. Go see Recovery Girl about those ripped stitches. When Midoriya hesitated, Aizawa continued, or else I'm giving you a week of detention for attacking Monoma. While he roamed the empty halls of UA, anger rolling off of him like those clouds that chased you on summer days, he thought about his current state. At this rate, he knew he'd end up running himself into the ground. He wasn't a true god anymore, even though he did have his gnosis. A lack of regular contact with Celestia denied him relative immortality. Or maybe it didn't, but he didn't want to test that out. Him. He could feel the EI part of him lose her usually cool and level head. Her advice was losing its way, the line of weakness and strength blurring. He wondered what triggered it, the long day of holding back the dam? Or the fury that pushed him and made him long for the thrill of battle if it meant letting it all out and feeling something different for once. Nevertheless, he was spiraling and fast. He might have rarely had panic attacks while in Teyvat, but while living in Japan he became more than familiar with them. He felt one building inside him, rising like the tide after sundown. And the memories of the USJ, of his past life, were the moon, dragging him into the depths. Or rather, dragging the depths to him. Recovery Girl scolded him when he arrived, but eased up when she saw his blank face. Her quirk-infused kiss was gentle, and he knew better. To say it was loving, but she definitely cared about him. A pang of guilt joined his inner turmoil. Worrying people was pathetic. He didn't need them. We don't need them. We are strong on our own. Midoriya took the train home, a bit later than usual since he missed the one before. People gave him worried looks due to his current mummification, but he ignored them. He ignored everyone around him, and instead focused on a surge of electro he currently had pumping through his veins. He knew his eyes and hair were glowing that toxic green, because his skin was reflecting the color. A baby across from where he was sitting began to cry. Izuku walked from the train station to his house with powerful, confident strides. The confidence was fake, of course. He just wanted to get home and curl up in the plane of euthymia. Maybe never come out, that'd be nice. Mina would be upset, most likely. But she could handle it. She'd been able to handle it before. He hadn't reached eternity yet, though. Maybe he could make the Raiden Shogun into All Might? An eternal All Might wouldn't be so bad. It'd be off from his usual plan, but... Izuku, sweetie? Is that you? A crack in the dam splintered off. He had forgotten that his mom was going to be home when he arrived. Her face peeked out from the hall, a bright smile on her face that quickly morphed into concern. Izuku stood there, frozen as she asked what was wrong. Seeing his blank, troubled look, she pulled him into a hug and he melted. "I'm so sorry," Midoriya said through his tears, snot also rushing out of his face. His mom only held him tighter, that perfume she always wore wafting into his nose. "IW wasn't strong enough." "Oh, baby," Inko murmured into her son's shoulder, "you were plenty strong. You did amazing, Izuku, you came back to me." The sorrowful love flooding her voice broke Izuku's dam even further. "And no, I wasn't. I was weak." Sobs made him shake as he gripped his mother like an anchor with his bandaged arms. "I was so weak and I couldn't do it, I'm so sorry." Izuku's stutter was half his inherited speech impediment that occurred when he got nervous, and half the fact that he was gasping for air. A tsunami of emotions were crashing through his brain, scrambling it. All he could understand now was that he was weak, and that he was safe with his mom. "Breathe, honey, breathe." Izuku let his mom guide him to the couch, following her breathing pattern shakily. In through his nose, deep, deeper, out through his mouth. His mom's grounding grip on him disappeared, leaving him to feel more and more vulnerable as the time passed. He was suddenly aware of his mom pushing a glass of water into his hands. As Izuku sipped it, careful not to choke, he let his tears fall freely. Wave after wave crashed through his head in a storm full of turmoil. He tried to stop it, to repair his dam, but it felt like he was fighting against the power of one of his gnosis-created storms. What he was really doing was putting a normal-sized band-aid on a gaping hole. "Breathe, let it wash over, the tide will change." I was right. No, he was right. Because he was Ei, right? Who was he? Was he Izuku, powerful, stoic, kind, and strong? Was he Deku, weak, creepy, and useless? He felt pretty useless right now. Or was he Raiden Ei, a shut-in who chases battles and is too awkward yet powerful for her own good? He missed Mikoto. He missed being strong. And overall, he missed not being so unsure about everything. Who's Mikoto? Inko's question almost startled him out of his panic attack. Had he been muttering? Well, he guessed now was better than never. "You know how I lied to the detective? It kinda has to do with this." And so he explained. He started with that fateful day, under the bridge with slime seeping into him. The storm that brewed within him. His story wavered from present day to past, recounting stories of training in both Teyvat and Earth. His mom never asked any questions, nor did she claim he was lying. Words spilled out of his mouth, and a few more tears followed when he talked about Mikoto and his other fallen comrades. He talked about Miko, too, and the Traveler as well as Paimon. He reveled in the feeling of strength that came when he reunited with Muzu Ishin at the USJ. The emotions he could read from Inko varied depending on the story, but they all pretty much matched his. When he finished, Inko hugged him. "I'm so sorry. You had to deal with all of that alone. I noticed you were acting differently, but I would have never guessed it was because of something as big as this. Oh my God, my son was a goddess." "God? Whatever, all that matters is I'm so proud of you, Izuku." Their downstairs neighbors would, once again, complain about water damage as the Midoriyas exploded into tears. Bullet. Izuku was itching to train, or to just be active. And itching in general. Why were bandages so itchy? Luckily, today was the day of the sports fest. Right now, he was on his way to Recovery Girl's temporary station in the stadium. The crowd was already roaring, but with idle chatter. He couldn't imagine what it was going to be like when they were actually cheering for the competitors. Oh God, what if they cheered his name? How embarrassing would that be? As Recovery Girl unwound him, Izuku fidgeted and squirmed like an overexcited kid. After one too many warning glares, however, he quickly calmed himself. While the excitement wasn't being shown externally, if one examined his eyes they'd be able to quickly tell he was just as pumped as he was before. Mina sat with him, chatting his ear off about her adrenaline as well. She occasionally teased him about how childish he always was, but he simply took it with a blank face. When he was finally unmummified with a warning to still take it easy, He let his power flow through and barely outside of him. His hair stood up from the static electricity, glowing and illuminating the room even further. Mina looked at him with hungry eyes while Recovery Girl murmured something about kids and their obsession with self-destruction. Midoriya hurried to where Class 1A was supposed to be waiting, slipping his gym uniform over his black, skin-tight tee and leggings. You never knew how destructive attacks could be, and while he did have a nice body, he didn't want to expose it all quite yet. And, as much as he longed to put in his hair clip after weeks of not wearing it, he knew he couldn't risk destroying it. His class welcomed him with shouts of excitement at his lack of bandages. He gave them a practice speech about going plus ultra, one perfect for a class representative. Even if it was very different from what he would normally do as a shogun, but as a shogun he wasn't talking to teenagers preparing for a sports festival. No, he had been talking to trained soldiers, some of which were marching to a premature death. Uraraka's face was scary, like her aura, when she talked to Izuku and the others. Shiozaki was off somewhere muttering a prayer, but she didn't leave to do so without shooting an odd glance at Izuku filled with emotions he couldn't recognize. Ida and Mashireo were both energetic, Ida unusually so. Mina was trying to teach them all a dance that they could do as they walked out. Knowing full well, of course, that if they tried they'd make fools of themselves. Then, Midnight called over the loudspeakers for the classes to please step towards their exit and leave the indoors when prompted. And here it comes, the moment you've all been waiting for, folks, the hero class, Class A. Present Mick's voice boomed throughout the stadium. Midoriya thought he was probably calling the rest of the classes, but he couldn't hear him over the heartbeat in his ears and the rush coming from the crowds. A drone flew above them, catching their faces up close. Izuku simply gave it a nod, eyes glowing. He almost slapped Mina, however, when she jumped up on his shoulders and gave the camera a huge peace sign with a beaming smile. The classes all gathered in the middle, surrounding a big stage with a screen, microphone, and Midnight standing on it. Now, a short speech from our first-year representative, which is decided by placement in the Heroics entrance exam. Please welcome, Midoriya Izuku. Said welcome consisted of cheers from the stands, words of encouragement from his class, and almost condescending hisses from the others. When he reached the mic, he wiped his sweaty palms on his pants and forced his anxiety down, putting on his battle mode. Take a good look at this group, Izuku started, voice clear and sharp, all of us, because we are the group that is going to uphold the eternity of peace that All Might has created. Short and sweet. I like it. Now, it's time to decide our first event, Midnight announced, cracking her whip. When the crack resounded through the air, the screen had turned on and began scrolling randomly through a list of events. Looks like it's gonna be an obstacle race. The students mumbled about what was coming, some already forming plans. Here are the rules, they're pretty simple. Students will compete in a race to the finish line around the stadium, with obstacles in their way. Anything goes so long as you stay on, above, or below the path. Other than excessive violence, of course. We're a hero school after all. The first 42 to finish will move on to the next round. Students, if you will please make your way to the starting line. Izuku examined the exit and quickly took note of the bottleneck shape. Looks like the first obstacle will just be to get out of the stadium. Before he could plan any longer, Midnight's whip cracked. And begin. The only solution available to Izuku in solving this problem with the bottleneck exit was to simply run fast enough that the crowd wouldn't bother him. So, that's exactly what he did. Mina skated along with him on her acid, using random bursts of electricity to move her along faster. He was using a similar tactic, except with less acid. Midoriya heard a crack of ice behind him, instinctively jumping up to avoid getting caught in Todoroki's attack. From the outcries behind him, as well as a few explosions, wonder who that could be, it seemed like not everyone had the same intuition that Class 1A was taught to have. Well, to be fair, they wouldn't have experienced the same things that gave them this intuition. Besides, plenty of them were escaping the ice just fine on their own. A small grin split over Izuku's face when he approached the robots. He recognized them from the entrance exam. Except this time, there were quite a few more 0-pointers. With a fluidity gained from sheer practice, he summoned his spear while he ran, slicing upwards into a robot, and summoning a strike of lightning to hit a few others in his immediate area. And Midoriya takes off with a rather shocking start. "Geez kid, can you tone it back on the lightning?" As if to prove a point, it totally was to prove a point, Midoriya let 3 more lightning strikes crack through the air and onto the offending 0-pointers. Thunder rumbled, and he almost apologized to the students around him with enhanced hearing as they winced. Izuku didn't bother any longer with the robots, opting to push ahead. His legs pumped as hard as they could as he heard the clashing of robots behind him. Another crack of ice, another jump from Izuku, and the rest of the robots were frozen in place. Rather unstably, might he add, because when he turned his head to watch the commotion their metal groaned and fell with an ear-grating noise. He didn't dare to look back after that, to waste time. Todoroki was gaining on him. And as swift as Izuku was with surges of Electro pushing him forward, Todoroki could definitely compete with him while skating on ice. Disappearing into a green blur took a lot out of him, since his body wasn't quite used to the strain of moving. So fast it morphed into a simple streak of color. But he managed a few strides with it, before reappearing looking much more frazzled. He was sure his hair was sticking up from the pure static electricity, creating a glowing halo that was almost ethereal. Fitting for a god, because he'll always be a part of her as she will always be a part of him. Seems like our students in first place have stumbled across the second obstacle. The pitfall. Careful not to lose your footing, you too. But don't worry, all you listeners. There is safety netting at the bottom, so if anyone falls they will be A-okay. Their pride will certainly be wounded, though. Izuku thanked Present Mike internally for the, albeit unnecessary, explanation. He tested the wires connecting the platforms carefully, putting more and more weight onto one. When it didn't protest any amount of weight, he grinned and began running again. Well, running was a strong word. Walking swiftly with long strides was more like it. He had fought on unstable terrain many times before, so traveling across a thin but sturdy metal wire was technically unfamiliar but not entirely. He could hear the cheers from the crowd, all the way in the stadium, as a drone picked up on his masterful overcoming of the second obstacle. He still wasn't at his full speed, however. Todoroki managed to pass him by, and a few other students were catching up as well. Including, but not limited to, a girl with pink hair and a multitude of gadgets soared through the air using a strange combination of a grappling hook and a jetpack. Izuku cherished the few, brief moments when he was on a platform. His heart thumped in his chest each time the wire jumped and bent underneath him. But he trusted his feet, as was the only way he could be successful. He jumped off of the wire onto the next platform, when he heard a yelp directly behind him. Sighing inwardly, he shot a hand out behind him and just grabbed. Luckily for the person falling, his hand found purchase and he whipped them around with all his strength. They landed rather roughly in front of Izuku, the wind probably knocked out of their lungs, but it was better than being disqualified from falling into the pit. Midoriya stepped over them and back onto a wire as the mystery person groaned and thanked him for the assist. He simply focused on his balance as he continued running. He finally reached the end of the obstacle, his legs slightly shaking with relief from their torment. He didn't allow them any relief, however, opting rather to sprint as fast as he could. When he heard explosions growing louder and louder behind him, he almost groaned. Just how bad was his luck going to be? Goddamn you, Deku! What the hell was that lightning crap at the start there? You really need a spear to fight. Bakugu raged at him. Izuku simply moved to the side while he ran to avoid Bakugu crashing into him. Much to his disappointment, the boy didn't crash into the ground. He caught his balance and ran alongside Midoriya, their shoulders clashing together. Midoriya sighed as Bakugu yelled something directly into his ear, not fully paying attention to the boy. Our next obstacle, the minefield. Watch where you step, kids. Don't worry though, they're mostly for show. They'll sting a bit but won't blow you to bits. Unlike Bakugu, it seemed. The boy was apparently obsessed with sabotaging Izuku. He looked ahead at the deceivingly barren field, knowing full well that under the slightly raised dirt there were mines ready to blow him sky high. Todoroki was stepping his way through the field clumsily, apparently deciding it was better to do it that way than create a path for his enemies to drift on. Bakugo spat one last insult at Izuku before doing the same as Todoroki, sometimes lifting off into the air carefully. The scars on Midoriya's chest, back, and under his eye ached in preparation as a stupid idea planted itself in his brain. Well, they had been aching for a while, but apparently they knew that if he listened to his brain right now they would be in a lot more pain. When have we ever not listened to stupid ideas? And so, for the millionth time that day, much to the disapproval of his legs, Izuku braced himself and sprinted. The resulting explosion was a bright pink cloud, boosting him forward. He was launched into the air, tumbling for a little bit before he righted himself and disappeared into a green ball of electricity. He reappeared a foot from the ground and moved his spear into the ground with a strike of lightning, once more being shoved forward with great force. What the Deku? Keep up, Bakugo. If you can. With that incredibly effective, stupid, and dangerous plan, Izuku cleared the minefield with minimal injuries. They were all superficial anyways. First-degree burns, small scrapes, and bruises. The last stretch came, and he was in the lead. Bakugo and Todoroki were hot, or cold in some cases, on his trail. At one point he even sent a little shock to them once they got too close, making them JRK and twitch, and most importantly, stop running for a split second. The end of the tunnel was drawing near, and Izuku pumped his legs harder and harder. He was exerting himself so much that he could feel Muzu Ishin calling to him, begging him to use it and be stronger. Turns out there was no need for that, because with one final leap Midoriya made it back into the stadium. And we have a winner. Ladies and gentlemen, Midoriya of Class A takes the first event by storm, followed shortly by Bakugo of Class B, and in third place, Todoroki of Class A. Izuku didn't pay attention to any more names that Present Mic called, rather he focused on his breathing to get his heart settled back down. Bakugo lunged for him once more, but he simply sidestepped the boy and grabbed him by the shoulder. He poured Electro into Bakugo's body, not enough to seriously hurt him but enough to knock him out. Midoriya waved down a few of Recovery Girl's bots, letting them take away Bakugo on a gurney. He feigned innocence when people around him wondered how Bakugo passed out, simply ignoring all of the attention. Izuku's classmates filled the empty land, and some students from other classes as well. Mina hugged him and congratulated him on his victory, to which he simply held up a victory sign on his hand, using his pointer and middle finger to form it. She gushed over how cute he was, splattering him with kisses all over his face. This uncharacteristic act coming from Yae surprised him, but then he realized, this isn't Miko. Miko may be Mina, yes, but Mina was also her own person before she was Miko. That's why Izuku still cried and joked when Ei could never. We are better together. And wasn't that the truth? Izuku could not have won this event without Ei's instincts, just as his instincts to dodge Bakugo helped them as well. He wondered if Mina was experiencing something similar, finding that the more she and her past memories synced, the more powerful she was. His classmates all congratulated him, a few eyes not just from his friends lingering on his fresh scar. It was just under his eye, a small little sliver of a crescent moon. The raised, discolored skin was a constant reminder that he had protected his classmates. Izuku wondered if in another, alternative dimension that Aizawa-sensei would have a similar scar from taking those hits from the Nomu. As morbid, and probably unhealthy as it was, Midoriya was almost glad that he saved his teacher from that fate. Or whoever it might have been, had he not been there. He had a very high pain tolerance, after all. And in 42nd place, Aoyama of Class A. That concludes the first event. To everyone who didn't qualify, better luck next year. Keep going plus ultra. A quick glance around confirmed for Midoriya that his whole class had made it. He nodded and smiled slightly while Shizuki prayed for the well-being of those who failed. Ida somehow managed to complain in a polite way about not placing quite as high as Izuku and Mina. Suddenly, Midnight's whip cracked and the screen on the center stage lit up. Listen up, Zygotes. Our next event will be a cavalry battle. She looked to the screen to confirm, then liked her lips as she began to explain. Depending on where you placed in the previous round, You each have a point value. 42nd is worth 5, 41st 10, and so on. So he had a value of 210 points, right? You all will form teams of 2, there'll be one rider that must never touch the ground and be carried by their teammates, the horses. Your team will have a headband totaling your amount of points altogether that the other teams will try to steal. Top 4 teams with the most points wins. However, there's a catch. First place's headband will be worth 10 million points. Izuku in a harsh breath, eyes wide for a split second as that sunk in. Hungry eyes landed on his now blank face. Freyna was a target. Well, whatever. He'd have a team, and in war the shogun always had a target painted on their back. Take down the shogun and you win the war, right? Mina gripped his hand tight, a sly grin over her face. Well, that was one ally at least. You have 10 minutes to form teams and strategize. Any further questions and you can bring them up to me. Begin. Izuku turned to Ida to see if he was going to join his team. Ida beat him to it, however. Apologies, Midoriya. I wish to do this independently. You're so powerful and no offense, I do not wish to be in your shadow forever. None taken, Ida. I wish you well, but if you get in my way I will not hesitate. Uraraka joined in just in time to hear that conversation, exclaiming how harsh that was. Nonsense, it was perfectly fine. I assume you know I won't hold back either. Good luck. Wow, okay, Mina said after Ida walked away. So right now it's me, Izuku, and you, Uraraka? Where'd Shiozaki go? And Ojiro? I think she's pairing with Shoji and Tsu. Midoriya looked around to confirm that the religious girl was standing with those two. And it looks like Mashireo already teamed up with that purple-haired kid. Anyways, now we just need a 4th dash. Hi there. Hatsum Mei, future CEO of Hatsum Industries, pleasure to be talking with you. You're 10 million, right? Let me join your team. You'll give me all the publicity I need. I've got tons of babies we can use to win. All electricity proof, so they won't get jammed from you. Midoriya blinked, completely taken aback. Mina barked out a laugh, then welcomed Hatsum to the team. Uraraka jumped into the air, excited to start. Here's the plan. Midoriya cut the girl's conversation off, the gears in his mind already working. I'll be the rider. Mina, you can be the middle horse. You're in charge of keeping everyone away, just sling acid everywhere. You've got your vision, right? Mina nodded and pulled it out of her pocket, causing Uraraka to gasp. Whoa, where'd you get that? Part of Izuku's quirk. Apparently certain people have stuff stored in them too that he can pull out. Mine gives me electricity powers just like him. Mina exclaimed, perfectly reciting their excuse that they made up. Well, not an excuse, it was the truth, but it left out the fact that those certain people were those who receive visions in a past life. Back on track, Hatsum and Uraraka can be on the sides. You two, along with Mina skating on her acid, will be in charge of mobility and letting me know where people are coming from. Uraraka can use her quirk on us to make us lighter and easier to move. Hatsum, do you have any support gear that's good for mobility? Do I ever? I've got a jetpack, rocket boots, rocket skates, and dash. You and Uraraka can have those boots and skates. Mina's gonna skate so she needs her feet free. Actually, take off your shoes right now. One step ahead of you. A quick glance down confirmed that her feet were out, and just as vibrantly pink as the rest of her. Good. Focus on evading. I can keep people away for the first rush, but I can't hold it for that long. I'll use my long-range attacks to keep teams away for the rest of the time, just tell me where they are. You guys can attack too, and improvisation is key. Plans never survive exposure to the enemy. We'll get to the next round if we keep our headband, obviously, but we should be prepared for it to get stolen. I'll try not to hit you guys, I have pretty good control, but electricity is wild. Everyone nodded, Hatsum already gearing up herself and Uraraka. She handed out a few weapons too, explaining what they did and how to use them. She then warned them to treat her babies nicely, but if they explode then it's not their fault. Which was pretty worrying. Izuku sat on their shoulders. The girls crouched down before standing up shakily. Uraraka tapped him, making him much lighter and easier for them to move around. They all braced themselves, ready for the next event. Even if they had a huge target painted on their backs, they would win. Teams surrounded Izuku's own, their eyes all hungry and bodies ready to pounce at any given moment. Midoriya breathed in deeply, filling his mind with thoughts of eternity and his body with Electro. He felt Mina do the same, letting her hands pool with Electro as well. It was a weird feeling, but one he got used to in his past life. Visions were made of the powers of the gods, Celestia borrowing them and gifting them to mortals. Thus, the gods could feel every time said mortal used their vision. A countdown began, sounding over the speakers. He closed his eyes, still innately aware of his surroundings. With each descending number, Izuku honed in more and more on his growing internal power. When it finally reached 0, and all the surrounding teams lunged for them, his eyes shot open and a circle filled with Electro surrounded them. Anyone who touched it got knocked back from the sheer force of the electricity. Gritting his teeth, Izuku raised his hands slowly and everyone, including his team, watched in awe as a shield surrounded them. Midoriya glanced down at Mina, signaling her to get moving since he was unable to talk. He had to focus on keeping up the shield after all. "Come on, let's go. Get moving," Mina exclaimed. Hatsum flicked on her rollerblades while Uraraka did the same. Acid pooled at Mina's feet, thankfully not breaking through the ground. Izuku held on tight while the girls suddenly sparked to life, zipping through the crowd. While they moved, teams stepped back warily, and less fortunate ones got caught in the way and knocked to the side. They nestled themselves in a back corner of the arena, far away from where the battles were likely to take place. True to Midoriya's prediction, teams lost interest in the seemingly impossible to attain target and began brawling it out with each other. With a little extra focus, the shield even became invisible to the eye. When the purple disappeared, more attempted to attack only to once again fail. Bakugo tried his DMN hardest to break through it, but this wasn't a shield you could break. You needed an Electrogranum in order to pass through, and well, with the lack of a Thunder Sakura, that would be impossible. Eventually the barrage of explosions died off, mostly from Bakugo's team just telling him to drop it. There were plenty of other points, after all. Midoriya grinned, a full one for once, as his plan was working. He waited about 30 more seconds before dropping the shield. He and his team held their breath, waiting for someone to exclaim that they were open. When no one did, Mina let out a bark of laughter while Uraraka sighed in relief. Halfway through the 10-minute match, and things were looking good for Izuku's team. He pretended to still be struggling to keep their protection up, making one of the girls snicker. He watched as Bakugo's team clashed with Monoma's, explosions meeting copied explosions. Uraraka hissed when Bakugo landed a lucky shot on Monoma's skull, making him fall off of his chariot. At the 7-minute marker, he didn't even bother with pretending. He linked one of his arms behind the other, pressing on it and stretching. He did the same with the other side, before puffing his chest out with one final stretch. Izuku let out a small laugh as he watched Tsuyu's tongue lash out from her safe haven on top of Shuji. A team consisting of mostly 1B with a boy who looked suspiciously like Kirishima whipped around violently to try and spot who took their headbands. A yawn escaped Izuku's mouth as idly summoned his gnosis and fiddled with it. The green glow mimicked his eyes and hair. He then threw it up into the air and caught it, letting it disappear and retreat back into him. He wished it wasn't so noisy, maybe he could try to attract a bird. All of a sudden, a crack in the air sounded. Izuku snapped into focus just in time to see a giant glacier coming right for them. He cursed before pulling out his polearm in the nick of time, splitting it right down the middle. On the other side he made eye contact with Todoroki, who was atop the shoulders of Ida, Yaoyorozu, and Kaminari. "Oh my god!" Mina exclaimed, ironically. His team scrambled underneath him to move out of the way as Midoriya spotted Ida's engines heating up. His eyes widened in panic as he readied his spear, unsure of what it could really do in this situation. His energy was all but spent. Putting up another shield would be near impossible. He cursed his luck as his team had only moved about a meter before Ida shot off like a rocket. The rest of his team carried along for the ride. Izuku's eyes barely managed to catch a hand slipping out to grab his headband. The question was, if his hands would be fast enough to stop it. He almost began to bring his spear up, but then realized he would cut off the hand trying to grab his headband. And that was a nightmare he did not want to deal with. A cloud of dust made them all cough as Todoroki and his team settled far away from Izuku. A quick pat of his head confirmed it. He had lost the headband. He cursed himself internally, but he had also partially expected this to happen. Plan Beta, guys? He announced to his team, who cried out in the realization that their prize was gone. Plan Beta went like this. Make your way to the team smart, or stupid, enough to grab the 10 million. As fast as you can, of course. Along the way, and once you get there, grab as many headbands as you could. Spare no mercy, use grappling hooks, whatever. Midoriya glared at Todoroki as his own team advanced, and was relieved to find that Ida's engines had stalled from that great burst. A storm formed around Midoriya's figure, making him even more intimidating than before. Clouds hung low overhead, lightning crackled, and thunder rumbled. He allowed his anger to flow into the power of the forming storm, furthering it even more. With complete faith in his teammates, he leapt into the air once they were close enough. He held his spear out in front of him, poised straight at Todoroki. To his surprise, a burst of flames sparked for a mere second, scorching Izuku. He pushed through them, reminded oddly of a certain Fatui harbinger he had the pleasure of executing. He let his spear cut through the knots of the headbands around Todoroki's neck, grasping them with his other hand. He flipped backwards, polearm pushing off of the ground with some electro support. A hand reached for his ankle, but it was quickly shot away by some electricity-infused acid. A mild potency, of course. No need to permanently cripple someone. Izuku fell into the waiting arms of his team, who dashed away before Todoroki could try and get his bounty back. His heart raced as he examined the headbands, trying to decipher how many points he just stole from them. To his horror, none of them were the 10 million. His head snapped back to Todoroki, who patted the headband around his forehead and let out a small sigh. He tricked us. Strike faster and smarter next time. Midoriya announced his discovery to the team, getting an outcry in return. We've got to get back there and get it from them. Hatsum screeched, already loading up some gadget she pulled from God knows where. Do we have TI dash? And time's up. Present Mike shouted, both answering Mina's question and cutting her off. What a nail-biting turn of events. In first place with the 10 million is Team Todoroki. Next, Team Midoriya. In third is Team Bakugo. And wow, where did they come from? Team Shinso is in fourth place and the last qualifying team. Uraraka fainted, falling into the shocked arms of Izuku. Mina squealed and planted a kiss on his face. He grabbed her before she could pull away, bringing her into a sloppy kiss. While their lips sealed, a drone zoomed in carrying a camera. He heard wolf whistles and hollers fill the stadium. Together, in almost perfect synchronization, Izuku and Mina raised their fingers and shot it down. All right, you lovebirds, break it up. Good job to everyone who made it, and better luck next time to those who didn't. As a reward for being such good sports, we're having a fun relay race between events. You aren't required to participate, so in case you'd rather prepare or relax, feel free. We did it. We did it. Hatsum cackled, pumping her fists in the air. I'm so excited I could kiss you, 10 million. Try it, I dare you. Mina chirped, her sweet tone oh so contradictory of her words. Don't worry, I won't be a homewrecker. But we did it. Uraraka slowly woke up from Izuku's grasp, his elbows tucked underneath her armpits. She tilted her head back at him. We did it. She croaked, imitating Hatsum's excitement. Let's get Recovery Girl to check you out. Izuku replied, which wasn't really a response at all. What about you, Zuku? Mina asked, less concerned and more of a threat. I'm fine. It's all superficial. Oh, quit acting like a child. Mina began to drag him and Uraraka to Recovery Girl, scolding them along the way. You may have been a goddess before, but now you are a human, eh? She hissed into his ear, not loud enough for anyone but them to hear it. Izuku sighed, knowing full well that when his girlfriend set her mind to something she never stopped. A few of Recovery Girl's bots rolled up to them, gurneys behind them. Mina forced him onto one and gently placed Uraraka on the other. He protested, of course, but she was relentless. In the end, he just got a quick kiss from Recovery Girl and a handful of energy-boosting Yumi Bears before he went off to wait for the relay race to end. Bullet. Being reincarnated into a teenage boy was a unique experience to say the least. Emotions she hadn't experienced for a while, if at all, pushed at the very seams of her mind, forcing her to hide them all away, but by doing that she hurt her host. No, not her host, she hurt herself. They had been combining. She lost more and more of her own thoughts each passing day, her mental form flickering. And also with each day, Izuku gained her strength. She knew long ago that her mind wouldn't be hers forever. Everything returned to the cycle of energy within Celestia. Her body would give way to erosion first, then her thoughts, and then she would cease to exist. So she spent her life focusing on what she was meant to do, meant to be, in order to push that fateful day further and further away. Ei's first purpose in Teyvat was to be stronger. Sharpen herself into a weapon strong enough to cut through nations. To cut down ancient gods who beg for destruction. And she was to serve her sister, who was creating an eternity for their country. Once she had gotten strong enough, her job was now to protect her sister who refused to resort to violence. An Archon already made enough enemies on their own, let alone one that leads a country. As Makoto comforted those lost lambs, telling them even though they were moving forward, joy was eternal, Ei sat in the shadows. She obliterated those that dared to hurt her sister, and upheld eternity even in the darkest depths of Inazuma. She marched through slums, mountains, beaches, and fields. She led her armies to death and victory both, and kept those dirty truths away from the pure eyes of Makoto. Then Makoto decided that as an older sister, she needed to have a new purpose. Makoto was tired of being protected by someone inferior, in title only, because they were always equals, always loved each other as they loved themselves, and marched off to the beat of a war drum. She took over Ei's job while Ei was busy with dealing with the turmoil in their own country. Ei urged her sister to ignore Kenrya, because it wasn't something worth worrying about. When Makoto died in Ei's arms, her role changed once more. No longer did she exist only in the shadows. Instead, she had to find a way to fill both roles. What better way to do that than to eliminate one of those roles entirely? And so eternity shifted down a new path, and the Raiden Shogun was created. Ei rested, mourned, in the plain of Euthymia, and let the Shogun handle external affairs, and all was well. Eternity had been restored, but instead of following ambitions and emotions, it was based on keeping everything the same. The Sakoku decree effectively locked down the country and left no room for change. Ei only wished that this PRD of stillness included Makoto. Then a traveler broke through her will. They were from distant lands and worlds, and brought with them the true enemy of eternity. Or what she thought was the enemy. Ei reconnected with the ideas she was so sure had caused her sister's death, and faced the truth that they were what was best for Inazuma. Inazuma shined brightly then on, under the gentle guiding hand of an Archon who encouraged them. Ei finally eroded, sat underneath the sacred Sakura. Her dying wish was not that she would exist eternally, rather that Inazuma would continue to flourish as it had for so long. As her soul returned to the universe, watched by Celestia, she rested. Unburdened by what she was meant to do. Continents shifted while she slept, cultures rose and fell, and mortals gained control as the Archons slipped into ideas of the past. Then, Ei returned. Makoto was not by her side anymore. She hadn't been for a long time. And Celestia had lost its power, but managed to grant her a gnosis one last time. Inazuma managed to shine eternal, but under a new name. Japan was an advanced nation, full of tradition and pride. Quirks mimicked visions, and somehow Ei knew deep down this was also the work of a merciful Celestia. Heroes were upholding this blossoming eternity, and thus it was her duty to join the force. Archons served the people, as did the heroes. And now, as Izuku, she was to train to save people. But she couldn't even save Makoto in the end. How could she save? The entrance exam had proved to make this hero business more interesting to Ei. Reuniting with Miko made her open up further, thanking the stars that aligned perfectly for this moment. The Usch was an insult to their eternity, to their power. And now, the sports festival. It was an interesting way for them to show off their prowess and flaunt their feathers. These teenagers didn't stand a chance against a goddess who used to be designed for war, but the Izuku in her made sure everyone else got to show off too. After all, the next step was equally important. Internships. Their first official step onto the field. The seats were filled with heroes who had to have noticed Ei and Izuku's overwhelming presence. It was all so very intriguing, exciting, and different. Different, yes, but at its core, was it really? The crowd surrounding Midnight's podium was significantly smaller compared to the first event. It had been narrowed down to 42 participating students, and then a few who got done with the relay race and felt like staying in the eye of the camera. Midnight liked her lips as the TV spluttered to life, once more showing a wheel ready to be spun. All right, you fine young specimen. Let's see what your next event shall be. Midnight cracked her whip and everyone cheered. The wheel spun, slowing down gradually before finally landing on the words, "Capture the flag." Everyone booed, before it shattered and revealed the true event. Who are we kidding? Like usual, our final event is one-on-one tournament-style battles. Go, wait, we've got a hand raised. Yes, Ojiro from Class A. Izuku whipped around to see his friend, who looked sheepish and a bit upset. I can barely remember the last event. I don't know if I even deserve to be here, so I'm just gonna, pull out. If that's okay. Another boy chimed in, telling the same story that he couldn't remember either and it wouldn't be fair to get in on stolen power. Such honesty and chivalry. I'll allow it. But we need 2 volunteers from the team in 5th place. A quick, hushed conversation ensued before 3 students stepped forward, and Izuku barely recognized one of them. No need to pay attention to the other classes. Tetsu from Class B, and then Shiozaki. He was a bit surprised to see Shiozaki pair up with a kid from another class, but whatever she had to do to get by. Everyone give it up for our new contestants. Back onto the topic of our next event, specific rules will be explained again before each match. You will fight one-on-one on this stage. Winner is determined by being knocked out of bounds, or if they are judged unable to continue by either myself, another UA staff member on hand, or themselves should they wish to concede. Midnight did a thorough job explaining, leaving little room for questions. Izuku and Ei could feel the tension in the stadium rising, everyone excited to see the flashy fights. We'll allow our participants some time to prepare, as well as a special show halfway through this. Allotted time. Let's just say, we don't want to keep things boring, do we? Now then, the matchups will soon be listed here on the screen. Good luck, and may the best of you win. The stadium roared with clapping and cheers as the students grouped up around the mentioned screen. Izuku scanned for his name, and was both excited and disappointed to find his name in the first match. Well, someone was gonna have to, right? He read the name of his partner, Shinso Hitoshi. Suddenly, a boy with deep eyebags and tall, purple hair caught his gaze from the corner of his eye. I'm Shinso. You must be Midoriya, right? Midoriya was about to answer when a familiar furry tail caught his mouth. He whipped around to see Mashireo with a grim expression on his face. Don't say a word to him, Izuku. Come with me. Confused, Izuku obeyed and followed Mashireo to a preparation room. Mashireo looked close to tears, and Izuku knew he was only seeing this side of him because of how close they were. Had this been another lifetime, another student, Mashireo would look indifferent. You know how I said I barely remember the last round? Mashireo finally said as he began to explain. I think it has something to do with that guy's quirk. I just spoke to him. Answered one of his questions, and then it all goes fuzzy. Someone bumped into me maybe 9 or 10 minutes later, and all of a sudden I'm holding him on my shoulders and the second round has already started. Some sort of verbal response activated brainwashing, then? Izuku deduced. Probably. You've always been smarter than me when it comes to quirk analysis. But I think it can be broken by some sort of outside physical pain or touch. Not that you can really get that alone in the middle of the arena, but, I just wanted to help. A single tear ran down his face. Was it stupid of me to get rid of my free ride like that? Not at all. I might have done the same. I don't think I could handle getting in while being carried by someone else like that, Midoriya sighed. This really helps a lot. Thank you, Mashareo. We don't need anyone else to get forward in life. It would have been insulting to not remember our victory. Or to be brainwashed into someone's bidding. Yeah. No problem. What are friends for, right? Mashareo rubbed his face roughly to refresh himself. He'll probably try to provoke you. Whatever you do, Izuku, don't say a single word to him. And go beat him for me, okay? Midoriya's eyes began to glow, static electricity building around them and making their hair stand up. Of course. Bullet. After that enlightening conversation, Izuku walked towards another preparation room, the one assigned to him. Along the way, however, he passed by the girls in his class looking awfully confused. They were holding some clothes, which were an awful shade of orange. Mina waved him over, which caused Yaoyorozu to panic and blush. What's up, Mina? Izuku tilted his head. Not much. We just heard that. Apparently the girls have to wear these cheerleading outfits? Aizawa's orders or whatever. Immediately a red flag popped up in Midoriya's head. And did you hear this from Aizawa directly? He raised an eyebrow. Yaoyorozu replied in Mina's stead. No, actually, Kaminari and Mineta approached us and, oh my gosh, we almost fell for that. The girls all collectively made sounds of realizations or groans. An idea popped in Mina's mind, and Izuku could tell from her expression he wasn't going to like it. I've seen that look too many times to not know what it means. Hey, Izuku, wanna help us play a prank on them? Do I have a choice? Not really. DMN. Bullet. Mineta. Kaminari. Mineta spun around as quick as he could, almost snapping his neck when he heard the alluring and oh-so-CC voice of Yaoyorozu. He and Kaminari shared a look, buzzing with excitement. Yaoyorozu willingly starting a conversation with them could only mean one thing. Can you come and check that we put these on correctly? We're having some struggles. Had Mineta and Kaminari been smarter, respectable men, they would have caught on that it wasn't that hard to put on a cheerleading outfit. Or noticed the fact that even if they had needed help, they wouldn't ask for it from the likes of those two. But they were not smart, respectable men. They were stupid and horny boys. Of course, Kaminari answered, already bounding towards her. We'd be happy to. Mineta's imagination was already running wild, picturing each of the girls in the skimpy costumes he gave them. Oh, he couldn't wait to see who was in them. Maybe if he was fast enough he could catch one of them mid-dressing? Mineta turned the corner, practically tripping over his own feet in desperation. And he won his prize. His gaze started low, examining the pale legs shaven bare. He could tell they were soft to the touch from here, and definitely had some muscle to them. A fantasy popped into his head of being choked by them. Crushed between the thighs of a CC woman was the way every honorable man died. And man, were those thighs juicy, they were thick and strong, completely lacking a thigh gap. Not that he minded. Thick thighs save lives after all, especially those that belonged to a hero. His eyes trailed up the skirt, which hung just low enough to tease but also cover all the important bits. Mineta loved women that left stuff to the imagination. They really get his blood pumping. As he looked even higher up, his mouth began to water at her tight stomach, which had only the slightest bit of plump to it. He could see the outline of her abs, not all the way there but also definitely present. He loved muscular women. Actually, Mineta loved all women. Per usual, his eyes lingered on her chest. Melons might just be his favorite part of a girl. Even if they didn't have much, like whoever this was in the cheerleading outfit, he knew that they had to be so soft and squishy. Mineta may have never felt a melons before, but he knew he would devour them at any size. She definitely had some melons, but they were nowhere near as big as Ishido's. Not to mention Yaoyorozu. He would still love to grope those soft mountains sometime though. Finally, excited to see who exactly he had just undressed with his eyes, he looked this girl in the face. He soon realized this wasn't any babe from his class. At least, Mineta had never seen her before. Well, maybe he had. Her face, dotted with freckles, and green curly hair pulled into a braid seemed somewhat familiar. Same thing for the flower clipped into her hair. Maybe someone from 1B? And Midoriya? Kaminari spluttered from his side. Like what you see, boys? The girl said, and yup, that was definitely Midoriya's voice. A look of pure horror washed upon Mineta's face, earning a bark of laughter from Midoriya. Ah, don't be so disappointed. I'm your personal cheerleader, after all. But how, what? Mineta stumbled on his words and his own feet, tripping backwards and putting as much space between himself and this cross-dressing, CC, man. Midoriya brought a hand to his mouth, snickering and pointing at Mineta and Kaminari. You two should see your faces. God, you were really checking me out, weren't you, perv? The tone in his voice wasn't one Mineta had heard before from the boy. He was usually either sweet or monotone. However, this was sadistic. And Mineta wasn't sure if he loved it or hated it. You know, I kinda like how I look in this. The skirt's a bit short, but I could get used to it. Midoriya twirled around a bit, looking over his shoulder and straining his neck to see the full picture of how he looked. Unless you want me to beat the sheet out of you, you are going to stop harassing the girls. While you're at it, maybe you should also take some classes on sexism and the patriarchy. Now go away. I've got my match to prepare for. Mineta and Kaminari obeyed instantly, scrambling away from the confusing, CC boy. Bullet. That was oddly fun. Izuku didn't know he and Ei could get so sadistic. He must have picked it up at some point from Miko or Mina. He sees why she likes it so much now. It was like baking a cake, almost. Plant the little seeds of SDSM and manipulation, put in your ingredients, and enjoy your reward. In a system, that reward was their reaction, but of course a cake is just as nice of a trophy. The terribly bright orange skirt dropped to the ground, and Izuku pulled his pants back on. He opted to keep his hair in the braid, but took the flower clip out like usual. Fully dressed back into the gym uniform, with the skin-tight shirt underneath, he stepped out of the locker room and back out to meet Mina and the rest of the girls. Daimon Izuku, you can really rock a skirt. Mina laughed, wrapping an arm around his stiff shoulders. Am I done now? Izuku sounded bored, but both he and Mina knew he was having fun with her. Yeah, thanks for that. Mina planted a kiss on his cheek, making. Some of the girls gasped while others snickered. Oh, I didn't know you two were, together. Yaoyorozu said, hands clasped in front of her. A smirk grew on Mina's face. Would you believe me if I said when we first met, I had him on his knees in an instant? Yaoyorozu flushed pink instantly, spluttering and unsure of how to respond. Oh, quit teasing, Mina, Izuku sighed, pushing her arm off of him. You're no fun. Would Midoriya, Izuku and Shinso Hitoshi please report to the field for their event? Midoriya, Izuku and Shinso Hitoshi to the field, please. Thank you. And that's my K. Wish me luck, all of you. We'll be rooting for you. Bullet. The sunlight beamed onto his face as Midoriya exited the tunnel. He lifted a hand to create some shade and let his eyes adjust, dropping it as soon as they did. Shinso was in a similar state. Izuku managed to catch the sight of his hand returning to his pocket. Everyone, please give it up for our competitors. Present Mick's voice boomed through the stadium. From 1A, our mysterious and powerful caller of lightning, Midoriya Izuku. And from 1C, the dark underdog from Gen Ed, Shinso Hitoshi. The two boys stood across from each other within the boundaries of the circle. Really, it was more of a rectangle. All right, boys, listen up. Midnight cracked the whip at her side. Anything goes except for excessive force. If you go too far, Cementos and I will end the match. Stay inside the boundaries. You can win by pushing your opponent out of bounds, or forcing your opponent to recede. If they are restrained and cannot move, but refuse to recede, I will call the match. Ready? Hey, may the best hero win, Midoriya? Set. Izuku's mouth pressed shut. He physically bit his tongue as a reminder to not say a word. Go! Izuku summoned his polearm, rushing Shinso while electricity pooled deep within him. Guess your friend told you about my quirk, huh? It's a shame, that idiot really threw away the only chance he could get. He almost opened his mouth to defend Mashireo, but reminded himself it didn't matter. He was just trying to get a rise out of him. Shinso's next words were cut off by Izuku hitting him with the pole of his spear, pushing Shinso off balance. The wind was knocked out of him, spit and bile coughing up. Izuku was relentless, spinning and ducking as he landed hit after hit after hit. Midoriya jumped back gracefully, trying to let a little mercy show through and allow Shinso to attempt to get a hit in. He caught his breath quickly, wiping spit off of his chin before staggering at a sprint towards Izuku. His punch was extremely telegraphed. Midoriya sidestepped with ease, striking the boy in the back with the butt of his spear. He let some electro flow through his weapon as he did so, effectively placing the boy permanently on the ground. Shinso rolled over to face Izuku as he stood over him. His blade pressed very lightly into his neck. Shinso knew Midoriya wouldn't do anything that serious, but it was a very clear warning. Forfeit or else. Can I at least get some last words in? Shinso coughed out. Izuku's blank yet serious expression faltered for a split second, before resuming his stony stare. Go I dash. What happened next, while it had been just a few seconds for Shinso, almost felt like the eternity Izuku had always searched for Midoriya. Bullet. Wake up. Thunder booms, seas roar, loneliness is pushed away. Where's Makoto? Monsters descend from the sky, overwhelming their forces. Wake up. Orders are spat out by a general with a Tengu mask. They look away, turning towards the churning ocean. Is she okay, out there in Kenrya? Wake up, Izuku. A bloody dress is clutched in their hands, the world slowing to a stop. Not her, not Makoto, why? Wake up. Pain rattles his very bones, lightning filling his very being. And he wakes up. Bullet. Thunder is the first thing he hears when he comes back. Izuku Kai. What happened? Looked down quickly, checking to make sure his opponent was still trapped. As important as it probably was to address whatever was, he valued the battle much more. To his surprise, Shinso was blacked out, the ground around him scorched. His hair stuck up. Well, more than it usually did. He panicked for a second, eyes immediately dropping to look for a rise and fall in his chest. Once he confirmed the boy was still breathing, he let out a breath he didn't know he had been holding. His spear dissipated. Shinso Hitoshi can no longer fight. Midoriya Izuku wins, and will be moving on to the next round. Are you okay, Izuku? That boy, his quirk latched onto our brain and tried to split us apart. Had we been weaker, less conjoined, well, best not to dwell. As Izuku lifted Shinso into a princess carry, he found himself agreeing. Dwelling on what-ifs and simple possibilities has only hithered him on his path to eternity.